Let me carve your way. I'll be always with you. Oh, yes, so good. It's so fucking good.
Whoa. Crazy.
What strep?
What strep?
Yeah, what strep is
They're
happening?
gonna. This is the worst stream ever.
Internet Yamero.
Do you want internet Yamato?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, who the fuck
Oh
is
fuck!
what?
Wait. Everyone, stop talking. Sorry, I just realized my fucking Twitch audio was also on.
Yeah, I heard it. I was like, mine's. I looked at mine and I was like, oh, mine's muted.
God, that cat looks like a psychopath.
Yeah. Hi, Ender.
Hello, Ender.
Welcome back. Annie week, that's right. Annie week.
Should we have a
Gamers.
trigger warning for blood?
I'll just use your panties to cover it. I mean, it just
Cat,
kind
you
of looks
forward.
like cranberries.
Tag your propagandists.
I mean, it does. It does. It does.
It does look like Jello.
Yeah. It looks like Thanksgiving freaking.
Guys, it's cherry Jello. We swear.
It's cherries, guys. Trust us. Oh my gosh. Also, hello, Hyper, hi, Ender. Right now, what's that cute kitty over there on the side? Yeah, oh, he got snatched.
Whoa!
Oh, is it
that one's
3?
too peaceful. We need one of the crazier ones.
Yeah, we need some crazy shit. Man's got yoinked, absolutely. Yeah, right now, so we're gonna be doing art fight stuff. And then Pixl and Oz were like, can we be on stream? Can our screens be on stream? So this is what we're at. We're at this right now.
you know, we understand that like you're spending time in our stream, so we decided that a multi-function stream, 3 things at once.
Yeah, y'all get everything at the same time, guys. Isn't that so exciting?
Oh, so doing pretty good, Hyper.
Yeah.
Oh, I would say
yeah.
also,
Yes, Pixie.
you should submit that as an attack, but then I was like, I don't have that character.
Yeah, I know you don't have that character listed.
I thought of posting my Chupi Annie art as an attack.
You could have.
Damn.
You could, technically.
I went.
No.
Says no. You're making an opera mod for the Stanley Parable instead. Show? Proof? Discord server? Immediately?
Proof? Alright, so hold on. We're gonna today. So on Monday we did profiles and headshots only. So today, I think we'll do like this much body today. I think this is good today. But I will say, today, I mean, Girly Zell may have been able to. I feel like my voice is a lot more raspy today than usual. I'm feeling dry in the throat. Because I've been talking for 10 hours every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, the cat didn't get the last piece of me.
Oh, you mean the last piece of cherry? Excuse you. Only cherries.
Oh yeah, the cherry jello.
Yeah, the cherry jello.
Yeah, look, it's cherry gelatin.
Yeah. So. Hey, little devil! Oh my gosh! Hi. Oh, guys, right now I'm getting characters. For fight. Let's see. Oh, I want to draw this girly. I want to draw Nixie. She's really cute. She's eating it up.
Yeah,
See.
she do be eating. This cat do be eating it upwards.
This is her. How am I doing? I'm doing great. Last night I had a dream. Okay, so I was streaming last night, and I had to stream multiple times, but it was like that I was on stream and we were playing. I think we were still playing Jackbox in the dream, and like the like what the dream was. It was like every time it would be like a dream moment, I'd be like, oh guys, hold on, I know I'm doing horrible Jackbox right now, but just because I'm so eepy, hold on, just let me take a nap. And then I'd be like, I'll just text in chat while I sleep really quick. And then like I would like wake up from the dream and grab my phone and like tap on it, and then I'd go back to sleep.
What the fuck?
No, literally, and every time I woke up from like the dream and to do that, I was like, am I streaming right now? And I would like look at my computer, I'd be like, oh, it's closed, okay. And then I would like go back into the dream and I'd be like, well, how am I streaming if my computer's closed?
That's awful.
It was horrible, but I mean, honestly, it just made me want to stream.
Twitch.
I just wanted to stream more. I think it's because I know that I'm gonna have to not be streaming as much once this week is up because of work. It makes me emo.
True.
Okay, I like this brush size. A little bit smaller. What? What Oz?
Being forced to only watch cat videos.
You can play other videos. I just want you to play.
It's just really funny though.
Emo Shupi, yeah. Watashi emo. It's rough out here. Oh wait, I have an idea for her. I want her to like. I know I said I wanted to do more full bodies today, but I have an idea that would like be cute for her. I don't know. Wait, I wanna go back. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see. I want. How do I want to do this? She's really cute though.
What's a really app? Oh, just put on the silly playlist. You're right.
You can play the silly playlist.
Yeah, because it's the best video, the Otter Quadrado's birthday buffet party.
Oh hell yeah! Can you play the silly playlist? Can you play Celestial Breakcore at 1.5 speed?
Celestial Breakcore.
Yeah, Celestial Breakcore. The thumbnail should be like a blue and white like anime girl. Yeah, the top one. The top one. Yeah. Let it cook for a second.
Yeah, I mean this is the preamble. Teacher Guadu. Hell yeah!
I got you.
If y'all have any animal eating videos, comment below.
Yeah. I don't want to do the pose that she's already doing, but it's such a cute pose. Maybe like this. But no, I want her outfit to be visible. Let's see. Maybe like a. Like this, maybe? And she'll be like.
Little Devil asks, who are you drawing?
This is a VTuber on Artfight. I think she's a PNG tuber. Or maybe she's just she has a 2D model. I don't know. This is the only thing. This is the only image on her account. So I like on her for like her character. So I assume it's a PNG tuber. And because in the other image is the same pose but with the mouth closed, so it's a PNG. And her name is Nixie. And she's pretty cute, I think. That's all I got. Also, guys, I tried to fix my mic because I noticed yesterday it was kind of staticky a little bit. So I changed my mic settings a bit. So, hopefully
Slay.
it's better. I don't know. I don't know, but yeah, we're just going for it. I think this will be the pose. Much better to oh slay. Holla slay. And I didn't realize it's been kinda yoga recently. Let's see. I think we're gonna do this.
I feel like you should have also done the fake sponsor overlays.
Just continue to this overlay shit that we have going on.
Yeah, I think you should just add upon it.
Okay, well if you send me things to put on screen, I'll do it.
Pixel, send your logo over.
Why my logo?
Guys, they got little otter boxes. Is this a sponsor? Wait, is this a sponsored fucking otter video?
This has to be sponsored.
Sponsoring an otter video.
Whoa! They know their brand. Absolutely.
He's fucking up the otter box.
Oh shit! he got
Happy birthday,
gripped.
Kotaro.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Hold on, I'll do.
Oh hell yeah!
This. Who the heck texted me? What the heck? Oh, apparently TikTok is using a lot of my battery life right now. Oh no. Why? TikTok isn't even open right now.
Guys.
What's up?
Okay.
Yoshi's yippieing.
Yippee! Yippee! Yippee!
Infinite. Oh shit.
Oh, y'all are in Sumeru? Question?
No. Yes, but no.
Is it a
Yes.
beach section of Sumeru?
No,
It's more like you got
And all
special
the
summon-
Golden Apple Archipelagos again?
No. It's like the Golden Apple Archipelago where it's like a separate little area type thing. But it's more like a oasis in Sumeru. Separate.
Interesting. RIP Sumeru.
Yeah.
I'm here for the Klee and Alice lore.
When will we get Alice in game though?
Um,
When will we get Alice?
End of Fontaine.
Promise?
They're
I'm
hinting at her.
theorizing, but honestly, again, I don't want to talk about leaks and supposed bullshit,
Mhm.
but it seems like the Hexen Circle is going to be talked a little bit more about sometime in the Fontaine storyline.
Ayo. Ayo. Ayo.
Which means that since we have that info, it might be super early if we were to assume and trust leakers.
Mmm.
Capybaras look crazy. I
I
keep
know,
forgetting what they
right?
look like.
Totally.
That's like the size of a dog.
Yeah, they're like little dogs.
Do you like capybaras?
In theory.
In theory. Intriguing
Yeah.
statement.
I like how they swim. So, you know. And they're kind of like goats. So, you know.
I guess.
I just remembered another part of my dream that I had. One of the other parts that I remember having, I was just like, oh, chat, you're so right. I should have channel points where y'all could change the model I have, like, say it could be chibi or not. And then I remember, like, in the dream, I went and changed it.
You need help, girl?
I do need help. I'm out here. What's that chupacabra?
Go.
Of the who's to say?
Oh.
Who's to say what it could be, or what it might not be? This girl is being drowned.
You got 2 fauna friends.
Yeah, I'm surrounded by the freaks.
Thank God I'm the only normal person in this.
I'm the only one normal. I'm a normie. It's so evil. Got the little furry surrounding me.
Bro, don't show your patas on the video.
My feet aren't on screen.
I'm talking about the video I'm watching.
Oh, okay.
Bro, imagine living your life as a cat.
Could imagine. I could
Look,
definitely
just-
imagine that. I watched The Cat
Look.
Returns.
No, look, because they just like they have a little canopy section. They got little swings they can live in, sleep in.
Yeah,
They just have this random fucker.
that annoys them every day of their life.
The capybara is not annoying. He is perfection.
I thought you were talking about the human.
Oh, yeah, the humans they walk in.
Yeah, the humans walk in and annoy them.
Oh hell yeah. Oh, her tiny mic has a little capybara plush on it. That's cute.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so cute. Wait, and then... Honestly,
So how did you find this playlist?
you know, well, it was on one of the days when I was trying. It was when I was playing Pokemon, the card game, and I was like, I need breakcore, and I think this was one of the ones I found.
Okay, that's valid.
Because whenever I play the
guess.
card game, I'm like, I need breakcore right now.
That's real.
Guys, this girl has such a cute design.
She gotta. Who else is gonna be serving?
Not me. Not I said the chupacabra.
Shut up.
I fucking love that. I don't think you understand. And you obviously don't, because you want me to shut it. Alright, thoughts on this? Thoughts on this pose? On this what we have.
I like it.
Alright. Then we will begin Leanert.
Why do baby seals look like that?
What do they look like? Ew!
They got little bulbas for eyes.
Oh my gosh. I'll be real, when I was looking at that, when I turned to actually look at it, I like didn't realize that there was fur on it. I was like, why is there mucus on your screen? Why is there
A little
moving
ball of
mucus?
mucus?
Literally, that's literally like a creature from Scorn. That's literally Scorn.
Leave him alone.
Just make it a bit more
bro.
fleshy.
He can't help looking like that.
Yes, you can. It's called plastic surgery.
My mom just said, "Are the tacos ready?" And then the word?
That's so interesting.
Bro, they look like they're about to cry.
I'll tell you what Biff looks like. You gonna be lurking? Alright, thank you, Hyper. Let's see. I need to do this.
Same. Oh, he got bigger.
Opera GX's mod beta version is done and up. You can finally talk Ayo. Gotta look at in
Ayo.
person. Thank you. I'll need the luck. Absolutely, I'll need luck. Drawing is so hard. Ah. Let's see.
He's happy. Happy.
Happy. Boop, 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 boop.
Oh, they look like they look like they're crying.
Yeah, isn't it funny? Isn't it so
Do
silly?
you know someone whose favorite animal is a seal?
Um, like
Dox
personally?
them. Yeah. Who chooses this? No offense to seal likers. They're cute.
Doesn't Snuffy like seals a lot?
Sorry with the music.
Snuffy has a seal model.
Oh
Like
yeah, that's
literally. Yeah.
I forgot.
You forgot? But there's your answer, Snuffy, the VTuber. I don't have an answer for anyone personally because I feel like everyone that I know likes fauna and cats.
So-called free
So
thinkers, so they choose their
yeah.
favorite animal.
Yeah.
I mean, as a kid, I used to really like penguins. Like a freak.
Yeah, fucking penguin. Do you think there is a reality where you were a penguin furry?
No.
Nah,
What the fuck is this song?
I don't know. Hello.
Hey, so I won't lie. I cannot be in here further. My brother just said my food's ready, and then my mom said if the tacos aren't ready in T-9 minutes, I'm gonna fucking kill someone. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay, everyone, wish me luck, cause I might be
Gumper Ruby.
dead.
Well, Pixel is just you and me, baby.
Hey yo, hello.
Hi. So, what's happening in this Genshin event, huh?
You know,
Yeah?
Genkin.
Yeah, chat's only getting a little vertical screen of it. I'm not changing the fucking settings for
Oh,
that.
it's so corrupt.
It's very corrupt. But it's the most important part. It's the middle of the screen. So it's fine.
Oh, totally.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's fine, guys, it's fine. Let's see. Let's do this, and then we'll go ahead and sort the light art. The light art.
Oh, I don't know if it. I think it froze.
Oh, it's because I minimized Discord.
Interesting.
I mean, it's just minimizing Discord on y'all.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, do
I've
I want...
been enjoying this event a lot.
Yeah. What's the story? What's happening in it?
Hold on.
Oh. Guess we gotta hold. Let's see.
It's another like Klee wants to go on vacation thing because her mom sent her a letter story.
Mm-hmm.
But so like we go to the desert. What? No, I missed one of the.
Bro.
Missed the last particle. She went to the little desert and then she was like, "Oh, my mom's friend is in the desert." And then they went inside like a little
Was that
bottle.
Kokomi on screen, by the way? Am I hallucinating?
Yeah, Kokomi's here.
Why is Kokomi here?
She just pulled up.
She's just like, oh, hey, guys.
No, literally, it was like super random. She was just like, "Hey." She's like, "I need to go on vacation after the war."
My name is Watatsumi Kokomi, leader of
It's not her
Watatsumi
name.
Island. What's her full name?
Sanka no Miya.
There it is, yeah. It's been a while.
Sanka no Miya Kokomi.
Leader of Watatsumi Island.
And I'm on vacation.
Literally. This. I'm kind of really liking this brush. Like a lot that I use for the sketching. I kind of want to use it for Outline 2 a little bit, maybe. Maybe I'm finally getting in the groove of this freaking program. Let's see. Open image in new window. Open image in new tab. Yes. Need like. Let's see her face. Alright. She's so cute. This girl's so cute.
She eats.
No, literally. Literally eating. But I also need to make her eyes more accurate. What she actually is looking like.
Challenge failed. Cringe.
You failed the challenge?
Yeah, I missed the last particle, remember?
Oh. I forgot about that.
Yeah, interesting. Guys, see how she doesn't pay attention to me?
Yeah. I mean, what? One. This line isn't doing what I want. Probably because I'm using a huge brush for it. Like a fuel. Oh, she has fangs. Oh, that's so epic. She kind of slaying. Slaying the slay away. Let's see. Oh yeah, I also think about music, huh? Since Oz left us. Let's see. What music do I got? Ooh. Here we go. Alright, I'll probably have to turn it down. I'll turn it down a little bit. Alright. Here we go. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe I will make this for smaller. Oh yeah, this song fucks so hard, Ender. I hope you're ready. The song, I love this. It's one of my favorite Vocaloid songs. I found out like 2 a.m. Wait, I should put YouTube up as well. So stupid screens. Name's Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Whoa.
Not even Jeremy. If it was Jeremy, that would be
Why?
Right? Like, what means that?
It's the same as like. That's the same as like being look Kaylee, but it's like the G and H. Kaylee.
Yeah, if you have this name, I'm sorry.
James Jeroni.
Brony.
Yeah, Brony. Wow, 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 wow. They're so cute. Bum, 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 bada, bum, ba, bum, bada, ba, bum. It's too late. Okay. Bum ba-rum ba bum ba-rum ba bum ba-rum. Do I need to do. She has a little. So her hair goes up like that. Let's see. Oh no! Give me this line! I don't know if I like this line. That's a little bit better. If I do it like this. Okay. If I erase this line. Alright. I can accept this.
Look at this. The way they framed this, it makes Klee look taller than Kokomi.
No, literally, Klee looks huge.
She's like, hello?
No, literally massive. She got a big ol' head.
Yeah.
Big head syndrome. Well, if Miyashita you ever start copywriting his songs, I think I'd be fucked. I'd be so fucked. Huh? I turned down the music. Huh?
The music in the Genshin event right now goes hard.
Hey, yo. I'm trying to like Discord audio so I can hear you. Oh, no, I do like those lines.
インターネットエンジェルという現象は仮定された遊戯交流伝統の可愛い虹色の照明です。ぽい。あらゆる透明なアカウントの複合体そのクソ神クソクシュクシュな現実を忘れさせてあげる慈愛の天使。大丈夫もう何も怖くないからそんな SNS 抜け出して二人で海を見に行くぞ。インターネットやめろ。わかる真似をして何も知らないね。あなた何が悲しいの何が寂しいの聞こえてる。人が恋しくて人が嫌すぎてループ夜が好きなのに一人じゃ寒くて震えてる。本当は幸せを知っているのに不幸なふりやめられないね。
Ain't bad, I think. I think it's looking okay so far.
アンチに負けず小さにこびずどんなに努力を重ねても点数だけは自己給金。いやもうすでにメイクはと地獄なさでもいいですね。偽善者トラップ組むのいいとこんなに苦しいはずなのにインターネットがやめられないな。駆け巡るエクスタシー溶けるナイスに
Oh shit, I forgot. Maximize the screen again. I'm forgetting.
それでも私はこのカオスをオタクと歩む。ここにしかない光景を見つけに行くから。あんなに恐ろしい乱れたインターネットからこの雪みたいに美しい特典波が来た。
Be a chill stream today.
カウンセリングを受けたの。先生からネットをやめろって言われて、もうお前らと会えないと思った瞬間胸が苦しくてリアルな声でここがいいって思ったの。
Chill stream. Let me put that in.
こんな私を見て
Let's scribble like a chill stream today.
もう細かいことはどうでもいいね。せーのインターネットサイト走るエクスタシー甘い夢を見せてマイスに指先走る青白いモニター越しの光を通しオタクの孤独を癒して回る。私はインターネットの天使なのだ。
Oh hell yeah, this song fucks. Alright. Oh, hydrate. Fuck! I don't have a cup! Hold on. BRB. Here. Yeah, I'll just there. Have this. I'll be back in a second. Oh. Hello? BRB. I have agua. Agua now. Oh my gosh, water's so good, guys. Water's so epic when you use it. Thank you. Hold on. So I can move my shit around my desk now. Alright. Thank you for the hydrate. Alright. Let's roll. Let's see, this will go with this probably. And then it'd be like that. Then over here, like this. And then oh, it's only one. Okay. And there's probably a tiny one underneath. I like the big one I drew though. Alright, let's roll. Maybe I need to change this one more. Right, and then this here. And then we'll do the one that's underneath. Ew. And then we have this. And then oh, hey. This is nice so far, okay. We can do a little there. And then there. And then she has little suspenders, which look real cute. And I'll do them like that. Alright, and we'll do the little suspender mark like there. And then, let's see. Little gap here. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Like this, and line, please. And then a line here. Wow, this jacket is so cute. It's so big. Wow. She's so cute. This girl's so cute, guys. Messed up. We got a little bum, bum, bum. This going on. And same on the other side. Alright, and then let's see what else. these lines. Okay. So we got. And then this. Alright, and then there is one of these over here. Nice. Alright, so it goes up like that and it goes around. And then see how we can add them. Oh, we could probably remove some of the spikes. We'll just redraw the spikes. Let's keep this one. Alright, and spikes. What did Kaya say?
This whole thing has been like these brothers are like arguing with each other. Please, like, don't fight. And then Kaya's like, "You're right, Kuli. Our relationship is much better than these guys."
Love that.
Yeah, I tend not to like Kaya, but he's been alright.
You're warming up to him a bit?
I guess. It's like he went from trying to kill a child in the manga to being very protective of the child.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure we've all had those days where we want to kill a child. This singular spike over here is being problematic. You hear that spike? You're problematic. This would be the easiest solution. Right. Switch. Okay, let's go. I don't want to do this.
I'm trying to fix these guys' family issues.
Literally. They're going through it. Is Biff taking up too much of the screen action now that I think about it?
He is pretty
He's pretty juicy today. Here, Biff, shrink a bit. Here, be under my boobs. I'll put him over here.
I will say,
yeah?
this event is making me think of Genshin.
Ayo.
It's like I'm just like, imagine though.
Only if. Hold on. No. This image is gone. Will it come back if I go back? Wow. An email. Okay. Okay. Back here. Let's see. I got too many notifications on my phone. Alright. Lettuce. Whoa. Yeah, I think we're ready for coloring on her. Yeah, I think it's coloring time. It's coloring time! I need an audio clip of Monokuma saying it's coloring time.
Yeah.
You know,
You should get the what's it called? Where the voice actors do the little.
Oh my god, yeah, absolutely, I should do that. Like, this is her actual skin tone. Yeah, she is Pale. I want to deal with the whole thing of this program hating when I try to bucket tool. I want to deal with that. I don't think I do. I think I'll just color it by hand.
Yeah.
I don't understand this program's coloring bucket tool yet. So one day I will. What day is not today, I don't think. One day I will. But today is not that day.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay, next one is her.
BRB.
Okay. I think my sister's here. Why is it? I think my sister's in town. Hello? He's used a selection wand with the gap closed for thin lines. One pixel. Ooh. So like, I think, because whenever I try to use that, it, like, never actually does a selection. Like, I don't know how to explain. Like, this is my first week using Clip Studio, so it could be maybe my settings are wrong. And I'll try it right now. Where is it? Where's bucket tool? There it is. So like, then close and fill. So like, cause does it need to be like, can it not be like a loop that I make? Cause whenever I make a loop like this, it doesn't. And then even if I like go around like a whole object, it doesn't. So I don't know. And maybe I need to have the line art layer like have like the little lighthouse thing right here. Alright, so I try that. Even when I do that, like, it doesn't do what I want. What? What? Huh? So then why not this one? So why not this one? See, I don't understand. I don't understand what this is. Wait, it did the inside of it. Huh? Why? Can you not feel... I'm confused. I'm confused by this program, guys. I'm so lost. I'm so lost. Oh, so now the selection one you use is the one that looks like a wand tool. Never use a bucket. Ah, I would use the actual wand tool. Okay. Here it is. So Let's see, refer to. So yes, so refer to this layer. So like this, and then you like color it in, or do you use the bucket? And then the selection increase. Oh wait, and then selection increase is where is the selection increase at on this? Fill up vector path for multiple. Area scaling? Is this it? Tolerance? Is it tolerance? Yeah, so before selecting the area you want to do areas. Okay. So I will deselect. So area scaling. So I'll do by 2. Okay. Thank you, Hollow. Hollow, you're saving lives right now. You're saving little poor lives that don't know what's happening. And then can I like do multiple? Can I like? Hey yo, okay. But also clicked there, and then do you go in with this like huge and like color like that? Is that your tactic? Hollow, you're so epic. I don't know anything yet about this program. So I like this week. So on Monday, okay, on Monday was my last day. It was my first day using this program. And before this, I've only ever used like Metabang. So this is a very, very, very different program than Metabang. So I am struggling quite a bit over her to learn. So if you have any tips or tricks, I would love to know. Absolutely. Select multiple areas. There's an arrow box under the brush preview. There's no stacking. So it's okay. Okay. I'll do I think it's okay like this for right now. So like this. Okay, so I didn't do that correctly. But I'll just color over her. So like the top where it's a selection mode. Okay, yeah, so bam. Selection mode. So there's add to selection. Oh. And then remove from selection. Can I? Oh, okay. And then you can like pick more, be more picky with it. Interesting. That's such a nice feature. Wow. This makes it so much easier. What the fuck? Oh my goodnesses. You know, literally, like, coming to this program after using Metabang for so long, has been, like, insane. Cause, like, this, like, entire area wants to be clipped instead of, like, just a little bit, it's okay. But, like, coming to, like, here after using Metabang for, like, 3 years is, like, kind of wild. I used Metabang ages ago. It's like, yeah, it's like, because with Metabang, you know, like, in Metabang, that's where, like, one of the things I hate the most about 2 years, whoa. Yeah, like, one of the things I hate the most about Metabang, which is why I switched, is that, like, the symmetry tool, well, like, one, community brushes don't exist anymore there, and in order to get, like the symmetry tool, which isn't on the PC version, like, maybe it was on the, like, the tablet version, but on the PC version of Metabang, there is no, symmetry tool, and it's, like, a brush you have to go download, but the brush doesn't let you change what style of brush it is, it's just, like, a simple pen tool. So, like, all the models I made, like, while using Metabang, all have, like, this like, really thick outline, like, pen brush, which, I mean, is fine. I mean, like, obviously, I mean, it turns out well, but, you know, I prefer using, like, the watercolor brush and stuff. or like ones that are textured like this. Like this texture is so nice. It's so nice. Like it made me like, oh my gosh. Wow.
Mommy, which Bucky's jerky flavor do you eat?
The
Mommy, which Bucky's
teriyaki.
jerky flavor do you eat?
The teriyaki flavor. That's the flavor. We only ever get teriyaki. Teriyaki only. Alright, let's see. She color. Let's do it right there. Bum bum ba ba bum ba bum ba bum ba bum. Bum 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 ba dum ba dum bum bum. Alright, let's do in here too. A white. Also, the closing of a line gaps the 1 to aka close gap setting. 1 to 5 being smaller gaps and 5 being big. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's like so much more that this program can do, and it's kind of wild. Like, I'm like, every time I like learn something new, like about this, I'm almost like, huh? Like, that can be done? Huh? Like, living without all of these things, I've been like, wow, I really did that. Let's see, so, I want to area scaling, hold on, please select, and it's the, 7. Yeah, clip is insane, and how, no, literally, like experiencing all this stuff, and then, like, after doing metabing for so long, like, this is, like, I think I almost cried when I, like, opened up this program. Like, actually, like, for the first time I was, like, messing with it, I was like, whoa. Like, there's so much that you can do here. Like, it's kind of like BS. Pixel, are you about to buy the Klee costume?
I would if I had the Genesis crystals.
Bro. It is such a cute Klee costume. Yeah, literally peering at the Klee.
I have to update my Genshin on my PlayStation to be able to purchase anything, because I started with the PlayStation, so I can only spend money on the PlayStation.
No, literally, it's evil. It's made me not be able to buy anything while on PC. Always use the click. Just click the border for the UI by accident. You hit. Yeah, everything's kind of wild. This is wild.
I don't want to do more of the event, really, like, without the skin.
That's fair. That's real. I wish Clip was on iPad for a one-time purchase. These guys just draw on computer. Just draw on computer. I know you hate drawing on computer, but draw on computer. It makes life so nice. Life simple with Clip Stupido. Procreate does work well. It's got optimized everything. Yeah. Yeah. It should be. I think this is all of the part that's gonna be this color. I'm pretty sure. But like clicking on things to like color it, like that's crazy to me. And then wait, can I like do the bucket tool here? And do like just like isn't there a way where you can like oh, I see what I did. You're full of tips, by the way, on how to use the program if you want any tips. Says, oh, what's your artfight? What's your artfight ID? Or like your username? We can follow each other. Now totally draw something. Oh wait, the colors is sweating. Give us your artfight. Void eye. Noted. I'll write that down right now. I'm gonna go to artfight right now. Be ready. So I put her in my. She's in my saves. How do I find someone? Make an artfight channel. Oh yeah, you should, Oz. Absolutely. How do you find someone in artfight? How do you look them up? You just go and like browse? I'm so confused. I want a tool to select a faint line just increase tolerance. Ah. Yeah, Oz, you segue incredibly well. Thank you. On oh fuck, close Discord. I just realized I am away from what I'm supposed to be showing on screen. Oopsie. So used to using Discord for everything. What's this? Thank you, Void. Oh my god, Void. You don't even know. I don't know how to do anything on Artfight. This is my first year doing Artfight. I don't know anything. Where's all my shit at? I got so lost just now. I pasted user and replace it with you. Oh. That's evil. Why does Artfight do it like this? They're evil. Here. That's right, I'm a freshman in Artfight. I'm a little tootsie baby. Little bab. Little bab. The site literally they lack so many features. It's evil. I don't know how they run with all the features that they don't have. It makes me mad that we can't look at specific specific characters on the enemy team. You know? That's rough. I feel like that should be a thing. I hate that when you look up like specific tags, it's it like only shows you like a few of them at a time. I feel like that's stupid. Okay, that's over here. And tags, yeah, only it's just one page. No, literally, why isn't just a continuous scroll? It's evil. Pixel, you good?
Oh, yeah, I might just do Clip Studio.
Hey yo, you gonna draw? You gonna draw for me? You gonna draw something? This is I feel like I need like a 13-hour video on about Clip Studio. 'Cause I don't know anything. But also I don't want to sit through 13 hours of video about program. A little baby, I can't do anything. Let's see. So far this is looking pretty okay, I think. She's kind of slaying. She's kind of slay. What do you think, Pixnail? She's slaying?
Yeah, she's cute.
She's slay. We'll see. And then her little... They're green. We'll do them in a different layer then. Do with all the green. Okay, let's do the white. Oh, thank God she didn't use pure white. She's an off-white. She knows what she's doing. Your channel made you rest now. Your job is done. That's right. Your job is done. Oz, you can go home. I'll allow you to go home. Yippee! 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 Oh, wait. We wanted to do the close gap, right? Is this doing anything I want? I don't know if it's doing anything I want to. Hello.
Like this.
No gaps. No gaps. No gaps. No gaps. This is not gapped. No gaps here. Hey. Okay. This should all be like the same color. If I did it right. You can see your TOL servant. Huh? I'm so Oz. Oz, I'm confused. What the fuck is I don't know. You're asking the wrong person. I don't remember like any Tumblr drama. Okay, okay, chest. Okay, chest color. Isn't tall. That's what I'm saying. As you can't just say things and pretend like everyone's gonna know. Yeah. Color over her. Gotta do the collar. 6 pence. Yeah, 6 pence none the wiser, okay? You ain't nothing.
How do you draw?
How do you draw?
Yeah, how do you draw?
We start the concept.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's how it starts.
I know.
Guys, why? Guys, what are you talking about? See, I feel like I know what y'all are talking about, but I don't think I want to know what you're talking about if I do remember what you're talking about. Look up 6 pence video. Hold on, let me fucking. See, did Strange Eons do a video about this? Because if yes, then I probably know. Say with Cheek Tumblr. Alright, yeah. Well, then yeah, let's watch the video. Let's listen to it. How dare you make me get off of Gumi Echo to look this up. 6 and listen, I'm a Strange Eons girly. I watch all of their videos. Strange Eons. Okay. How old is this video? Whoa. Let's see, where is it? They're down with this, but yo, nice. You got merch. What a true chat. Oz, could you send the Strange Eons video? Because it's not popping up for me. Unless if it's in the infamous Tumblr blogs video. Let's see. Oh, Izzy made the video? Okay. Okay. Oh, we'll do Izzy if there's a whole video about it. The Tumblr blogger had a child slave. There we go. I assume this is the same video.
If, God forbid, you've ever been a frequent user of Tumblr, you've probably seen
Here we
this
go.
user before.
Yep, it is.
Sixpence, also known as Sixpencey, is an
Wait, here, actually, hold on,
popular
wait.
Tumblr
Here, I got this, guys. I will also, I'll put this screen on. I'll share this screen for everyone to also watch the video. I'll put it underneath Pixel screen. We'll keep it going. We'll keep having up all of the... Yeah, turning off stream for this, for real. Hold on. Let me, get the new, window capture. This is the YouTube. Okay. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
I'm gonna have to deafen so I can hear the video.
Yeah, it's okay. Hello. Let me crop it. I should be fine here. This is the... Alright, guys. Oh, Sarah Z is cool. Or should I have it right here? Oh my god. This stream has so many things going on. Wow, okay, and then I'll move it down to here. Yep, seems about right. Yeah, this is literally how it's just going today. Oh yeah. This is my little TikTok feed that y'all get to have. I'm turning it up.
If, God forbid, you've ever been a frequent user of Tumblr, you've probably seen this user before. Sixpence, also known as Sixpencey, is an extremely popular Tumblr blogger who posts horror-related content.
Yeah.
Creepy facts, real-life horror, spooky gift sets, movie lists, creepypastas, etc. Bite-sized horror content, especially on a site like Tumblr, is very popular. I mean, just look at all the creepy fact accounts on Instagram. Abandoned mall taken over by fish. Okay. The point is, Sixpence is popular, probably one of the most popular users on the site. On a website like Tumblr where you can't see follow accounts and it's more about individual content than creating any kind of persona, Sixpence is one of the few users in the Hall of Fame who has achieved notoriety, or infamy. So why are we talking about her? Her content is a little creepy, a little ghastly and ghoulish, a little ooky spooky, but there's nothing wrong with that.
Little
It
quirked
turns out
up.
that Sixpence is not only a horror blogger, but a hack therapist, an ableist, and oh yeah, her family owns a literal child slave. Here's the story of Tumblr user
Don't we all,
Sixpence.
guys? Don't we all have a little child
Before we
slave?
get on with today's video, I'd like to
Y'all
briefly
don't?
mention that this video
I'm
is
so
sponsored by
confused.
Wingfox. Wingfox is an amazing platform where you can take courses in art,
Disgusting.
painting, 3D modeling, graphic design, film production, animation,
Hold on.
and more. All
I'm
taught by
not getting
professionals,
paid for
industry
this
experts, and
sponsor.
veterans.
Y'all don't
You're
get
over-
it.
Free me, save me. Free me, save me.
Get myself canceled, literally.
The blog
Oh wait,
self-describes
guys, y'all
specialty
don't
as
have a
creepy,
child slave.
bizarre,
I'm so
horror,
confused.
paranormal, and science. We got a
Oopsie.
bunch of links up here. Creepy, paranormal,
Literally.
Halloween, scary stories, but bizarre world. Was that last one just linked back to the Tumblr homepage? The blog may seem harmless, but in reality it's filled with stolen content and offensive and ignorant rhetoric. A lot of the time Sixpence will simply repost things from r/oddly satisfying or r/no sleep with no credit, or will link to a site that's just
damn.
another repost of the original. Insert repostception joke from 2013 here. It's not just one or two posts either, a huge chunk of her content is just stolen and uncredited work. Even the descriptions are copy pasted. I mean, to be fair,
Really?
it's probably because the blog averages about 10 posts a day, so they're too lazy to make original content or
Damn.
properly credit their sources, but damn if that's not
Fuck
a
them
commitment to
kids.
putting
Yeah,
out
that's what
terrible
that's what
quality
I'm
content.
saying.
A lot of her posts are also just bad. It could be considered in poor taste too, as someone working towards a degree in health, tell people that antidepressants suck at working and instead propose that you need to hardwire your brain instead. And as someone with OCD, I think it's in very poor taste to post a story where someone with crippling OCD commits suicide by shooting themselves and end up shooting out the OCD and making a full recovery. The blog has multiple posts going, ooh, look at the spooky drawing made by someone with schizophrenia, isn't this a scary drawing? Similarly, the majority of
Yogo?
the creepypastas she posts are just, this guy is a serial killer. But it turns out he was a serial killer because he had schizophrenia. So, yeah.
Hi, Needless. We're
Pretty
watching,
scary. Like this short story
there's
she
a lot of
posted,
stuff
which is
happening on my
absolutely
screen today.
hilarious simply because of the line, I left
We're learning
to
about
invite my
Tumblr
schizophrenic
history.
mom to dinner.
Yeah, we're being
Like, is that her
pogged
mom's
today.
name in her phone? Also, the story ends with the mom drowning the author's child in a bathtub for no reason, so I don't really understand
Whoa.
the point of the story other than mentally ill bad. Please upvote. For the uninformed, these stories, while they may seem like a bit of harmless fun, reinforce the idea that people with schizophrenia, psychosis, and other mental disorders are evil, violent people likely to become serial killers. This is not at all true, and while those who suffer with these illnesses do struggle with scary and awful symptoms, with the help of medication education, therapy, and support, they generally just live normal, everyday lives like any other person. Stories and posts like these only further stereotype and villainize the mentally ill who are already alienated
Man,
by
this
the
girl
mainstream
got the
media. I mean, she talks about mental
the
illness
Warino
as if
Seraph
it's the 1700s and she's
color
about to prescribe
palette.
me a lobotomy because they got a bit too excited about politics. Speaking of the incredibly offensive and distasteful way she talks about mental illness, did you know if she started a program with a $30 whole, she'd be your therapist for a month?
Oh,
not
I
joking.
remember that. I remember that part of her story. I remember her being people's therapist.
Sixpence Heals was an initiative launched by the blogger where for $30 she'd be your hacksaw therapist for a month. Simply send an email, fill out her little Google questionnaire with all your quote major and minor doubts, and you get one whole email. Obviously this is hilariously awful, and as almost everyone
Yeah,
stated,
I could heal you
Sixpence
for
was not
$30,
qualified
guys.
to provide this service. Therapists are usually specialists.
That's
in
what
just a few
Genshin does.
areas that
Genshin
have
can
years
heal
of
me with
qualified training in
$30
cognitive
to
behavioral
get
therapy and
Primos and
medicine,
Scout.
and have their own support systems in place to look after their own mental health. Sixpence, on the other hand, was a college student who ran a Tumblr blog. It would be different if the service was free and she was just telling her followers that they could vent to her or reach out for support, but charging $30 for mental health services which you aren't qualified in the slightest to provide is incredibly wrong. In her apology post, Sixpence claimed that she just wanted to help people, and I believe that to an extent,
Her
but by
apology
charging
post?
$30 for the service, she was aiming to profit off the desperation of her followers who couldn't afford proper therapy. It was greedy,
Yeah.
it was manipulative, and it was essentially a scam, but at the cost of the literal severe mental illnesses of the followers that trusted her. Also, from what I've read, it's pretty illegal to offer any kind of paid counseling service without the appropriate qualifications, and while
Yoga?
Sixpence did state that the program wasn't a
Yeah,
substitute
live
for
read.
therapy, the whole thing was
Picking
on
up for $30 for $30 due to bad luck, $30. Listen, we're not gonna talk about what my scouting history is, okay? But I will let you know it's not pretty.
Sixpence made an extremely brief
The
apology
Lana
post linking
cancel
to some
statement.
mental health resources, which is what she should have done in the first place if she wanted to help out
Oh
so
my
badly.
gosh.
So now you're thinking, wow, this blogger, after villainizing all these mental illnesses, tried to then turn around and con her vulnerable followers out of money for a fake therapy scam. This story can't get any worse. If you've been on my channel, you know. It
gets
always
worse.
gets worse.
Always gets worse. It's my favorite when it gets
Yeah,
worse.
you read that title right, believe it or not. This mess started when a Tumblr user sent
You
Sixpence
so
an ask
hungry?
saying, "Did you ever post about the children that worked at your family's home? When you were away, maybe I missed the post." Sixpence replies in part, "In South Asian countries what happens is that poorer families usually lend their child to richer families once the child has reached a certain age such as 12 or 13. The child does basic housework such as make the bed, do some cooking, dust furniture and sweep the floors. In return, the poorer families get paid. The child is free to leave at any time and can visit their family whenever they want to. I talked to the girl that worked in my uncle's house. Her name was Priya and she was the sweetest little thing. When I asked her about how she felt working at my uncle's house, she was, to my surprise, very ecstatic about it. She enjoyed working there as she had enough to eat every day and enjoyed pleasures such as AC, indoor plumbing and much more. She said it beats working in a factory where many children are injured daily and work in poor conditions. If you're wondering about education and why she isn't in school, after grade 5 education isn't free anymore. It costs a lot of money and families don't have that. Now this sparks somewhat of a debate, so yeah, Tumblr users were actually arguing over whether child slavery is okay. Well, I mean it's Tumblr, so you can probably believe that. And while you might be tempted to say, it's another culture, unfortunately it's just normalized over there, that doesn't make it acceptable or justifiable in any way. It's also interesting to note that Sixpence states that children are usually picked as child labourers around 12 to 13 and that after grade 5 education stops being free, so why does her family have an 8-year-old? If education is free until around age 10, why do they have an 8-year-old child slave? A Tumblr user replied to one of Sixpence's posts about the child, basically saying that it was unacceptable in every way. And oh boy, Sixpence kind of blew up. Do you have any reading comprehension skills? I came to this country for a vacation to visit my family and I am witnessing these acts. I do not condone child labor. I did not hire this child to work for me. Me personally, I didn't do this. Honestly, this is why people don't like Tumblr anymore, because some users take people's thoughts and actions no matter how much of a good intention they may have, and they make it seem as if it's the most offensive, grossest thing they have ever seen. You guys need to calm down and think things through before you go around throwing out words about how repulsed you are at something you clearly didn't understand the meaning behind. So true, Sixpence. I mean, I'm not an expert on child slavery, so I really can't judge. You seem like the expert, though. How about you enlighten us? She took such an aggressive defensive stance for someone who was literally being accused of owning a child slave, so I don't know what she was thinking. This made her look 2,000 times worse.
It
She's
did, it
angry,
really
she's
did.
rude, and most importantly, she's clearly defending the actions of her family. In my
What
opinion,
show is your mom
Sixpence had
watching?
normalized it so much in her own life that she was shocked and hurt when other people pointed out that it wasn't normal or okay in any sense of the word, which it still isn't, and Sixpence needs to own up to being complicit in the use of children as underpaid, overworked, and inhumane labourers. It may not have been her that hired the child, but by standing by, doing nothing, and continuing to defend her family, she's being a bystander to an awful, abusive trade. Hilariously, she also started a t-shirt campaign to bring awareness to child trafficking, which is just the lack of self-awareness. After all of this, Sixpence stopped responding to the drama, and it mostly died down, with a large majority of her followers remaining unaware of the scandal. However, there are still many people who remember this fiasco, and the phrase Tumblr user Sixpence owns a child slave has become somewhat of a catchphrase to reference all of the insane and bizarre dramas that happened on Tumblr in the early days.
Wow. Herstory.
So that's the story of Sixpence. A terrible blog and a terrible person. Now, I don't think that Sixpence is evil, and I understand that it's hard to control things that your family do, but she's clearly defending them and being complicit in child labor, which is wrong in every sense. She still has a large following on Tumblr, with her posts getting thousands of notes, and I guess I just kind of wanted to bring awareness to it, considering, you know, that. As far as I know, Sixpence and her family still own child laborers, because I haven't seen any updates on the situation.
Jack Ryan,
and I'm pretty sure it
understood.
was basically swept under the rug entirely. As with all my videos, I don't want people to send hate or witch hunt Sixpence. My videos are always made to be entertaining and informative, and not a rally to harass anyone. Since Sixpence couldn't do it, I'm going to be donating to Polaris. Polaris is a really great charity working to fight human trafficking across the globe. It has a ton of wonderful articles and resources on the topic, and it has a Guide Star Platinum seal of transparency, so you know it's trustworthy. I'm going to be donating, and I encourage you to donate as well. Even a small amount helps. Thank you guys so much for coming along on this wild ride with me, and I hope to see you in the next one.
Let's see, what else should we watch? Let's see. Any interesting video? Woo, Jacob Geller. Jacob Geller. Whoa, Jacob. Do you got any good videos? Meet Hello Sailor. 2 hours ago. Oh, hell
This
yeah.
video is better on Nebula, both because there are no ads and because you can follow it up with an exclusive recording of a live talk I recently gave at my local library.
You'll be back after this
Okay,
video, huh?
Now the video's starting for real. Sometimes huge feels bigger than infinite. Let me explain. No Man's Sky is more or less infinite. A space game with 18 quintillion planets, a number that, while not technically limitless, approaches the number of planets in our actual universe. A figure so unfathomably large that it shoots right past meaninglessness. I can no more easily conceptualize 1 quintillion planets than 18, or even a billion. It is so big that words fail. But allow me to present a counterexample, a game that has stuck in my brain for years. The racing game Fuel. Developed by Asobo Studios in 2009, Fuel is a fairly middling racing game with mediocre handling and weird opponent AI. And yet, Fuel has a serious claim to fame. The game's map is 14,400 square kilometers.
What?
Or 5,500 square miles. This is obscene. I have thought about Fuel for more than a decade now, simply because of this staggering number. 120 clicks long, 120 clicks wide, thousands upon thousands of tracks to race upon in the middle. That's 370 times larger than Skyrim, 200 times as large as GTA 5. It is so big that the entirety of a real-scale Mount Rainier sits on the top of the map and hardly even dominates the space. It is as big as Connecticut, or Puerto Rico. And this number still basically rounds down to 0 in comparison to something like No Man's Sky or Elite Dangerous. But it sure doesn't feel like 0 when you can pick one direction and drive for literally hours. It doesn't feel like 0 when you watch one biome gradually melt into another over the course of miles of road.
Whoa.
You might have recognized the name Asobo Studios from another game. They went on to develop Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, a game that literally contains a 1-to-1 scale model of the Earth, one of the most staggering technical achievements I've ever seen. In hindsight, Fuel seems like a test run for this, a huge game created using a mix of procedural generation and satellite imagery that can somehow
the Silent Hill soundtrack
run on
right
console.
now.
And while I love Flight Simulator and have written about it at length, I think this makes Fuel the stranger cultural object. Unlike Flight Simulator or No Man's Sky or Elite Dangerous, you don't have access to vehicles that can cross vast distances near instantly. You have a car, a grounded, limited car to cover this landmass, and because your perspective and options are so limited, Fuel still, to me, manages to feel big in a truly radical way. In the decade after Fuel's release, 2 other racing games with similar missions came out, Ubisoft's The Crew and The Crew 2. Unlike Fuel, which covers an undefined portion of post-climate disaster America, The Crew makes its map explicit. It is the whole country, from east coast to west, tip to tail. Kinda. The maps of the Crew games are large, but not nearly as large as Fuel, let alone the United States. To adjust for this, the America of the Crew looks a little like one of those draw the country from memory maps. You can map the road trip of your dreams in this game, but charting a route from, for instance, LA to San Francisco will reveal that one is about 10 miles away from the other. The graphics and detail are a significant jump from Fuel, but in a way that only highlights the artifice. You can hilariously visit many landmarks in the Crew, like Mount Rushmore, which happens to be in a Denny's parking lot, or Mesa Verde, maybe, or my favorite, Niagara Falls, which has been made so modest you can drive over the top of it. Cities demonstrate the same artifice in a slightly different way. Storefronts display what appear to be the average of all possible commercial writing, like this one that boasts 50% off, buy one, get second one, t-shirts, 4 for $5, 15% off. Or this bookstore with a large banner that simply says store, and smaller text detailing that it is actually a second-hand and antiquarian electric. Or this gift shop that upon closer inspection is actually a grocery store, or this pizza place that has, quote, all flavors. The Crew games, while easy to make fun of, are almost certainly more mechanically satisfying than Fuel. The squashing of America down to a handful of iconic cities and the roads in between is a genuinely interesting idea to explore. But I still come back to Fuel, because while its cities are even less compelling than the Crew and its driving kind of feels like butt, there's this indefinable power to just how big the game is. You can start driving through a dried up Grand Canyon and just keep going and going and going, the cliff walls stretching into the horizon. Fuel refuses to make the landscape small in order to increase density and visual diversity. Simultaneously, it doesn't push its procedural generation so far that it breaks human imagination, creating a quintillion planets consisting of the same basic tropes. It pulls a trick far more stubborn, and yet to me, far more compelling. It refuses to fake the space. If you are anything like me, you've probably Googled biggest video game maps at some point and run into your own personal conflict. What counts as big? What's a cheat? What's a technicality? One of the biggest ever video game maps is the Elder Scrolls II Daggerfall, released on MS-DOS in 1996. Daggerfall looks like this, its world map like this, and is reportedly about the size of Great Britain. And I look at that and think, okay, sure, dude. Daggerfall has several large regions, and the landscape within those regions is entirely procedurally generated. The exceptionally patient YouTuber How Big Is the Map has a video walking across Daggerfall's landmass in real time, and the first of 15 videos in the playlist is 7.5 hours of trekking across identical gray mountains.
What the
Each generated world of
fuck?
Minecraft has the potential to be many, many times larger than Earth, but Minecraft is, of course, randomly and procedurally generated. The fact that there's essentially no authorship in a Minecraft world or in the middle of the Daggerfall continent lessens their impact. This rationalization of what feels big and what doesn't is made up and inherently imperfect. Fuel uses plenty of procedural generation. No human decided on the elevation of 14,000 kilometers of terrain. But Fuel's proc gen works in conjunction with satellite data, and the map is ironically small enough that it can still feel huge rather than meaningless. Essentially, what I'm saying here is I'm working more in the realm of what emotionally registers as big rather than the raw numbers. And while I've talked about map size as a whole thus far, I've actually more often found these moments awe at the sheer size of something hidden in more traditional levels. A single instance of bigness shattering the imposed reality of the rest of the setting. Am I speaking complete gibberish right now? As I'm writing this, I genuinely can't tell.
You're
Anyway,
not, sweetie.
A lot of game development is creating the illusion of a holistic space and continuous progression out of several distinct pieces. I remember being mind-blown many years ago watching one of these special features on God of War 2, in which they note that if a piece of level isn't visible, it simply doesn't exist. This makes sense for titles with a fixed camera like God of War, but it's not uncommon for any style of game to take what we might consider shortcuts, building environments based on what the player will see rather than real-world architecture. As digital explorers like the YouTube channel Boundary Break often find, even seemingly straightforward environments like the office of the Stanley Parable are not as they seem. They're essentially games' version of matte paintings or false building facades, ways to communicate a grander space while still staying within the constraints of budget and memory. Because games don't have to abide by real-life physics, they can have fun with this as well. The endless staircase in Mario 64 is an iconic example. Near the top of the castle, the player finds these stairs ascending into the dark and runs up them. The music continuously works its way higher and higher, the paintings rush by, and if you're 10-year-old me, you might run up these stairs for minutes before turning around and realizing you haven't moved at all. It's a trick as simple as it is effective.
Whoa.
Mario is being invisibly teleported backwards almost continuously, creating an illusion of infinite ascension with only
Hi,
a
Houdini.
single flight.
We're watching an
It's fun
epic
to think
video
that
right
even
now.
in the early days of 3D games, developers were already having fun with tricks of perspective and space. But there are counterexamples to this, a bigness that's not simply a mirage of clever
Counterexamples.
programming. One of the best levels in Silent Hill 2, which by
Of
default
course, we're
makes it one of the
back
best
at
levels of all
Silent
time,
Hill.
is the Historical Society.
Oh,
A
yeah.
museum located off the main road. The first few minutes in the Historical Society
Yes.
are almost normal, at least by Silent Hill standards. Photographs cover the walls of the entryway, offering a bit of
What?
Is there a manual, like, blending tool?
Yes. So on the left side of your screen, hold on, Houdini. So like yeah, you have your pencil and then there's the paintbrush. And then if you go down a bit more, you see the eraser. And then right under the eraser, there's like 2 teardrops, and that's a blend.
That's the blend. Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
background on the town.
Hi,
And of
Houdini.
course, your old pyramid-headed friend.
Yes, Houdini. Here, I'll give
It
you a
is
beautiful tour of this
punishingly
beautiful
dark, and a sort
model.
of
One
foghorn
second, baby.
emanates from the walls, but it's not until you walk through this hole smashed in a wall
For you,
that the Historical
Houdini, I'll do
Society
this.
tips its hand.
So,
Beyond the hole are stairs that go down
here you
and
go, my little
down
Patas
and
Houdini.
down.
Here you go, baby.
It is minutes of walking into
Then
the
I'll-
black. The foghorn
walk
gets
up.
more frequent. James' footfalls repeat endlessly. And then, with no celebration,
I know what you're
You're at
here
the
for.
bottom.
Here.
in typical fashion,
know what
there's
you're
not even
here
a
for,
big reveal
Houdini.
at the end, just another office room. Mario's run up the stairs is accompanied by what's called a shepherd scale, a sort of musical illusion in which a series of notes can be made
There you
to
go,
climb
epic lanyard swing.
by overlapping them an octave apart. The effect is
Then,
bizarre, to say the least. Click around on a 10-minute loop
my
of the
epic
track,
head.
and every bit sounds identical, but listen to it
Then,
continuously, and
we
you'll swear
have-
the notes are working their way up. But the tone can descend
Yeah, we're
as
here
well.
to identify the
As Gareth
ID.
Damian
But then
Martin
here you go.
notes in
Here's
their
the second
seminal piece,
outfit.
The Basement's Basement, Silent Hill 2's descent functions in much the same way as this scale. If you listen to a descending shepherd tone for any length of time, the feeling of being slowly dragged down, almost compressed, is unmistakable. It's that downward movement, the slow decay of a sound. How far can it continue, you ask yourself? How much deeper? But the tone is steady.
Very cute.
Its slow
Annyeong.
descent both rapidly
Annyeong.
falling, and yet going nowhere at all.
But here,
Following the
I'll change
staircase,
to the other
James
so y'all can
falls
scan the
from
QR
earth into
code.
the earth,
Here you go, have
continuously
fun, good
choosing
luck.
to jump
Y'all
down
should scan
pits
it,
with
it's so
nothing
cool.
but dark at the bottom.
It's such a cool QR code. I
Silent
should
Hill
scan
relishes
it.
in the impossibility. After falling miles into the ground, you eventually emerge on the shores of a lake. The spatial absurdity is the point, rapidly falling, and yet going
you want the
nowhere at
video?
all. But each pit James jumps into is accompanied by a cutscene and a loading screen. Two embellishments
Thank
that,
you, Houdini.
while necessary,
Thank
remove
you.
us just slightly
Yeah.
from the environment.
And
In those
my
jumps,
pen
a
out
reminder
so
of
we can
Silent
draw.
Hill's gaminess returns,
All
that the
right.
environment is constantly being built around us instead of
ba-ba-ba.
existing all at once. The staircase is different. There is no load, no movie to separate us from it. And as you might have guessed from this video's
It's doing
topic,
something.
the stair doesn't fake it. It's all there, every step rendered in real geometry at the same time. I worked with streamer Brosentia to capture this footage, and his other out-of-bounds footage is more what you'd expect. Half-built architecture, streets that end in nothing, 2D planes to portray distance. But the staircase is just there. This
You
thing
to the
is ridiculous,
stairs.
he told me. Nothing else is at all close to this. And I can't get this staircase out of my head, perhaps because the out-of-bounds footage is just as nightmarish as the in-game perspective. There is no illusion, no shepherd scale. James, in this moment, is walking into the bowels of the earth in as real a way as the game allows.
Whoa. Swap back to what? To the fantasy outfit?
Several
April?
iconic game moments center around nothing more than this sort of transitory
Hypermobile-esque could never know,
environment, the
literally.
liminal space, if you will, of an exceptionally long journey up or
Hey,
down
Falk, what do you
a
want me
single
to
object.
swap back
The
to?
latter after the end in Metal Gear Solid 3, the latter back to Yosefka's clinic in Bloodborne, the climb up the stairs of the Shinra building
He's
in Final
silent.
Fantasy
He doesn't want to
VII,
say it's
the
fantasy.
elevator down into the Siofra River well in Elden Ring.
You can't handle it.
Some of these are all there, as with Silent Hill 2. Some are pieced together from multiple different chunks. All are cool and memorable sequences. When I think about enormous transitory spaces, there's only one that matches the energy of Silent Hill.
Novice Watch. Yeah, it is. It is in the channel points. Yeah.
Years ago, I talked about the indie game Naissance, an impersonal and unsettling trek through an endless, brutalist nowherescape.
Oh yeah.
My first encounter with the game was in the magazine Heterotopius, fittingly also penned by Gareth Damian Martin. The game's developer said in that magazine that there are no invisible walls in Naissance, and thus, no security. This speaks to how I first experienced the game. It is a challenging, frustrating experience. But on a recent revisit, I took this no invisible walls statement as more of a challenge. Enabling flying in the console commands certainly breaks the game progression, but it doesn't break the world nearly as much as you might think. It just keeps going. This mechanical chasm in the architecture is modeled well above and below what the player is ever able to normally see. In this endless row of identical blocks, you can fly for what feels like miles. This dark, electrical canyon has details a player would never find.
Oh shit.
But like Silent Hill 2, it's the big staircase that takes the cake. Towards the end of the game, you emerge from a dense ventilation network and are met with these white stairs, going up instead of down, but similarly shrouded in dark. So you start going up, and keep going up, or at least that's what you assume, because it's so punishingly dark that you can barely see the step in front of you, and you do this for minutes on end, even longer than the Historical Society. So long it seems they may truly never end, and then you're at the top. Like Silent Hill, the space defies all expectations. After the endless ascension, you emerge not on top of the mechanical expanse, but somehow at the bottom of a desert, your forever climb landing you in a place that feels lower than you started. The stairs are nonsense. They're impossible, and yet they are also all really there. Enabling a wireframe outline allows us to see through the dark, but even it can't display the true scale because the stairs simply fade from view. Like Silent Hill 2's Descent, there's nothing lost by going out of bounds here. In fact, the construction is even more impressive, and even more preposterous.
Nasty.
I've found this kind of thing more frequently in
way.
indie titles. The more big and expensive a game, the more often it needs to be absolutely optimized so it can squeeze every drop of hardware power into its intended visuals. In God of War 2, by making everything you can't see non-existent, everything you can see could receive that little extra oomph. But smaller, independent titles, either because they're not as graphically taxing or because they're not subject to the same terms of optimization, have space for all this extra stuff. Sometimes it feels like they're nothing but extra stuff. Sometimes that's the point. The game Babdi, released for free last year on Steam and itch.io, is a game about the extra stuff. The objectives of Babdi are as straightforward as they could be. Get a ticket for the train. Tickets are sold out, so get one from your neighbor. Leave on the train. The appeal is instead the setting, this cold concrete city block that is so much larger and more vertical than the stated goals of the game require. Babdi, the name of the city as well as the game, is a brutalist playground, a place where every balcony can be clambered over, and if you wander the underground enough, you might find people having a trash-fire jukebox dance party.
Me and the boys.
Or you might not. One of the strangely appealing things about Babdi is that as often as there's something to find, your curiosity can also take you into places that end without fanfare. The massive reservoir the city sits on is completely open, and although its corners hold no secrets, there's nothing to keep you out of it either. Eventually I found a pickaxe that allowed me to scale any wall, and my reward was just that, the intrinsic pleasure of finding that yes, every building has a roof, yes, with enough work, I can stand upon the tallest spire. Because Babdi so effectively communicates that every piece of it is real, every piece is there, I never even paused to wonder if the game would get in my way of exploration. Like its entire rundown vibe, the environment of the game feels more or less lawless, that there will be no artificial impediment to wherever you want to go. It's not massive in the way many game cityscapes are massive, it's 1% of a GTA map. But Babdi feels big, because its utilitarian art style implies that every building is truly there. Nothing is a hollow facade, nothing fancifully painted with the false textures of civilization. Maybe the best way I can put it is the objectives of the game aren't indicated by the design of the environment itself. The city doesn't seem built for the player to have an adventure in. It was built, existed, and then sometime later, the player stumbled in. The language I've been using in this video is inherently flawed. I know that. The verbiage of real or fake, illusion or genuine, trick or legitimate isn't suited to video games. A computer is making me think there's a world inside of this flat screen. The whole thing is an unbelievably complicated illusion, a magic trick so impressive we don't even think about it. There is no staircase, there is no Babdi, there is no 14,000 square kilometers of post-apocalyptic wilderness. For the purposes of this video, I've made my scales of realness completely relative. The Historical Society's stairs are real only when compared to Mario 64. It goes back to what I said at the beginning. This is about what feels real, what emotionally registers as big. And in using this language so loosely, I think I've completely shot myself in the foot for the last game I want to talk about. Because the thing about Anor Londo, the shining city atop the world of Dark Souls, is it's all an illusion. In lore, in the game's reality, what we are looking at is fake. The dazzling sunlight vanishes when questioned, the castle's polished halls fall into shadows, and it goes further, because under that illusion is another, kept in a crypt far beneath the throne room. A massive statue blocks the way, only to fade with the sun or in the presence of a special ring. When it disappears, it reveals, what else? A staircase down. But the stairs aren't the notable part here. Beyond the door at the bottom lies Dark Sun Gwendolyn, one of my favorite Souls bosses purely for visual splendor. It is a fight based on illusion. Gwendolyn curses you for entering, and then throws the back of the hallway into the infinite, the statues on the wall repeating endlessly as they vanish into the horizon. The fight is one of the rare instances where Dark Souls transcends into the environmentally surreal, and accordingly, one of its most conceptual battles. Gwendolyn only has a few attacks, and no real close-range ability. Instead, every time you get close, the boss teleports away, giving you time to only get in a few strikes before running again down the endless hallway. After Gwendolyn falls, the hall returns to normal. The end, and its ensuing rewards, are revealed to be just a few dozen yards away. On first blush, I assumed this hall was more or less like the Mario stairway. After all, that's what the imagery basically implies. You're trapped in an endless illusion, run all you want and you'll never escape. But that's not true. Going out of bounds during the cutscene reveals the normal hallway swapped for this. It's a combination of clever framing and brute force of scale. The original hall is replaced with a Wile E. Coyote-style false ending, which is then shot down the new mile of architecture the game just spawned in. And this isn't just for looks. You can, if you are both stubborn and focused enough, take the boss fight all the way to the end of this passage.
What?
You can chase Gwendolyn until both of you are backed up against this brick wall all the way at the end, at which point the boss AI basically breaks. There is a canon ending to this fight, in which you push Gwendolyn's endless hallway until it falls apart, and then you just stand, swinging limply at each other, incredibly far from where you started. This is what's so fascinating about games, and so challenging about this language of real versus fake I've tried to build around it. Because we know it's an illusion. In the game, it's supposed to be a trick, and yet look at it. There it is, hundreds upon hundreds of statues in perfectly ordered rows, as or more real as anything else in the game. Gwendolyn faked the space. Dark Souls did not. The other day, I booted up Fuel. I told my computer to open all the countless miles of road from 2009, and I just started driving. It is an inherently silly thing to do, burn fake gasoline on the bluffs of a fake desert without so much as a fake objective to give me direction. But as false night passed into false day, passed into false night again, I thought about movie scenes with the special effect of hundreds or thousands of real actors, the illusion of an entire world built temporarily for a single scene, the trick of genuine acrobatics, falls, explosions, captured once to be replayed again and again. As I drove through the artificial walls of a canyon constructed out of digital triangles from actual satellite data, I reflected on our ability to understand something as false and true at the same time, an artistic representation that tirelessly reproduces the space it simultaneously abstracts. There is no aesthetic failing in illusion. The success or failure of a project rests on its emotional communication, no matter the strategies used to achieve it. But still, knowing that when I walk down those stairs in Silent Hill 2, every step really exists before me sends a wonderful little chill down my spine. Knowing that there are no hollow buildings in Babdi makes the whole tiny city more enthralling. Every game fakes its space in one way or another. But I will always love stepping outside the bounds and marveling at how the trick might be that there's simply no trick at all.
No, I've been, like, not drawing. I've been staring at the fucking video.
Okay, this wasn't an intentional connection for this essay, but I recently gave a talk in a real space for the very first time. Even if this talk is bad, please do not unsubscribe, because last month I was lucky enough to speak to a couple hundred people at the Durham Public Library in a talk I loosely titled A Beginner's Guide to Game Analysis. Am I bragging a little? Sure, but I am also excited to tell you that the full recorded talk is now available on Nebula. Both the scripted part of it and the 40+ minutes of Q&A afterwards, featuring super thoughtful and interesting questions from the audience.
Real?
Nebula sponsored this video.
Gotta get Nebula.
Allowed me to do so
hey
much
girlies, we're all gonna share Nebula account.
From cooking videos to whole additional essays to now.
I've been putting it off for so long. It's finally time.
It's a healthier,
to
more
actually
sustainable
get
streaming
fucking Nebula
ecosystem that I'm proud to be a part of. It's also, here's the thing you might not know, cheap. Follow my link in the description to get a solid 8 hours of exclusive content from me and countless hours of other creators' exclusive series, movies, classes, and more for just over $2 a month.
What?
Doing a talk at a local library was a very specific dream of mine, but the fact that it was, you know, local left a lot of people out. Now you too can see me walk through how I'd come up with an essay about Elden Ring, make jokes about Animorphs, and answer all sorts of great questions from an audience that you can't see them in the video, but they are actually there, I promise. I wasn't just giving a talk in an empty room. You're gonna have to trust me on this one. Anyway, Nebula. Watch my talk, watch a whole heap of other exclusive videos, support creators like me for just over $2 a month. And then go support your own local library. It's just a good thing to do.
God damn. Jacob Geller. You motherfucker. You always get me going. Ooh, summoning salt. Ooh, I love summoning salt. Ooh, so many possible videos, guys. Ooh, let's see. I do love me some fucking summoning salt. So, okay, needless. Alright, I'm gonna say this now before we start the summoning salt video. So, Jacob Geller. Alright. Why did you watch the house video? Why wouldn't I be watching the house video? I love that video. It's so good. Anyway. But so Jacob Geller is this YouTuber who makes these incredible video essays that like start off with like they like start off with like a major game, and then he'll like somehow bring that into like a book or art history, and then he'll bring it into like an indie game, and it just fucking like my brain is fucking like a slushy. Brain slushy at the end, you know what I mean? It is. I love all of his videos. They are so fucking good. Every time I post, I'm like, I'm not doing anything, I'm watching his video. I love him. I love all of his videos. We should watch just all of his videos. Jacob Geller, Girly Party. But first off, summoning salt. Alright, drink some summoning salt. Alright, drink some summoning salt. Because we gotta learn about Mario Kart.
This is ANNI317.
Yeah, ANNI!
He's speedrunning Mario Kart 64. Specifically, the game's 150cc skips category. It involves racing through all 16 tracks as fast as possible, while allowing you to perform any of the game's numerous shortcuts.
Yeah, watch party.
ANNI has been dominating this category for years.
I love...
He got the world record.
This is my like fourth video
2015,
learning about who ANNI is, guys. He's crazy.
5.5 years later, he's still never given it up. But it's not just that ANNI holds the record. Here, this is the leaderboard. We see sometimes in the 28s and high 27s, and unsurprisingly, ahead of them all is Matthias Rustemeyer, with a remarkable 27.
I want to say now, okay?
And then...
So, Matthias, okay, and this is, it's been, oh shit, RIP to that. But Matthias, okay, it's been a while since I've watched a video about Matthias, but if I remember correctly, okay, so in the Mario Kart 64 community of speedrunners, alright, so Matthias came on the scene suddenly and started, like, getting new records in every category, in every, like, single map, and the community was like, we can't let that happen, alright, because they're asses, but because, like, no one had ever had a top, like the like number one spot in a speed run for every single map before. Like no one's ever done that before. And Matthias was trying to do that. And so the whole community was like, we gotta beat him up. And ANNI, I believe, is like one of the few people who like consistently like continued to beat him until he like ended up stopped trying. Yeah. Yeah, no, literally. It was crazy.
Let that guy win.
Yeah, they did not let him win. It was crazy. Yes, Pixel?
Also, I was gonna stop streaming because, I can't draw on Clip Studio.
That's
I'm just gonna
fair.
draw on Procreate, so...
That's fair, baby.
You don't
Yeah.
have to do my... Here.
I'll hide
There
you.
you go.
Don't worry. I'm gonna move your little icon then. Oh, it and her now. But yeah, guys, so like it's wild. I love the herstory behind it. And also it's been a few years since I've watched like a video that talks about that specific thing. So I could be a little wrong. Yes, dumb question. Unrelated to anything, yes. What is your dumb question? Yes. But yeah, it's been a while since I've like listened to it, so I don't remember completely if that is completely accurate. I might be wrong, and that's why I'm not a historian. A historian. What those little character that will walk across your stream? You mean like on Twitch?
I was gonna be like the dinosaur when you get your PC off.
No, there's it's a on Twitch there is a oh god, what is it called? A Shimeji. Whoa. Aldo knows everything. Yeah, I think there's like but there's like one for like Twitch where like chat can have their own little guy. I was thinking about doing that. Also, do y'all want the video to be here or do y'all want it to be up in the corner?
Browser extension. Oh.
Yeah, there should be a browser extension. There should be a browser extension for it, but on Twitch. You say corner? Yeah, I want top corner. I'll take the most statements. So do we want to, oh, we can have it like right above the chat. Right above the chat screen. We can have it over my face. What are we feeling?
That was good in the top left.
Okay, in the top left? Okay. I'll do it like right here. A little out of the corner just to be an ass. Alright. Yeah, we'll have it there. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna continue the video. Y'all can work on the Shimeji.
Then there's ANNI, making a joke of the competition.
Yeah, so ANNI is so fucking hyped.
This category had been for the better part of a decade.
Yeah.
And a big reason why is because during that time, hardly anything new had been found. Mario Kart 64 had established shortcuts, many of which had been discovered literal decades ago. There'd been a few minor improvements, but by 2020, there'd been nothing substantial for years. Sure, every now and then a random internet user would claim to have found something, but there was always some issue. It didn't actually save time, or had been found already, or was flat out fake. So, With no improvements, ANNI was able to dominate. Nobody could catch up to him without new strategies. And this brings us to August 2nd, 2020. ANNI was doing attempts to improve his own world record when suddenly he gets a message from somebody new, claiming to have made a large discovery.
How can you send me a video of a large discovery? Post it on Discord? I don't know.
This had happened before. Just another random viewer trying to get the streamer's attention.
I gotta see what this guy's large discovery is.
But still, he had to take a look, just so he could rule it out and get back to his attempts.
Yeah. This is actually... Holy cow. This is an actual new shortcut. What?
ANNI didn't know it yet, but this discovery was the first of several. And his world record, it was about to become very vulnerable. This is his quest to hang on to it.
God, I love summoning salt.
But first, I want to tell you about this video's sponsor, Opera GX. Opera GX is basically the speedrunner's version of a web browser. They found some of the biggest time saves in browsing history.
I love summoning salt.
Because Chrome or Firefox is using too much memory? Well, you can perform a trick called lag skip. By using GX control in Opera GX, you'll reduce slowdowns and save precious time. But what about having to import all your settings and bookmarks from your previous web browser? Well, Opera GX found a skip for that too. By utilizing their quick import tool, you skip wasting time and instantly have everything transferred over. They've also got GX mods, where you can quickly modify background music, keyboard and tab sounds, browser and wallpaper visuals, and much more.
I was showing how to do it. I'll skip.
Then there's GX Corner, where you can stay up to date on gaming releases and uploads from your favorite YouTubers. The 11th track in the run. Or a viewer who had never posted in chat before today from your favorite YouTubers. See their 12 latest videos only by using my dedicated tracking link.
You're having too much fun with
it,
it,
If you want the fastest and best browsing experience, download Opera GX using my link in the description and pinned comment. ANNI's mind was blown. His chat was losing their minds.
Yeah.
And it all stemmed from Forest64, a viewer who had never posted in chat before today. This is what was on the video that Forest sent to ANNI. Royal Raceway, the 11th track in the run. Forest immediately turned around at the start and drove over some grass, then grabbed an item, triple red shells. He then drove back across the finish line and carefully positioned himself. He fired a red shell, precisely drove into it, and was launched on top of the wall. Lakitu set him down behind the finish line, and the game counted it as a lap. Forest repeated this twice, skipped 2 more laps, and just like that, one of the game's longest courses was finished in just 1 minute. Royal Raceway did have shortcuts before this, but they were relatively minor.
Some FNAF speedrun, ayo.
40. So as soon as ANNI saw this video, he knew the run was changing forever. Perhaps even more curious than the shortcut itself was the guy who discovered it. He was simply known as Forest64.
Yeah, some random dude in the chat just found it.
In the past, when shortcuts were found, it was usually by an established expert, either a tool-assisted speedrunner or a player with thousands of hours in the game. But Forest? Nobody in the community had heard of him before. Well, Forrest first played the game in 2017, but didn't submit his runs since he played on Wii U Virtual Console, which was banned. He began tassing the game for fun and became an expert on how the game's shortcuts worked. He was perfectly happy staying in the background and not interacting with the community. But then he found the Royal Raceway shortcut and felt compelled to tell people about it. So he did. The inner workings of this shortcut are quite complicated, but here's a rundown of it. By driving over certain regions away from the main track, like this part of the grass, the game sees that you've skipped over a decent portion of the track, and it responds by storing your current position in memory. If you then land on specific polygons, like the top of the wall, the game takes the position stored in its memory to determine where you are. So, Lakitu sets you down near the grass where your position is stored, the game thinks you've driven a full lap, and you can drive forward to complete it. This was a miracle. Look, random people claim things all the time on the internet, especially when it comes to speedrunning. But this random guy, Forrest64, had actually found something. It was incredible.
Oh, yo,
And
he's an
Mario
ad for
Kart
probably
64
playtime?
would probably never
Whoa!
see something like
That's
this again.
slay.
If it
Speedrunners
didn't
are so
happen
cool.
again the very next day. On August 3rd, 2020, someone else sent a private message. It was another guy that nobody in the community had heard of before. And once again, he was claiming that he'd found a new shortcut. And guess what?
Oh, that's
he
cool.
was absolutely right.
I have a
Rainbow
there's
Road.
a person
Just like the last
who does
shortcut,
stuff like
you
challenges
turn
like that.
around
That's
at the
really
start
cool.
and go grab red shells. You then drive forward and
Hey, you get
stop
ready?
next to the finish line.
Let's see.
By firing a red shell behind you, then driving into it, you tumble over the edge in front of the finish line. After you fall for a while and stop tumbling, the game actually lets you back up in midair, and you can cross back behind the finish line. So, when Lakitu brings you back, you're behind the finish line, and the game gives you credit for having driven a full lap. The guy who discovered this one is named Garrett Graysel. He apparently found it one day back in the 90s, when he knocked his friend over the edge with a red shell and the game gave him credit for a lap. He assumed the community knew about it and never brought it up. But when he saw a speedrun where players did a slower skip with a green shell, he decided he should mention it to someone. And he was right. His red shell skip was faster by a solid 30 seconds. It had been decades since an outsider had found a new shortcut. Now, by sheer coincidence, it had happened twice in 2 days by 2 separate people. But while Garrett's shortcut was a one-off thing, Forrest was still looking for more. And over the next few days, he'd come up with yet another one, this time on Toad's Turnpike. The setup is a little too complicated to explain here, but it involves a lot of getting stuck in the railing and driving over the grass next to the track. The end result is being able to hop into the railing next to the finish line.
I
and
hate to.
skipping a
Thank
lap each
you.
time.
Yeah, we're drawn.
45 seconds on Royal
We are
Raceway,
hurting
30 seconds on Rainbow Road,
currently.
and now 55 seconds on Toad's Turnpike. In the span of a week, more than 2 minutes of time save were added to the run. ANNI was still way ahead of the pack, but if he didn't take advantage of this, there was potential for these guys to catch him. So, ANNI got to work. Despite the massive potential for time save, this still wasn't going to be easy. The Royal Raceway skip was extremely tough. You had to time your collision perfectly, or you weren't making it on top of the wall. Still, the world record started to pour in. 25-29, then 25-25.
25-25.
On September 7th, ANNI had his best chance yet. A potential mid-24 minute run, with 3 courses left. But standing in his way was Yoshi Valley. If you get a speed item like a mushroom or star, you can jump over the fence and hit a seam on
More
the
like
wall.
historian.
This causes you to skip
Yeah,
a
we're
lap
watching
without
a
being
historian
placed back down.
video.
Optimally, you want to get triple mushrooms, so you can do this 3 times, once per lap, but triple mushrooms is at best 25% likely. So, a decent backup is to drive around the rightmost path and hit this seam, which both skips a lap and moves you forward a bit upon respawning.
You should watch his video about the Star Wars trilogy Lego
run in most cases.
game. It's really good.
ANNI tried to get triple shrooms, but didn't get them. No big deal, he just had to hit the backup shortcut. But then...
Nah, dude, I wimped out. I'm losing a bunch. Nah, dude, run's over. Classic DK, shouldn't have done it, dude.
DK strikes again. Despite the 3 new shortcuts, there were still so many other courses that could kill the run. They hadn't gone anywhere.
Oh my god.
And besides that, to capitalize on the time saves in Royal Raceway and Rainbow Road, ANNI had to get lucky with items. He needed triple reds, which is only 20% likely. You can sit on an item box repeatedly to get items, but it can waste a lot of time, especially if you get a star or gold mushroom. At the end of September, ANNI would get another good chance. He had a solid run going, but then on Royal Raceway, he managed to get 6 red shells, some insurance just in case he missed the jump. But he ended up going 3 for 3, getting a half-minute time save.
Shit!
Nice. Let's go, dude. Oh my god, I'm saving a ton of time. Here we go!
The next few courses were pretty standard, although falling in the water on Banshee Boardwalk cost a few seconds. And so, he entered Rainbow Road with a sizable lead. He needed to get red shells quickly and avoid big time wasters like a star or gold shroom.
Nice. Well, I pretty much have to get reds next item or it's kind of dead.
It wasn't quick, but he had the reds. No insurance this time. Now, he needed 3 hits in a row.
Oh my god.
I like how chill speedrunners tend to be. They're just like, well, this is so wild anyway. They're so funny to me.
2509.
This
yeah.
was the biggest
That's why they're
cut off the
so
record
cool.
since 2017, and despite having obvious slowdowns, it felt good to make progress. Looking at the leaderboard, there was still no real threat to ANNI.
Literally, I love speedrunners.
Second place, but he was over 1 minute and 40 seconds behind. So, ANNI decided to take a break.
You gotta vibe,
Rest
or you'd be
assured that his
crying.
world record was safe.
That's why it's so hard to play Project Diva, because I'm always like, Rah! Whenever I play
Or was
it. I'm always screaming at myself.
There was now a little bit of competition.
They have a
Neither runner
talent,
was
no,
that
literally.
close to the record, but they were closer than anybody had been in years. In third place was Samek, just over 1 minute away. He'd had a pretty quick rise up the leaderboard in late 2020, and his 2614 featured all 3 new shortcuts. His biggest downfall was the fact that he had less experience than
Yes,
ANNI,
just doesn't
so
feel
his
having a high
driving
blood
was less
pressure, so
precise,
he's gonna
and
come
he
in
bled
have the
time
buff.
across the run.
Literally.
In second place was
Literally
Kazuya.
buff.
His rise was a little more slow and steady, but it ultimately led to him being the second to get a sub 26 minute run. He could also drive a little bit quicker than Samek, but it was still a disadvantage compared to ANNI. Kazuya and Samek were mainly in a battle with each other for second place, but they were close enough to make ANNI return to the game, knowing there was still plenty of time to save. And on his first session back, ANNI got on this run.
Let's do...
One of my best joggers ever, maybe.
Alright, and then...
Oh my god.
Hmm.
Oh Dang, is this 24? Yo. No way. 24:58.
This was the first minute barrier broken in nearly 4 years, and it was all possible thanks to the 3 new shortcuts. Rainbow Road and Royal Raceway were nearly perfect, and Toad's Turnpike saved a bunch of time too. This gave ANNI some breathing room over his competitors, but he knew there was still work to do. Take Mario Raceway, for instance. This is another course where you want to get triple red shells, so you can launch yourself over the wall on each lap. But in this run, it took ANNI over half a minute until he could finally get them. So, ANNI knew he had to keep going. He had just cracked into the 24s. Now, he was going to see how low he could take it.
Yeah, ANNI!
About a week later, ANNI got on a run with a perfect Toad's Turnpike, thrusting him into the lead. He bled a bit from missing jumps on Choco Mountain, but then it was time for Mario Raceway. ANNI could save a big chunk of time here, as long as he could get red shells and avoid items like stars.
No. No. Why? Right, reds. Oh my god. Right here.
Despite disastrous luck, he still gained a tiny bit of time. The run continued to be up and down until he reached Yoshi Valley.
Oh my god.
With triple shrooms, ANNI was able to enter Rainbow Road over half a minute ahead of the world record. He just needed to get red shells.
I'm just going.
Blue shells are interesting. You can do the shortcut just like you can with red shells, but you can't get 3 of them at a time.
Oh my god. Alright, 1 blue. Ripped this run.
So, now he could only do the blue shell skip once. Then he had to go back and do the slower green shell skip twice. This was going to be close.
Oh! It's too late. It's gotta be too late, yeah. No way!
Somehow he had pulled it off. Luck had tried to prevent it, but ANNI forced his way into a world record. And as impressive as it was, this run would be totally irrelevant by the next day.
Guys, my sister's gave me a Pokemon card. Hey.
Awesome.
Slay. I'm getting Cramorant. Yeah, she gave me a Cramorant V.
Perfect special code.
Yeah.
24-19.
Yeah.
Oh man.
More Pokemon soon.
This is a nice record.
This was the world record ANNI had been looking for. He nailed the new strategies, and while there were some small time losses, there were no glaring ones like we'd seen in past runs.
Yeah, I do play the card
ANNI was
game.
back to being
I've
more
been
than
learning
a
it.
minute
I
and a
haven't
half
played
ahead of second
with like
place.
other versus
There was no longer
other
any
people
threat
in
to his
person
world
yet,
record.
but I would like to.
But that didn't mean he wanted to stop playing. He was on a roll. All these improvements came in the span of just 1 week. And while the world record was solid, there were still time saves to be made. So, ANNI pushed onward. And a few days later, he had a run that got off to the best pace of his life.
This run's crazy. Oh man.
This was mostly thanks to Calamari Desert. This course features 2 major shortcuts. The first is actually an intentional one from the developers. Kind of. If you drive most of a lap normally, then go into the tunnel and activate a star, the game extends the finish line into the tunnel and counts a lap. It was meant to be an Easter egg, but speedrunners found a way to abuse it. You can drive into the tunnel from the opposite side at the start of a lap, then turn around and activate the star. It counts as a lap completion in a fraction of the time. The other shortcut also involves driving into the tunnel. You take either red shells or a blue shell and knock yourself over the fence, skipping most of the lap. Now, both of these shortcuts save big time, and ideally you want to do both. That means getting red shells, then grabbing a second item and having it be a star. But getting triple reds is 20% likely, and a star is 30%. So you've only got a 6% chance of getting the magic combination. But when you do get it right away, it saves big time. So, ANNI kept playing this incredible run, and after quick triple reds on Mario Raceway, he had a nearly 40-second lead. But then he entered Royal Raceway, once again needing triple red shells.
Nope. Let's go. Dude, I always miss that first. It went way left. Maybe a 2 out of 3. I can keep this run going. Nope.
No!
In addition to needing a lot of luck, the Royal Raceway skip is one of the hardest in the game. Be it from not getting red shells or messing up the shortcut, most runs that make it to Royal Raceway die at Royal Raceway. ANNI continued to do runs over the following weeks, but Royal Raceway was just being brutal. Run after run made it there on record pace, but they almost never made it through. He was struggling to get runs deep more than he had in months. Meanwhile, Samek and Kazuya saw an opportunity. While ANNI was stalled and not setting any records, maybe this was their chance to improve.
Ah, dang it. No. Dude. No. Dude, why? Not even a chance.
Ah.
No! Dude, I got stuck on the side. Ah, stupid. Oh my god, dude.
Ah.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
This poor man.
Dude, I'm gonna lose this run to missing every one of these. Oh my god.
This poor guy.
The gap had closed. There was just 24 seconds between ANNI and Kazuya, with Samek not far behind. Kazuya had turned into a remarkably consistent player, and he was doing the impossible. He might have a shot at getting this world record.
Oh shit.
Well, ANNI had no choice but to keep trying. On March 18th, he built up another lead into Royal Raceway. Not as big as some previous runs, but still a comfortable advantage. Step 1. Acquire red shells.
Oh my god.
That was easy. Now, he had to hit them 3 out of 3. No margin for error.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
It's about time.
Whoa.
It was officially on. ANNI took a 36-second lead into the Special Cup. 4 courses separating him from a big world record.
Hey, yo. Yo, ANNI. Hey, yo. Guys, no, there's this one that you'll have to see. I love speedrun history videos. Do not worry. I will show you some crazy ones. This is my shit. This is my shit. Come on.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's insane. 23:52. Oh my god.
The first run under 24 minutes.
Whoa.
And it had a lot going for it. A strong opening, followed by 3 out of 3 on both Royal Raceway and Rainbow Road. Once again, ANNI now had a big separation from second place. Despite a massive effort, Kazuya was back to being nearly a minute behind.
Oh my gosh,
Now,
you're literally
it
patient.
was Samek's turn to make things interesting.
Nice. Let's go.
In April 2021, Samek made a major push to lower his personal best. He did thousands of attempts in the span of just weeks. He quickly saw
Whoa.
results. It all came to a head on May 13th, 2021. He had a standard run going
Hello.
on Snowland, but
Hi
after
ho.
3 out of 3 hill jumps on Choco Mountain, he took a big lead.
Nice. Another perfect Chocoman.
Ah.
Wow.
So, entering Royal Raceway, Samek had a great opportunity. As long as he could hit this,
How are we?
3 out of 3.
We're doing pretty poggy. We're watching an epic speedrun documentary video by the one and only Summoning Soul about how ANNI
With nearly
is
everything
keeping
going his way, the only
keeping
thing that
his
could make this
epic
better
speedrun
would be
record in
getting
Mario
triple
Kart
shrooms on
64.
Yoshi Valley.
And I'm working on some art right now.
He
So pretty
went
good.
into Rainbow Road, and although it took him a while to get red shells, he was still in position for a big PB.
Yee. Very chill stream today.
Just like that,
Don't worry, guys.
Samek had
There will be no
swooped
screaming
second
today.
place. He
I
suffered
know y'all
from
are used
slower
to it.
driving compared to ANNI, and took a while to line up a few of the shortcuts. But this was still a really clean second place run.
Thank you for half pat.
Now, they were still far away, but ANNI now
My
had
little
2
goat.
competitors
Yes,
that were
this
closing
is
in.
my goat
It'd be
Biff.
helpful if he could gain
This
a
is
bit
Biff.
more
He's
separation.
super cute.
Well,
You can make
there
him
was
talk.
one
There's
thing he
a
could do.
little
A few
little
months ago,
thing in the
Forrest and
channel
another
points to
tasser
get him to
named
say
Weatherton
words.
had been looking into
Yes.
ways to go through
He's
wall
my
clips.
little goat.
For a proper explanation on how wall clips work, check out this video.
Also,
from
thank you. I
artfight
made my
this
model
month.
myself.
Most wall clips are extremely precise
Alright, let's
and
go.
aren't
I'm ready to
viable for
roll.
a full game run. But one day, Forrest had an idea. If you have enough speed, you can clip into a wall and touch the surface behind it. On Luigi Raceway,
Whoa.
this means you can start in front of the finish line, then clip into the wall and touch the other side of the track, which updates your section marker, and finally be ejected from the wall and land behind the finish line.
Wav you mother.
This tricks
Thank
the game
you,
into thinking you've
Biff.
driven a full lap without having
That-
really left a section right around the
Oh,
finish line.
shucks.
You need the speed from a mushroom to do this, so the best strategy was to grab an item, pray it was triple mushrooms, and then
Whoa.
precisely set up to ram into the wall 3 times.
Listen.
This
I
is
should
still
probably be
extremely
closing my
precise,
commissions. I have
but it
like
can
4
save
models
about
that
10
that
seconds
people are
on the
about to
build
commission
shortcut.
before.
That could be just
Gotta-
what
I
Abby
gotta
needed
chill
to
out.
keep lowering his time. So, while he knew it meant a ton of attempts would die right away, ANNI committed to going for it.
Yeah, I have a lot. I have a lot.
Meanwhile,
of stuff to
Kazuya
do.
got back to doing attempts as well. Difference was, he opted to not go for anything new on Luigi Raceway. It would lose him some time, but it did mean he could get more runs going. And with all the difficulties and randomness that comes later in the run, playing it safe on Luigi Raceway wasn't such a bad idea.
I think commissions, I have
ANNI
the
had
sketch
a
page,
big lead over Kazuya.
then Luna's
Was
model,
this finally the time he could
Winnie's,
put the record away for good
Foley's,
and stop worrying about losing it?
Is that everything? Just only those 4 things?
Dang.
Oh, no, and then Houdini's commissioning me.
God.
I have 5 commissions. I have 5 commissions.
How?
One
am
model
I
from
not fast
scratch.
enough, dude?
And then 2 model rigging. And then Houdini's involves like setting up a drawing that can be rigged. And then a sketch page for pixels. I have those to do. Yaga. Yeah, a lot of stuff to do. Pixel sketch page is gonna be like therapy for me. All of that between teaching. I start work again next week. And streaming, yeah. I'm a busy bee. It's why I don't get to play games on stream often. It's because I'm always doing commissions.
New record.
Yeah. Thank you, Tilt. Yeah, expect lots of art streams soon. If I could stop teaching and only stream, I would.
There was no denying it.
Or if I could be like a
Kazuya
substitute teacher and only come in when needed.
ANNI's lead was vanishing.
And only
There
do
was
streaming,
legitimate
that'd be so
danger
good.
of losing a record that
I mean,
he
let me
had
work on
held
my
for more than
art.
6 years. Kazuya's improvement was
It will be a
remarkable.
mental break
His
from
driving had gotten
from a live
faster,
2D
and
for
his
actual
consistency with
months.
the shortcuts was approaching what ANNI could do.
And
If
fat
he didn't
stat.
act quickly, Kazuya was
I
on a
wouldn't.
direct
I mean,
course to beat
I'm
his
already
world
like
record.
a
So,
part-time
ANNI
teacher,
acted as quickly as
and I don't make enough money to live on my own.
Anything. Now this
I don't think
run
I'd
was
consider
looking
anything a
nice.
fat stack until I
He'd
could like
gotten the
comfortably
time-saving
move out.
Luigi Raceway and a clean Toad's Turnpike.
I
to
can
save
move
a
out.
bunch more.
I would love to.
He missed just one hill jump on Choco Mountain and got reds right away on Mario
blur.
Raceway. Going
This
into
year.
Royal Raceway, this was the best pace he'd ever been on in his life. But it was all for nothing. He couldn't get reds.
I will say though that this week, since it's been our 1-year streaming anniversary week,
I knew that would happen.
everyone has been very kind with their subs and bits and
ANNI was
things.
too close to the
So
red.
it's definitely
So the red shell hit it
welcomed.
with too much speed and died.
Yeah, for anyways,
Had he been
because
just
now
slightly further
all the
away,
commission
he
money and
could've
stuff
hit
like
this
that's going
3 out of
straight
3.
towards a fucking actual
Instead,
computer
his best run
instead
ever was
of
thrown
a
in the
laptop
dirt.
that I've been working off of. I
This was a
desperately
tough pill
want
to swallow.
a full
But
PC
he'd
instead of
gotten
a
there
laptop
before. That meant
so
he could get there
badly.
again. And unbelievably, the very next day, ANNI found himself in the same spot.
I don't like
30-second lead into Royal Raceway. Good enough to once again be his best pace ever.
If I can find the
This was a
same model.
perfect chance for redemption. Just hold it together.
I have if you want. No, I have. Well, see, the thing is, so Reese has like half a computer that she's willing to give me in trade for driving lessons. And then, with the commissions and stuff, I should have enough to,
ANNI had been
buy
playing
the
this
rest of the
category
computer.
for
So I'll be like
7
building
years.
it from like scratch.
Those were the two
And
fastest
Holy
runs he'd
and Reese
ever
have
had.
both suggested
Back-to-back days.
computer parts that'd be good
Both
for my
killed
setup.
in the exact same spot.
But yeah,
But like any
thank
good
you, Tilt.
speedrunner,
I too
ANNI knew
appreciate being
he
an
had
art
to
mill.
push onward.
A model mama.
He'd had some really crazy
So.
paces lately. If he could just get
Let's
back there
see.
and execute on Royal Raceway, he'd have the world record in the bag. But I don't think ANNI was prepared for the type of run he'd have on September 28th, 2021.
Oh god, Abney, are you gonna be okay? You got used to MILF? Nice. Good. You're welcome. You've seen her for months now, though, so... Model mama, that's right, I am. Yeah. See, that's the actual phrase. The actual phrase is model mama. I just say model MILF. Let's see, let's do... How did we make it like? Is Abney gonna be alright, guys? I'm scared. Abney, you gonna be okay, buddy?
No triple mushrooms, but that was okay. Abney had a backup plan. He'd drive over to a spot on the grass, then use his star to do the shortcut once and the golden shroom to do it again. It would only cost him a few seconds.
Hey, yo.
Everything was okay.
Abney? I don't like these words, guys.
Oh, I'm lost. I'm lost. No, dude. Why did I... I'm gone for it, dude. So dumb. When I go and look at my RNG calculations that I did, where it was like 1 in 900 chance of getting acceptable RNG, I got the RNG in this run. Alright, it's a run.
Just one more course, Rainbow Road. But the red shell skip had not gone well for him lately. Good news was, he had a 20-second buffer to work with. If he could just get red shells and hit the trick, there was room for a big world record. But he needed to not miss.
Abney, please.
Finally.
Whoa.
He had done it again. Right when Kazuya was starting to close in, Abney added another 18 seconds of separation.
18!
Kazuya and Samek had both made a good effort, but at the end of the day, this was Abney's category. He was just flat out better at it than everyone else.
Oh my
The
god.
new strategies had made things interesting, but not enough to ever lose the record. Kazuya had given it all he could, but he was never able to close the gap. He was a good player, but
And that is
simply couldn't keep up
up
with Abney. And with this world record, the most optimized one the game had seen in years, it was hopeless. There was
Bro.
nothing to do but watch it sit at the top of the leaderboard.
Oh, that's evil. Until...
Whoa.
Whoa. Oh shit, he got close.
Something amazing has happened to Kazuya. He's getting times that nobody saw coming. His driving is better, he's hitting the shortcuts consistently, and it all culminated in a 2340 from December 2021.
Whoa.
It was an extremely similar run to what Abney got, getting red shells quickly everywhere and not missing a single one. Kazuya was now 11 seconds from the world record.
What?
He'd been playing
11?
this game non-stop for over a year, and it was starting to look like it might pay off big time. Was he the real deal? Well, he continued on a while longer without any improvements, but in February 2022, he got on another run that saved time early thanks to getting a blue shell star combo on Calamari Desert. He saved more time with a clean Toad's Turnpike, and suddenly, he had a 15-second lead over his run.
What?
May I have some hay? Mama,
No.
may I have some hay?
No hay.
Record. But still
You
standing
can
in his way
have...
was
I'll give you
Royal
something, Biff.
Raceway.
Here, Biff. You can have this. Here, Biff, you may have this.
Like I said, Kazuya had gotten extremely consistent with these shortcuts. 5 courses from a world record.
Alright, progressing on your drawing, RAP. Well, but if you have monster energy.
Sippy SMSSH SMSSH. Sippy SMSSH SMSSH. Thank you so much, Mama. Thank you so much, Mama.
Yeah, I got you, Biff. I got you.
There were now 2 seconds between Abney and Kazuya.
No!
Had he not missed the jump on DK Jungle Parkway, or had he gotten triple shrooms on Yoshi Valley, this run would have been the world record. And someone other than Abney would be in the top spot for the first time in 7 years.
What the fuck?
Naturally, Abney came back to do more runs, trying to play defense and hang on to his record. But he struggled to get anything going. This record had been synonymous with him for close to a decade now. It was hard to believe that it might be coming to an end. All Kazuya needed was a run that kept it close into the Special Cup, where he could save a bunch of time and beat the world record. A few weeks later, Kazuya got on a run with a really clean Choco Mountain. It took a while to get red shells on Mario Raceway, but he got through it.
This is gonna be fucking crazy.
He put a little bit of time on Royal Raceway, but only a few seconds. This was the exact type of run he was looking for.
Whoa.
A deficit that he could overcome in the Special Cup. So, Kazuya got to work.
Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. This could be crazed.
There it was. Kazuya had a 7-second lead into Rainbow Road. If he could get red shells, then hit the shortcut 3 times in a row, he was about to take the world record. 1 course to go.
Oh my god.
No red shells. Simple bad luck cost Kazuya the world record.
No!
This was the best chance he'd ever had to get it, and his time was running out. Abney and Kazuya were neck and neck. Each player was actively doing attempts to break the world record.
This is fucking insane.
Was Kazuya going to be able to take the record? Or would Abney's record streak remain unbroken?
I don't know. Somebody stop
down to who could lower their time first. Well, in April 2022, one of these players broke through.
Oh no. I'm scared. I'm so scared. I'm scared.
After more than 50,000 attempts,
50,000?
was the 150cc skips world record holder. Congratulations poured in across the community. It was just surreal to see a new name on top of the leaderboard. Kazuya had cut it close. He didn't get triple shrooms on Yoshi Valley, and it took some time to get red shells on Rainbow Road. But he had left just enough room, and eked out a 1-second world record.
Whoa.
As for Abney, there was nothing to be ashamed of. Kazuya had turned into a tremendous player, and Abney had certainly left his mark on the community already. It's extremely rare to hang on to a world record for as long as he did.
Yeah, I've literally...
There was absolutely
oh my God.
no shame in passing the torch to Kazuya and riding off into the sunset, leaving a streak of 29 consecutive world records as your legacy. He could finally put the thousands of hours spent on this category behind him, and move on.
I'm about to cry. I literally have
goosebumps. Abney said, forget all that. And 5 days later, he did this.
This motherfucker. Oh, he did the Choco Mountain skip too? This dumbass. Oh my god. Whoa. I'm literally gonna cry. I'm like just so shocked right now.
Crazy.
Well, that didn't take long. It had taken Kazuya over a year of grinding to edge out the world record. It took Abney 5 days to thoroughly beat him back. This was a pretty wild run from start to finish. It began with triple reds plus star in Kalamari Desert, and he just kept gaining time from there. After nailing Royal Raceway 3 out of 3, Abney was in position for a massive record. But then he kind of backed off. He bled a bit of time by playing the next courses safe, and then despite getting triple shrooms on Yoshi Valley, he lost 8 more seconds by really lining up the jumps carefully. This run actually had the RNG for a sub 23 minute run.
What?
But by playing it safe, Abney wound up with a 23-21.
Whoa.
Still an excellent record, although it had the potential to be even better. Look, Abney may have briefly lost the world record to Kazuya, but it was only by 1 second. He had still held the record for all but 5 days of the past 7 years. All concerns of his demise had been greatly exaggerated.
Literally, he didn't retire. He said, fuck you.
Sub 23, something Kazuya had never been close to. It was time to go for the kill and push the record out of reach.
Man. I guess it is possible. Okay. It's over. Dude. Dang it.
You literally said it wasn't over till the bell rings for real.
Come on, don't.
I have my first 10 subs still here?
So good.
Yeah. Let's see. Pixl, Oz, Amy is always usually here. The Olive Garden,
No, I barely missed.
Hyperdrive, APOC. APOC, he's never voluntarily subbed. He's always been gifted subs, though. Yeah, Pixl and Oz both have, what is it called? Founders? They both have founder badges. APOC's been here since my first week of streaming, and I think Olive Garden... Actually, I think Olive Garden was here since my debut. I think there's literally a clip from my debut stream where the Olive Garden clipped, because they talked to me in chat. A duration run? Hey yo, uh-oh.
Wow, dude.
Phil, I don't know if you're gonna win that one. I'll be real.
It had been weeks, and while he'd had some promising runs, something always went wrong.
I'm scared.
World record. On Yoshi Valley, he was trying to go for a risky strategy that would avoid triple shrooms, but his success rate wasn't great.
Yeah, you too, Needless.
And
Oh
his
my
Royal
gosh.
Raceway luck had just been
Remember how I used to call you
disastrous.
Needles because I can't fucking read.
Kazuya was still right there. He was 7 seconds behind.
Y'all been here for so
Abney,
long.
but
It's
he'd gotten
crazy.
the
Y'all been
record
here since
before.
literally
Could
the
he take
debut.
advantage of this
That's
opportunity?
insane. A whole year together. It's always good to know I have some people that always be in chat. Even if a lot of y'all tend to lurk. Let's see, we're almost done with this drawing. Let's see. What else do I want to do? I want to, like, add something here, but I don't know. Maybe I'll, like, put sparkles or some shit. All I need to do is make up the time that they have. So you need at least a year. You need at least a year here till... Because I'll tell you, Pixl has been in every single stream the entire stream. I think
he had done it again. And this time it was a pretty sizable improvement. He had a mistake early on Toad's Turnpike when he missed a lap skip.
Yeah, I think I've only ever seen Pixl miss like 30 minutes of a stream because she didn't get the notification. Like, actually.
But beyond that, it was a beautiful run. And Kazuya had just
Pixel's super smug.
His 1 second world record.
Yeah, you were emo about that.
He had actually caught
It was like last week or something too, right?
Despite slower driving,
it was recently.
He had matched or perhaps surpassed him at hitting the game's shortcuts.
August, damn.
Kazuya was the champion.
Damn, Hollow, you've been here forever.
Skips. In the year since this
go to Hawaii and relax. I don't think you know till if Pixl went to Hawaii to relax, she'd probably take me with her.
More than a minute ahead of the competition. Both players have been grinding the category recently and have done thousands
our next
of
vacation.
They've both had promising runs, but there's only been one additional world record.
Let's see what I want to do next on here.
This run was eerily similar to Abney's 23-21. It got off
she
to
has
an
like little
incredible
things
start,
on here. We should
then
probably do
slowly
those.
bled time, partially by playing it safe on a few courses. Only difference was, this record was 7 seconds faster than Abney's run. It's hard to lose a world record.
Faster?
It's a side of speedrunning that doesn't get talked about much. Everyone's excited when one player gets the record, as they should be, but to be on the other side can be brutal, especially if it's a record that you've held for 7 years. It's become a constant part of your life at that point. But it's important to remember, nobody owns a world record. And to illustrate what I mean, I'm going to show you a clip from Darbian. After he set a world record in Super Mario Bros.
Yeah, I remember
Darbian
Darbian.
in 2016.
Yeah, Darbian's crazy.
Telling him that the run was nearly dead.
I want to say also, guys. Okay, so Darbian, all right, on speedrunning her stream. Okay, so listen. So Darbian is also fucking insane. All right, so Darbian, very well-known speedrunner. Darbian invented a speedrun category, where I forgot what the title is. It's been a while, but basically you play every single Mario game, like on its original console in one giant speedrun, and it's an insane thing. And like Darbian invented it and has, I think, still has the world record in it, maybe, I'm not sure. But also recently, and specifically in I think it was either the first or second Mario game, Rosa, oh my god. Hello! Hello, Raiders! Welcome! Hello, I'm Choopy Chupacabra. I am a model MILF, as you may be able to tell, and currently we're doing some art fight. How was y'all stream? What were y'all doing? Hi, hello! Hello, guys. Right now we're also talking about speedrunning history, if y'all are interested in speedrunning, by any chance. But what is up? What is up, guys? Hi, hello. Hello, every pony. Hello, every neon. Yeah, let me show you what we're drawing currently. So, we are working on this beautiful artwork of this VTuber, who I found on Artfight, which is this really cool art, website. Oh, yeah, she went well, thanks. Ooh, okay, you're working on a new icon for yourself. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I'm in an experimental phase of my art as well right now. This is my first ever week using Clip Studio. And actually on Monday we held a funeral for for Metabang. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. But yeah, we just held a funeral for Metabang because this week I decided to stop using it and I'm gonna fully commit to Clip Studio. So yeah, this is what we're currently at with our drawing. Oh, oopsie, wrong button. Here we go. Now, let me hide the speedrunning screen for a second. Oopsie. Yeah, this is where we're at currently. Very, very cool. I love the like all the brushes here. That's so awesome. It's for all your stuff. Yeah. I've been meaning to switch to it for a really long time and I just kept on being like, no, I could stay with Metabang. But what really made me switch is that like so as a model artist and then I do model rigging for VTubers. What really made me want to switch is literally the symmetry tool. It made me so mad. In Metabang, I had to stop. I had to stop using it. It was evil. So now we're here. Now we're here practicing. I'm using Artfight as my canvas to practice with. So yeah, hope y'all enjoy y'all stay. I'm just about to explain who Darbian the Mario speedrunner is. Based on my memory, it's been a while since I've talked about this. Oh, by the way, this is my darling goat Biff, guys. This is Biff. He's super cute. He's drinking a Monster Energy right now. And I believe we have a text-to-speech chat option available for him. So if y'all want to make him say interesting things, y'all are definitely able to do that. But yeah, so... Oh, the colors are great. Thank you.
I am the almighty goat. I am just the almighty goat.
Interesting, Biff. Interesting. But yeah, so Darbian, guys. Okay, so Darbian made the Mario speedrun where you play every single game, like in its entirety. Like also, of course, using speedrun strats in its home consoles and switching the games and the consoles also count in the time, if I remember correctly, for the whole like speedrun, which is crazy. But specifically, and like Summoning Salt also has a video about this, but there was a like huge like Mario speedrunning community like thing where everyone was like, we should get the best possible like time, like as a community on every level, which is like down to the last frame. And Darbian was one of the like spearheads for that campaign to get the full record completely. And like we should watch that video next because it's amazing. That video makes me cry. It's so cool. But yeah, so that's what we're talking about right now. But yeah, right now, guys, we're watching a video from Summoning Salt about ANNI, and how he recently lost his 7-year record in Mario Kart 64. And yeah, so we're at the very end of it, so we'll totally get to the next one in a second.
But Darbian responded by saying this.
So instead of saying something silly like, I think it will be over very soon and it's been a crazy ride, I'm going to say that this game will never be over, and the ride will only get crazier, and I am just participating in one small part of the middle of the ride, and there are many talented people who helped build the ride before me, and there'll be many talented people who help finish off the ride after me.
More accurate words have never been spoken.
You're so awesome.
The point of all this?
So pog.
Be proud to have been a part of your game's history, even after your times have been
Yes,
beaten.
APOC.
Because unlike a world record,
Here, tell this is APOC. You have to fight APOC too.
Forever. This has been just one small segment of Mario Kart 64's history.
Change
Thanks
back to what? to the fantasy outfit? You want fantasy? You can't say change back without telling me. Alright guys, okay, we should watch the OG. You want the other model? But right now I'm drawing. Hold on guys, wait, we gotta get the evolution of the Star Wars games is a really interesting video, but we should watch the human limit video. This video's crazy, guys. I love this video. Yeah, it's MILF week, APOC. It's MILF week. Yeah, we'll watch the Star Wars ones after this, okay? This one is called... This video is titled Super Mario Bros. The Human Limit. Like, what? That's such a dope as fuck name for a video. It gives me goosebumps, guys. It gives me goosebumps when I listen to it anyway. Ooh. I love speedrunning, it's so cool. Hey guys, we gotta do speedrunning soon. Oh shit. Fantasy, woo!
For the past several years, Super Mario Bros. Speedruns have been going on
Interesting,
a journey.
Pixel.
I'm not talking about the full game speedrun. That's an incredible story of its own. No, I'm talking about speedruns of the individual levels, completing a single stage from start to finish as fast as possible.
You're getting somewhere with this drawing.
The 8 levels in an 90% run have individually been optimized to near perfection. But a few years ago, that wasn't the case. Players have had to figure out seemingly impossible
That's fucking reminds me of the like Twilight Princess task speedrun.
Unimaginable.
No, the Twilight Princess speedrun where you literally play like the one where you like have like the least amount of items possible. That one's a crazy speed. There's a really good video about that one. It's like really nice and short too. I love speedrun guys. Okay, y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know. I love speedruns. Oh, hi Hyper. You came back. You came back. What's up? What's up, Hyper? We are working right now.
A few basics. To beat Super Mario Bros. As fast as humanly possible, you start in 1-1, play through 1-2, then warp to 4-1, play 4-2, warp to 8-1, then play 8-2,
You're being
8-3,
a mod, that's real.
And finally 8-4 to finish the game.
Welcome back,
That's
welcome
2
back.
levels in World 1, 2 levels in World 4, and 4 levels in World 8, for a total of 8 levels. Normally, for an any percent speedrun, you have to play through all 8 of these levels consecutively.
Have you seen the video about the Ocarina of Time? Yeah, this Valentine's Day tradition video? That one's a really cute one. I love that one.
Over the years, we actually know fairly definitively what the fastest
that one's such a nice video.
It comes out to 454.26. This was pulled off in a tool-assisted speedrun, or a TAS, where the player uses save states, slowdown, and frame by frame to create a theoretically perfect speedrun in an emulator. By
Linkus. Yeah, Linkus is so awesome.
Faster version of the TAS
literally, Linkus is such a cool guy. If I could meet him and like Point Crow, like I want to get good at like a Zelda speedrun, so I can like just meet them and be like, hey, y'all are very inspirational to me. Thank you for existing. You know what I mean? They're so dope.
Unless something new is discovered,
guys are cool.
It's
People are cool.
physically impossible to beat Super Mario Bros. Faster than 454.26.
Okay, let's see.
Now, if you know much about Super Mario Bros. Speedrunning, you probably know about the game's frame rule system.
All the homies love Point Crow. That's absolutely correct. I love Point Crow so much.
To see if you've beaten
it's subbed him for years now.
Or every 0.35 seconds.
Let's see.
So in every stage, you can only gain time in increments of 21 frames. There's an analogy for this created by former world record holder Darbian, so I'll let him explain it to you.
Imagine that this little castle that Mario walks into is not a castle but a bus stop. And imagine that in the Mushroom Kingdom, buses operate on a very, very specific schedule such that every 0.35 seconds, a bus departs a station and takes its passengers to the following level. So no matter how quickly you play a level, you have to wait for the next bus to depart to get there. And what this means is that when you speedrun the game, you don't have to play each level.
Yeah, no, I've watched that video as well.
You just have to play each
I've watched a lot of speedrunning videos.
The same bus as somebody who did play perfectly.
Watched a lot of them.
So the goal is to catch the same bus as a perfect run. This frame roll system applies in every stage except 8-4, where timing stops immediately upon touching the axe. And so, getting the fastest possible frame rolls plus a frame perfect 8-4 puts the run at 454.26. Now, let's go back to 2016. The sum of perfection at that point was a frame slower, but for simplicity's sake, we're just going to keep it at 454.26. That was the perfect time. The sum of best that humans had pulled off
rabbit hole that YouTube recommended.
457.01.
Yeah, it's such a good rabbit hole.
Behind perfection. That time difference came from the fact that on each of the 7 levels before 8-4, the best humans had done was 1 frame roll behind perfect.
Literally
no more,
crazed.
No less. Humans were off by 1 frame roll in each stage. The fastest ways humans could beat stages usually involved just running to the end as fast as possible. There were some tough tricks, yes, but the task frame rules each involved doing something extra. Clipping into blocks, doing frame-perfect maneuvers, all tricks that humans didn't know how to do. One of these tricks in particular appeared over and over again in the run. This is the flagpole glitch.
Yeah! I love this video, oh my gosh. We're already at the flagpole glitch section,
By
yay!
very precisely clipping into the flagpole block, you can make the level end without having the flag slide to the bottom. You can see here how Mario reaches the castle faster without having to wait for the flag. In some cases, this is enough to save a frame roll. In 1-1, 4-1, and 8-3, the task uses the flagpole glitch to do just that. In those 3 stages, the flagpole glitch was the difference between
That is a
humans
good
and
point, Crow
tasks.
video.
But for years, nobody knew how to do it in real time.
I think one of my favorites
To
is
clip into
just
the block,
the
not only does
defeating
the jump have
Ganon
to
with
be
the
perfectly
single
timed,
stick
but
video.
Mario's sub-pixel
That one's
positioning
so old,
also
but
needs
it's
to
so
be correct.
good.
That's his position within a pixel. Certain
Or his
inputs will
Peggle
change his
video.
position
I
by
love
a
the
lot,
Peggle video a
so
lot.
getting the correct ones couldn't be done reliably.
Yeah, for
That,
real.
combined with needing the perfect jump to get in position, and needing to do the proper inputs once in the block to touch the flagpole, put this trick out of reach. At least until late 2015, when players started to look into it a bit more. That December, a runner named
Yo, Peggle, that's how
made
he
a
discovered
save
him actually
state from a
really?
jump on the staircase,
Whoa.
and brute forced the inputs at the block until he was able to touch the pole. It was the first time a human had done the end inputs for a flagpole glitch. A few months later, runner Mav6771 replicated it and then went a step further, using a save state from the pipe instead of during the jump.
Gotta run to do
This
some
was
errands.
the first ever full
Alright,
flagpole glitch
TTYL.
done in real time.
I'll be streaming for at least another 3 hours. We got 3 more
It was
hours on
starting
this
to come
bitch, alright
together.
guys?
But for this to be official, it had to be pulled off in a full level. And there was a lot needed for that to happen. You needed to be fast enough in the underground to save the frame rule, then jump from the perfect pixel
Like I
off
want
the
to do like a
staircase,
white outline
then hope
around
you got the
her.
right sub-pixels
I'll
from
do
a
that at
mid-air
the end, though.
presentation, and
Suit her
finally
eye.
do the perfect inputs at the block
Oh, I
to
also
clip
need to
in.
do her skin over
Just
here.
the luck from the sub-pixels alone put the trick at 1 in several dozen. But even for the best players in the world, chaining all of that together would be in the magnitude of 1 in several hundred. The community needed the best of the best for a chance to pull this off. The player who was most likely to hit multiple frame-perfect tricks in a row. Who would it be? Well, how about the world record holder?
Darbian! Yay!
0.35 seconds.
Love Darbian. My Darbian's so real. Literally the spearhead. Literally the
On
spearhead.
August 19th, 2016, Darbian successfully hit the flagpole glitch in 1-1. For the first time ever, the perfect frame roll had been achieved in a level of Super Mario Bros. It was impossible to save even another frame.
Literally Darbian people.
Now, there were 2 more levels the flagpole glitch could be used on, 4-1 and 8-3, but keep in mind, with the sub-pixels and frame-perfect maneuvers needed, these would each be 1 in several hundred chances. But luckily, a month later, the community would get some help. Sockfolder is a speedrunning wizard, best known for discovering the canonless setup in Super Mario 64 and various tricks in Zelda Ocarina of Time. By September 2016, he was looking into ways to make the flagpole glitch consistent. More specifically, finding a way to control Mario's sub-pixel value to make the trick possible every time. He had a bot that ran thousands of input combinations at the end of the level, before finding a setup that involved landing on this step without holding B, then holding right and B for 2 frames before doing a full jump. If done properly, this gives Mario the sub-pixel values he needs so he can always clip into the block. This
Actually, question: should I explain what sub-pixel value is? Does anyone need to know what subpixel value is before the video continues? Because I'm okay with explaining it really quick. Explain. Alright, so basically a subpixel value is that when in like a game, especially like a Mario game where like, you know, it's like based on speed and stuff, you as a player are able to manipulate kind of like a little bit of what happens in the game, especially like on things where it's like certain frames, by inputting certain like things into your like basically like button mashing your controller at like very specific intervals, which like basically lets the game be like, hey, wait, what just happened? And then you could be like, I just juked you, game, you're doing what I want now. There's this great speed run for one of the Paper Mario. Oh, the Muttley's barking. Anyway, there's a great speedrun history video about one of the Paper Mario games. I'm sure I could find it, but where in that they have to do that in order to get this specific like skip in the game, and they explain it fully there. I'll find the video and probably link it in chat later or something, or I'll put it in the Discord. If Oz would like to drop the Discord link, that'd be so epic. But yeah, that's like the gist of it. But yeah, I'll find the video that explains it later.
Meant that the 1-1 and 4-1
Thank you,
flagpole glitches could be
Oz.
performed much more consistently. And it was just a matter of time before Darbian was able to match the perfect frame rule in 4-1.
Yeah, it's like basically a tiny little hole that you can like do.
The second stage to hit perfection. 8-3 required a slightly different setup to manipulate subpixels, but just 2 weeks later on September 30th, Mav was able to pull it off.
Yeah.
That made it 3 stages that were completed perfectly. Over the course of just 2 months, the sum of best was taken down over a full second.
Like, that's
3
crazy,
levels
guys.
down.
It's
But
so
after the
insane. I
flagpole
love
glitch
this video.
revolution was done, everything slowed down. The problem was, these final 4 stages required tricks much more difficult than a flagpole glitch. In fact, they seemed impossible. Here's why. In 1-2, you would have to do a trick called the pipe clip. This standard method of completing the level was to run on the ceiling above the pipe, enter the warp zone, and head into World 4. Easy enough. But to get the perfect frame rule, you would have to do this clip into the pipe, then scroll the screen far enough while preserving enough speed to turn around and make it in time. You can see here that if done fast enough, the pipe clip method does save the frame rule. The problem was the difficulty of stringing everything together.
Let's do the eye.
You need to land right next to the pipe, slow to walking speed, press jump for just 1 frame so you don't go too high, stop the clip at the right time, then scroll the screen far enough so that World 4 loads, and turn around to go in the pipe. It also all had to be done fast enough to save the frame rule. Humans weren't coming close to getting it. In 4-2, you have to do a wrong warp where you push Mario forward on the screen, leaving the warp zone loaded while you go down this pipe, and the game is fooled into sending you to the warp zone while skipping the vine animation. This isn't hard to do in real time, but the key is getting it all as fast as possible. By a combination of an extremely fast clip, impeccable movement into the pipe, and a quick turnaround in the warp zone,
You know, I don't know about that
possible to
one.
make the fastest frame rule. But people
A game
didn't
that
even
I
know
do
where
want
to
to
begin to make that
speedrun.
happen in real time. Nobody even tried.
I want to
save
speedrun Alice Madness
That's how
Returns.
out
Oz and I were
it
talking
was.
about this recently, but I don't want to speedrun
8-1's
that
frame rule
game.
involved doing
I
a
would want to
flagpole glitch at the
do
end,
one of
just
the
like
Zelda
1-1, 4-1, and 8-3.
speedruns.
However, there was a catch.
I'd also want to know
Since you
what
normally
a
finish 8-1 with 0 frames to spare,
Project Diva
you had to
speedrun would
save
be
a full
like, but I don't think it'd
21
be fun.
frames over normal in this stage to make the next frame rule. A sock folder setup flagpole glitch only saves 15 frames. That could increase to 19 if you performed it without slowing down. However, you'd
The
have to
funnest
find a
speedrun
way
is
to
finding your own
manipulate
path.
your
I don't know about
subpixels
that.
beforehand. But you still need to
Project
save
Diva
2
speedruns
more
seem like
frames,
hell.
which you could get via a
Like
fast
full combo
acceleration at the
everything
start
as
of the
fast as possible. Like
Mario
I can't.
accelerates slightly faster while facing opposite the direction he's moving. So by doing a small backwards jump at the start,
Yeah.
it's possible to save exactly 2 frames.
Would
But
absolutely
to do
be
so,
hell.
you need to hold B and left for one frame, then hold B alone for another frame, then hold B, right, and A for a frame so Mario jumps, then hold B and right. Each of those moves had to be frame perfect and only last for one frame. Humans really struggle to do
2005
inputs
questioning
that
for
precise.
world record.
So combined with the incredibly hard
Whoa.
flagpole glitch at the end,
Personal best if untrue.
8-1 was out of the question. And finally, there was 8-2. This stage wasn't understood too well, but it was believed that to save the perfect frame rule, you had to play the whole stage flawlessly down to the frame.
Let's do it like
And that involved a fast acceleration at the start of the level, a maneuver over the piranha plant that lost 0 frames, and at the end, a frame-perfect bullet bill glitch. This is a trick similar to the flagpole glitch where you bounce off the bullet bill and clip into the block, but instead of just skipping the flag animation, it also skips Mario walking to the castle. This trick would also have to be performed on the first possible frame to save the frame rule. The fast acceleration, the multiple frame perfect input piranha plant jump, and the frame perfect bullet bill glitch. Getting one of those 3 would be hard enough. As far as everyone was concerned, getting all 3 was essentially impossible. So, once again, the 8-2 frame rule was ruled out. That's 4 stages. Each of them had 1 frame rule to be saved, but none of them were even being attempted. The only one that seemed remotely possible was the 1-2 clip, thanks to Happy Lee's setup where you could clip into the pipe with proper subpixels. World record contender Cosmic did serious attempts at getting the 1-2 clip in October 2016, and was able to clip into the pipe, but he was still several frames too slow to save the frame rule. If one of the best players in the world wasn't able to get this, it was beginning to seem
Sorry, my
hopeless.
sister was texting me.
These perfect frame rules
This
were
roll.
just too much to ask, and months passed with nothing new. Then, suddenly, in April 2017, a Mario runner posted some rapid progress in 1-2. First clipping into the pipe from a save state, then doing the same from the start of the level, but just missing the frame rule. And then, on April 16th, he did it. Out of nowhere, somebody had just saved the 1-2 frame rule. Who was the runner? Well, you might have heard of him before. On April 16th, Andrew G became the first player to save the frame rule in 1-2. He mastered the 1-frame A-press, the clip into the pipe, and the movement in the warp zone. He was also always able to get
my
proper
sister's
subpixels for the clip by
BF
avoiding
got some
slowing down for
epic
even a
Pokemon
single
cards today.
frame in the rest of the
Very excited to
stage.
see my Cramorant. It's a
1-2
full art
was now the 4th
Cramorant
stage
and
to
V
reach
card.
perfection.
I'm so
That
excited to
made
put
it
him in my
just
deck.
3 stages where the perfect frame rule hadn't been matched.
Cramorant.
The problem, of course,
Yeah.
was that these 3 stages went way beyond the difficulty of the first 4. You had the task-like movement needed in 4-2, the fast acceleration and
That's what I'm
flagpole glitch
saying.
needed in 8-1, and the frame-perfect everything needed in 8-2. None of these stages were viable. At least, not without
Let's
some help.
do.
But in early
Yes.
2018, that's exactly what the community would get. A setup to make one of these stages at least a little bit more reasonable. And once again, it came from a familiar face. It's time to visit an old friend. This is 420 Blaze It.
Yeah! Speaking of 420, guys, by the way, we
420
are
Blaze It is
so
best known
close
for
to
creating
hitting
the 4-2
420
wall clip setup for
followers.
80% runs. He's a tasser who's adept
If
at
y'all
coming
wanna
up with
join.
human viable setups for hard tricks. This time, he was
Oh my
looking at
gosh.
8-1, and in November 2017,
Yeah,
he
420.
posted a video of a possible way to save the
I
8-1
love
frame
how
rule.
speedrunners.
The start of the stage
It's like
featured a fast
this
acceleration.
speedrunner has
This was still incredibly
like
hard. For the flagpole glitch
updated
at the
and
end,
has done something
however,
that no one has
he
ever
jumped
done
off of
before.
this step,
This speedrunner
very briefly
is
tapped the
mommy
left
titty
in the
fuck.
air,
Let's
and
hear how they
clicked
did
into the
it, and
block.
it's like the most insane
The
shit
left tap was slight
ever.
enough that Mario never
With like
actually
their little
slowed
funny
down,
little guy
but
name, it's so
significant enough that
good.
it changed his
I love it
subpixel
so
value
much.
to allow for the clip. This was still super hard, as it featured jumping for 1
I
frame
love
less than a full
speedrunners.
jump
They're
and
so
an
cool. They're so
incredibly
cool,
precise
Pog.
tap of the left button.
Let's see.
But
I
at the
want
very
to
least,
do.
it showed the trick was humanly possible.
Let's see. Like the pro melee
The
player.
next step
Yeah,
was
Dr.
getting a
Pee
human to
Pants,
perform it.
literally. Your
And in
favorite,
March
the dick
2018,
butt username is
Stuck in a
literally.
Plate wanted to be the first.
Literally, they're so
Plate is an
funny.
incredibly talented
We're
speedrunner. The record holder in Ghosts and Goblins, top 10 in Ninja Gaiden, and in March 2018 he was 4th place in Super Mario Bros. He had the platforming expertise needed to pull this off, but first he wanted to find a way to make the subpixel manipulation a bit easier. So, he spent 12 hours straight working on it. In the end,
12
he
hours,
realized
bro.
that the
Oh my
left press
gosh.
could be done during any jump in the level and still work, and a small jump off the top step would work to clip into the block. Those two steps made the no slowdown flagpole glitch easier. So, he started doing attempts to get the full level, and about 20 minutes later, he did
Dude,
this.
like. Hi, Aether. Want to experience on the terrible golem? Oh, for real? Oh, what's up, Aether? Let's see, I want to do.
That was the 5th stage down. In a year and a half, the community had gone
Pretty
from
painful, oh
this
god.
to this. The flagpole glitch, pipe clips, and
You ever
fast
recovered from
accelerations
yesterday,
were each
promise?
revolutionary in their own way. 2 stages left. So close to perfection. The community was on a roll. But suddenly,
We're
that
doing
roll
little-
stopped. A year came and went without any new improvements. 2019
Interesting.
came around, with 4.2 and 8.2 still remaining unsolved. Remember, these two stages were essentially believed to be impossible to get the
Let's
perfect
do
frame
the.
on. In
do this bad
4.2,
boy.
you'd have to figure
Actually,
out a faster
we'll
way
do
to
this.
get Mario forward on the screen,
And then we'll
combined with task-like movement
do
in
a
warp
little.
and in 8.2, you needed sheer perfection from start to finish.
Do a little-
Perfection that
a
would
little
even
star.
be harder than 8-1.
Be so cute.
8.2 in particular
Oh,
was
it is
believed
super
to be
cute.
the hardest frame roll to save in the entire
Who's the
game.
lime am I drawing?
And it makes
Oh
sense
shit,
why.
hydrate. Oh, go on.
The frame roll
Yeah,
had
hydrate.
0 frames to spare and had several nearly
Okay.
impossible tricks throughout.
Um,
A certain other speedrunning YouTuber
well,
even told 7.5
this is
million
a
people that
VTuber
the perfect 8.2
who I
frame
found
roll
on
was
Artfight,
It can be ruled out.
and
You had a
I'll have
fast
to look at their
acceleration,
account
a
later.
jump with multiple frame perfect inputs, and a frame perfect bullet bill glitch.
I don't remember.
It was believed that getting
I
all
do
these
not remember
tricks
what
in
their
a
name
row
is.
to save the frame roll
But
on
this
the
is
last
them. They're
possible
very
frame
cute.
was humanly impossible.
They look a real
But
kawaii.
it
Thank
turns
you.
out this belief was
They're
sort of
very cute.
unfounded. For the
Oh,
simple
the tip of her
reason
horn
that
is
nobody
has
had
metal
really
on
tried
it.
to do it before.
Reminded me to draw that
There
in a
was just a
second.
perception that they would all be too difficult for a human to chain together. That
And we're gonna do
perception
a
made
little-
sense, but by 2019, somebody decided they might as well try. And who better to do that than 420 Blaze It?
Yeah, 420 Blaze, let's go!
In July 2019, Blaze It started to create a proof of concept for 8.2.
Skinned
He
him
used
for
a
hat.
save
Yeah,
state
weaponized
before the
her.
fast acceleration, a save state before the plant jump, and a save state before the bullet bill glitch to try and see if
I'll
he
get
could
this
save the
blue
frame
in here
roll.
too.
And it took him a lot of attempts, but with 3 save states to use, he was actually able to get it. There were a lot of frame perfect inputs, but practice eventually led to him getting them all.
Yeah.
Blaze It mentioned that the plant jump in
It started
particular was
because
incredibly
Pixel
hard,
and
but with
Oz
enough
really,
tries, he
really,
was even
really
able to
wanted
make it past
to
that.
have a
So,
funny little
once again,
TikTok side
Blaze It
screen
had
thing
proven that
going
the task
for
frame
stream
roll
today.
could be saved.
Which is why
The
we're doing that.
misconception had been broken. The only thing
It
left
is funny, you're
was
right. And
somebody
now we're
pulling
just
it off
learning
in
about her
real time.
story.
Back in 2016,
Which I'm not against.
when
Good
the
investment,
flagpole glitch
apparently.
setups were first discovered, the
From
community
funny to
looked
something.
toward
So,
the world record
Jacob Geller
first.
uploaded a new
By
video today,
2019, the record
and we had to
holder had
watch
changed,
it.
but the principle had stayed the same. The
See,
person who
originally
put
it was
attempts in to
Pixel playing
save the 8.2
Genshin, then
frame
underneath
roll
that it
was
was
the best
Oz
player the
playing
game had.
cats eating raw meat
The
with
world record holder
breakcore under
gave
like
them
playing in the background. And then it was Jacob Geller. Well, then after that it was Tumblr history about Speezy or whatever the heck their name is, Super C. And then after that was Jacob Geller, and now we're here. So that's a progression that we got. I'm gonna do a little baby.
I got it.
Little baby
think I
star
got it.
here. It'll be so
We did it.
cute.
We got it.
Yeah, Sixpence and the child slave,
And
yeah.
just like that,
Sixpence as a
another
child slave.
stage down. Celebration rang out amongst the community. Funnily enough, players would later discover that Taven actually didn't have to be frame perfect to save his frame rule. With the perfect fast acceleration, he actually had a frame of wiggle room. Thanks to Blazeit and Taven's combined efforts, there was now just one more frame rule to be saved.
On 4-2. Oh shit.
This last frame rule was really quite different from all the others that came before it. As explained before, to get the
You can always add more highlights to things, by the
Mario
way.
forward on the screen at least 20 pixels.
Yeah. I don't know.
That would
I'll
allow
add the
you to
little.
reach this pipe with the warp zone still loaded, since the screen is further back
do.
than Mario is. The key to doing this trick fast was figuring out how to get Mario forward by 20 pixels as quickly as possible. There were two main methods for humans. One was a wall clip discovered by 420 Blazeit, where you tap left to clip into the wall and get pushed forward by 20 pixels. The other was two backwards
We're
bumps
making this
discovered
so
by
good,
Andrew
guys. I don't
G,
even know.
each potentially pushing Mario 10 pixels to make the wrong work possible. The wall clip method from Blazeit, even if optimally performed, was a few frames too slow to save the frame rule. The two bump method, on the other hand, was
That's popular
slightly faster,
anime. That's a
and in
crazy
September
idea.
2018,
You ain't wrong. Yeah, we could
runner
always add
King of
more.
Johnny Boy proved that by doing everything perfectly down to the frame, you could make the fastest frame roll with no time to spare. However, that entailed getting 10 pixels from each
She kind of
bump,
wildin' out here.
doing extremely difficult inputs and getting proper sub-pixels
That's
and
right.
subspeed to stop on the
Yes.
pipe perfectly.
This is where the
Doing a
soul
double
is.
fast
She's so
acceleration in the
excited.
warp zone to save an additional frame.
Okay, let's see what
And
I want to
once
do
again,
next.
a combination of perfect inputs and
Let's do
sub-pixels
the
to turn
horn.
around perfectly.
A little horny fix.
This combination was
It's this
magnitudes
layer?
of difficulties higher than any
It
other
is.
stage. Simply
That's what-
put, it wasn't happening.
Just cut it.
Later on that month, however, Happy Lee showed an alternative method that was a bit faster. It involved clipping into the top brick of the wall and jumping out of it to get back up to speed faster. However, this trick was incredibly hard too, as you had to slow down as you jumped to avoid hitting this block, then speed back up by pressing right, then finally tap left again to clip into the wall.
There we go.
Once in the wall, you had to do multiple frame-perfect inputs to get
Alright.
out of it with maximum speed.
Okay,
People
now
tried
for
this
line
trick,
art.
but
For
it
the
too
line.
wasn't happening.
I guess.
Small improvements
Let's
would be made
see.
to both the two-bump and top wall clip methods, and players tried both, but had
Let's
little
see.
success being fast enough to save the frame roll. 2019 came around, and then 2020. Nothing. This was the one level
Where's my
that couldn't be
multiplier?
solved.
There it is. And then, oh, I could do burn.
And then someone had
burn.
an idea. In June 2020, a
Oh.
third method for possibly saving the frame roll was found.
Alex, I'll bring the lines
At
back.
first, it was brushed off as just
Yeah, I
another
know.
hopeless possibility. But as time went on, runners realized that this method was
And
something
then we're
different.
going to do...
It was really hard. Of course it was. But it gave just enough wiggle room to make it doable. And this is what it looked like. It started
make
with an
it-
11 pixel bump from the elevator. It's normally next to impossible to get 11 pixels from a backwards bump like this, but by manipulating both your sub-pixel and sub-speed values with
I
a
think the
precise
purple
input
worked.
combination, you could reliably get 11 pixels. You could then get the remaining 9 pixels from doing a backwards wall jump off of this pipe.
Yeah, I do like the
The
cut
wall
the
jump
purple
is a
on
glitch
here.
where if you hit a
So then
specific
it will
pixel on a
do...
wall
Yeah,
between
yeah,
two
it
blocks,
is.
the game thinks Mario is standing for exactly one frame. If you jump on that frame, you can jump off of the wall without hitting the ground. That meant it had to be both a pixel-perfect jump into the wall and a
Yeah, we'll
frame-perfect jump
do-
to execute the wall jump.
Actually,
But if
back.
both of those were pulled off, you could get the
Just-
second backwards bump off of the pipe.
Copy just
Quickly
the
entering the pipe
eyes.
also involves subspeed manipulation and more precision from your inputs. Of course, in the warp zone itself, you'd have to do another fast acceleration and a quick turnaround into the pipe. But the method in the underground section was possible. This strategy was once again discovered by King of Johnny Boy, and it was a big one. A few people tried to get this frame rule in late 2020 and early 2021, but the front runner was a player named Nifsky, the second place runner and former world record holder. He had the strategy. He just had to pull it off, and the last frame rule would be saved. It was time to make history.
Let me do my thing. Normal. Yeah. So we need a little.
Oh my gosh! Please, please.
I guess it needs to be over here, actually.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
He's so excited, guys.
I did it! Let's freaking go!
It's Mario, guys! Look, it's Mario! Oh my gosh!
Nifsky had just saved the last frame rule for an any % speedrun of Super Mario Bros.
Yeah,
After
it's
half
very
a
epic.
decade of collaboration from the community, it was impossible to save another frame on any level. Absolute perfection.
We are tied with every frame rule all the way up until 8-4.
Well, until 8-4, that is. 8-4 is the last level in Super Mario Bros. And it's unique because, as mentioned before, it doesn't operate on the frame rule system. The timing ends on the exact frame when Mario touches the axe at the end, which isn't tied to a frame rule. That means that to be perfect in 8-4, you have to actually play the stage perfectly down to the frame.
Yeah.
There's no being close enough. It's the only level in Super Mario Bros. That works like that. The stage itself is broken down into 5 rooms. A starting room where you simply run to the end and go in the pipe. The next room where you have to do a wall jump off of a pipe to make it in fast. The turnaround room where you have to do a wrong warp by scrolling the screen to load the next zone, then turning around to go in a pipe quickly. A water room where you have to swim to the end, and finally the last room where you jump past Bowser to touch the axe. There's a lot that goes into this to do it quickly, but all the way back in November 2013, Cosmic submitted one of the earliest 8-4 records. It was quite impressive for the time, and there were even people that thought it might be the closest 8-4 would ever be to perfect. Even Cosmic himself thought that, titling the video "The Closest 8-4 Will Ever Be to Perfect." That was a bold move. But this was a really good 8-4. He started off the
You
first
feel
room
sleepy
with a
now?
fast
Good.
acceleration, then dashed into
You
the
better
pipe.
feel sleepy now or
In the wall
else.
jump room, he did a frame-perfect jump to avoid slowing down or hitting a pipe. Then did the frame-perfect, pixel-perfect wall jump facing backwards to accelerate faster.
No.
In the
I want to
turnaround
do
room,
this other
he
one, but
only
it's not
scrolled the
working
screen
out.
one
We'll
pixel
do
past where he had to do the wrong warp. In the water section,
this
he
instead.
managed to navigate Mario almost perfectly between the ground and the fire bars, losing just 1 frame on the exit by touching the ground a frame too early. And in the last room, he ran under Bowser to finish it off. Adding this 8-4 onto the perfect first 7 stages that would be achieved years later put the human sum of best at 454.71. Remember, the theoretical limit was 454.26, meaning there was a 0.45 difference in 8-4.
Such a disgusting
half
number.
A second from perfection. But was Cosmic right?
Less than
Was
half a
this the
second,
best 8-4
guys.
possible? No. No, it was not. A couple years later,
Half a
Cosmic
second.
beat his own record and lowered the time down to 454.56. The key was fast accelerations. Back in 2013, Cosmic was under the impression that a fast acceleration could only save 1 frame, but by 2016, the community had gained the knowledge that if performed optimally in the first room and turnaround room, it could save up to 5 frames in each spot. That's what Cosmic did, as well as adding 1 into the wall jump room to save up to another 2 frames. This time would later be tied by Stuck in a Plate, but a little over a year later, Cosmic lowered it even more, 454.53, creeping ever closer to perfection. Most future records from here on out were played on a ROM hack that gave information about your pace on the top of the screen. However, no gameplay was modified, so it's legal. Once again, the time save came from improving the fast accelerations. It was really hard to save 5 frames with each, but Cosmic was able to get closer. Eddie Cat Gaming tied this time a few months later, before GTA lowered it by 1 frame, 454.51, just a quarter of a second away. But at this point, 8.4 was getting really optimized. The fast accelerations, the perfect movement, everything was either perfect or a frame away from perfect. Where did the rest of the difference come from? Well, other than a frame here and there from tighter execution, double fast accelerations were part of the key. If performed in the turnaround room properly, doing another fast acceleration immediately after the first would bring Mario up to speed 1 frame faster.
Watch this whole video, then hit to sleep. Alright. We're almost done with
quick
it.
switches from left to right on the D-pad.
Yeah, we're close to the end.
You have to be holding right, tap left and A for 1 frame, then switch to right again. It's much more difficult than a normal fast acceleration. Similar was the falling fast acceleration, where you accelerate facing backwards off a ledge to save an additional frame. 4 frames in total could be saved with these double fast accelerations, but as nobody had even pulled off one once, they were ruled out as being TAS only. But there was one other fast acceleration players could try. Since you have to quickly get back up to speed after turning around in the turnaround room, it was possible to do a fast acceleration there. Similarly to the other double fast accelerations, this trick required super quick and precise inputs. But the main benefit of this trick was if performed optimally, it could save up to 5 frames. For years, the world's best players tried saving time with it, but weren't able to. It was always slower than normal.
No.
That is, until Taven Web tried it in 2019. Taven decided to try messing around with the impossible double fast acceleration, and to everyone's surprise, he was actually able to get it. He found himself saving multiple frames with it on good attempts, and for a while, he was the only one able to do so.
Oh, this is disgusting.
This opened the door to push the record much lower. If Taven could get it in a good run, a lot of time could come off. How far could he close the gap?
Yes! I tied the record. Yes! That's it.
That's not bad. I want you to light highlight, I forgot.
Yes! Oh my goodness.
No, literally, guys, this video is crazy. Just keep on watching.
Time was now 454.39. Taven had lowered the gap to just 8 frames. That was the difference between humans and perfection in Super Mario Bros. He was more than 1/10 of a second ahead of anybody else on the leaderboard. Pure domination. The only time save Taven was going for that he didn't get was a single frame in the wall jump room. He was perfect everywhere else. And with the other double fast accelerations being out of reach, it's no surprise that this record stood for a long, long time. Finally, by May 2020, someone was able to do it. Kriller was a Super Mario Bros. TASer and individual level specialist, and he had had a plethora of runs make it deep into 8.4 that barely died. But on May 7th, he managed to tie Taven to the frame. And
Ooh, the
crazily
frame!
enough, even though it took
Oh my
15
gosh.
months for somebody to tie the record, it would just take a few hours for the next person to tie it.
I got it! Oh my god! I can't believe it!
This
I
made
love
it
that
a
man.
three-way tie between Taven, Kriller, and Niftsky.
A
And
three-way
ultimately,
tie.
Niftsky would be the one to break it, lowering the time to 454.38. He got every frame he wanted to through the water section, so he was able to omit the last fast acceleration. GT Ace would later tie this time, so the very next day, Niftsky beat him by adding back in the fast acceleration in the final room, 454.36. And when Velxino tied this time a month later, Niftsky responded by squeezing out one more frame from the turnaround room to take it to 454.34.
They are literally
At
insane.
454.34, players were presented with a unique problem. They were starting to run out of frames to save. They were just 5 frames away from perfection.
I've been to players
The
pity their
problem
records
was
just
where
not
these
posting
frames
it.
were located.
Yeah.
One frame was from a falling fast
Literally.
acceleration in the first
Twittering's crazy.
One was from a falling fast acceleration in the wall jump room. 2 were from a double fast acceleration and perfect movement in the turnaround room. And 1 was from a falling fast acceleration in the final room. 5 frames. All of them were from doing task fast accelerations. Humans couldn't do those, so the 8-4 record seemed to be at its limit. Well, one thing was clear. The only path forward was to try doing these fast accelerations. Nobody had ever been able to do one before, so
I
they
love
appeared to be
speedrunning.
impossible.
Always
But in
seems
the past
bizarre.
5 years, players had done so much on other levels. Clipping into walls, doing flagpole glitches, doing fast accelerations. At points in time, all of those tricks were thought to be impossible too. After half a decade of this, the Super Mario Bros. Community had made one thing very clear. Nothing was impossible.
Oh wait, I might get this. I got it! I got it with both fast accels.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
That's really disgusting to see. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh!
Literally frame.
This is the current human sum of best. We are 2 frames away from completely running out of time to save in Super Mario Bros.
2 frames.
A 30th of a second is
They're
what
2
stands
frames
in the way
away.
between humans
Hey,
and
Spen.
perfection.
Hey.
Of the 2 remaining frames, one is in the turnaround room for manipulating subspeed and playing perfectly. It's extremely difficult, but there's no doubt this frame will be saved in a run one day, lowering the sum of best to 454.28. As for the last frame, it's in the first room from performing a falling fast acceleration.
Finish
However,
artfight at
there
one,
are
ayo.
serious doubts as to whether or not this one is humanly possible.
These
Not
sketch
because
lines
of
are
its
nice,
precision
yeah.
or difficulty, but because we don't know
Nighttime
if
to
human fingers
shine.
can actually move fast enough to do this.
Ooh.
You have to release right for only 1 frame, then quickly repress it, tap left for 1 frame, and go back to holding right. It's never been pulled off at full speed before, but it's theorized that this trick would be easier on keyboard than with the controller, which would likely create a big controversy in the future.
Yeah.
But that's it. Outside of those 2 frames, humans have solved Super Mario Bros. That's a rare accomplishment in speedrunning. It might shortly be impossible to save any more time, and the only thing that can stop that is a new time save. A new frame roll hasn't been found in Super Mario Bros. In over 10 years now, which is pretty incredible, but that doesn't mean there are for sure none left. The secrets to saving time might still be out there. We just have to find them. And maybe, just maybe, a 453 is in Super Mario Bros.' future. Thanks for watching.
Literally, oh my gosh. Pixel, don't even tempt me. Don't even say it's my time to shine. Listen, I know I'm a rhythm gamer at heart. But I don't know about frame perfect things. Listen. How's art fighting? We've been doing this singular picture for 4 hours. Man, look at the videos. It's just been so nice just to sit in color, you know? I just keep on finding new things to add to it. You know, I think when I put this in the art fight thing, I can safely say that I spent extra time making it nice. Well, yeah, go to sleep, Hyper. Go napsies. Polished, absolutely polished, yeah. I think I can do more still. I think I can find more. There's more frame rules to save in this image. Ever watch GG? Yes. Oh my gosh. The guy who played Arceus, like the 100% during GDQ this, like, was it this year, I think, right? Literally crazed. Literally crazed. I wish I was him. Bye, Hyper. Alright, let's watch. Let's see, what was another one? What do we want to watch the one about the do you watch the Star Wars? The Lego Star Wars trilogy? Or do we want to watch the one about the Paper Mario? Paper Mario or Star Wars? Paper Mario or Star Wars? Mario or Star Wars? Paper Mario? Alright. Paper Mario? Okay. I'm gonna hide the screen because I think it's on a different channel. DMU Star Wars. Alright, okay. Y'all can look at her beautiful face while I quickly go find this video. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, okay. This is the video, I believe. So guys, I want to tell you now. This video is really long. How long are y'all willing to experience? What's the vibes? You want to watch it probably playing Lego Star Wars? That's true. Yeah, you're gonna become a speedrunner. The Paper Mario video. The Paper Mario video is really long. How long are y'all willing to see? I won't tell y'all the time because it's really long. Okay, yeah, that's right. Y'all do watch Quentin reviews. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. I'm not gonna you know, question your abilities to watch a YouTube video. That's right, Shimigami, that's right, let's find out. I guess I'll have to find another drawing to do. Okay.
Today,
This video, by the way.
Paper Mario series.
Oh shit, hold on, sorry, I made a mistake. This video is made by... Actually, I want to add really quickly that this video, okay, is made by the Super Paper Mario speedrunning community themselves. So, like, the Discord themselves set up this video and, like, wrote it from, like, where they were at the time in, like, the speedrunning history of it. So, it's really cool. So, let's get into this.
push the game to its absolute limits. Of course, many people attempted speedruns.
Oh, thank you, Spen. Eyes are super fun to draw. I do enjoy drawing them quite a bit.
Grew exponentially. The reason? That game had far more potential.
I always listen to long for content. Don't worry. I'm a long form type of girl.
Super Paper Mario, which is our story for today.
Let's do a line
This is
here.
the history of Super Paper Mario speedrunning. Let's start from the beginning.
What I like about this video is that it's the actual speedrunners and like the people who found the glitches talking, and it's like a lot of different narrators. It's a really good video. I love this video.
Mario is an action RPG platformer developed by Intelligent Systems and the third title in the Paper Mario franchise. SPM focused itself more towards its platforming aspect, as well as introducing new gameplay mechanics like the ability to flip between 2 dimensions. This differed greatly from the previous Paper Mario titles, which were more focused on stage battles and open-world exploration. Due to this change in style, the game had its fair share of critics. Nonetheless, the game achieved a cult following and sold over 4 million copies, making it the best-selling Paper Mario game of all time. SPM was critically acclaimed for having a fantastic storyline, as fans loved the darker tones that the game took on. This and other factors earned the hearts of many fans who played the game. I'm sure that you've all heard of speedrunning by now. The concept of beating a video game as fast as possible is certainly not a new one. Many people have taken up speedrunning as their own passion for a number of years now. Users constantly grind for personal bests and world records in their favorite speed games. With today's ease of access of capture cards and streaming, it's easier than ever for users to share their progress with the world. In recent years, speedrunning has grown to new heights, with certain speed games receiving an increase in overall popularity, with more and more people being introduced to the concepts of speedrunning. Some games are much more popular than others, while other speed games don't receive a good deal of attention until years, even decades after the release. Fortunately for SPM, it didn't take long at all for speedrunners to show interest in what the game had to offer. Since the game's release, SPM's speedrunning community formed together and found a number of new tricks, glitches, and major discoveries that dismantled the game in ways that had never been seen before. At the end of it all, over an hour was saved off the first world record, and the community achieved a major milestone.
Take a level arts to the Paper Mario speed. No, yeah. This is such a wonderful video.
Oh my gosh, I just did it! I'm done with this game. I'm done with this game.
My name is NMFlash8, and alongside JCR and our many guest commentators, we're here to take a deep dive into the history of Super Paper Mario speedrunning. To start this story, let's take a look into where this all began.
I also love the editing for this video, how it's literally just Super Paper Mario. It's so cute.
Speedrunning has been around for a very long time, with many citing the mid-90s as holding some of the first ever documented speedruns. For speedrunners back then, it was very difficult to find a place to meet up and discuss their passion hobby with one another. However, there was a forum on the horizon that would become the earliest community forum.
Absolutely, they are the GOAT. Isn't that right, Biff?
Of numerous communities that still exist to this day.
Yeah, the Pikmin Fawn Pikmin videos, absolutely.
By a user named Radix, which was used to house a playlist of early day Quake speedruns. The site later became known as Speed Demos Archive.
This picture might be done. I think we're done with this picture.
Include speed games outside of Quake, which allowed for the site's rapid growth and expansion. The site would hit its peak during the summer of 2005, citing its largest user
Although
base,
this section right here is bothering me. It's so plain. It's so empty right here. It's bothering me. I'm sure I could make something happen there.
For Super Paper Mario, this peak couldn't have happened at a better time. Nintendo had just announced that the Wii was set to release in November 2006, and as a result,
I can't. This is someone else's character.
The console on launch day. With Super Paper Mario releasing soon after this, some SDI users began to show interest in what a speedrun of the game would look like. The first post about SPM speedrunning came just a few days after the game's release. These threads included curious users who would go on to play an important role in the game's very first speedrun. But for now, they were patiently waiting for someone to attempt a run of this brand new game. Unfortunately, they'd have to wait a very long time before anyone attempted an SPM speedrun. Just kidding. Just 18 days after the game's initial release, a user named Mr. Guy posted a thread about Super Paper Mario to the SDA forums. Mr. Guy announced that he was beginning a segmented speedrun project for the game. This meant that Guy would record his run from one save block to another, and would be able to retry a segment as many times as possible if needed. This was beneficial for the first ever run, since very little was known about the game at all at this time. Some users didn't even have access to the game due to the European and Australian releases being delayed for 5 months. Nonetheless, Guy received a decent amount of support from STA users, especially those who had previously shown interest in the game. As Mr. Guy continued to post new segments of his run,
There we go.
others would chime in on what could be improved in each segment, as well as providing their own tips and tricks that they learned. Over the course of nearly 3 months, users worked with Mr. Guy to help form SPM's first ever speedrun.
I like that. That's nice. That's nice. It's just a little. Wait, we could put the green. We could bring the green in from over here.
At the end of the day, it's Mr. Guy's run, but many different people came together to help with advice or tips to assure
There
the
we
first
go.
run was as fast
That's
as
how it was the
possible.
awkward time.
When Mr.
Yeah,
Guy first
literally.
planned out the route, he noticed quite a few areas
That
which
stuff
could
was
save
crazy.
time solely on prior knowledge. For example, since a fireburst was needed to wake up Peach before Chapter 2, Guy decided to pick one up in Bestovius' house. Another example is in 2-3, where knowing the code to Mimi's vault before beginning the level meant it could be beaten in just around 3 minutes. Baroxade also pointed out that using the return pipe during the game's pre-chapter intermissions could save a lot of time on backtracking. Mr. Guy also received helpful feedback to improve on mistakes that he made.
Messing with my nail.
Satoru pointed out how it would be faster to skip
I'll
the
go ahead and
star
sign
animation
this.
in Run 1, while Amazing Ampharos suggested the idea of using multi-bounces to help Guy improve his O-Chunks fight in 1-3. Another example is seen in 2-2, where TJP mentions that Guy could skip a large chunk of platforming in Merle's mansion with the use of some neat 3D movement. Outside of prior knowledge time saves and help from other SDA users, Mr. Guy also came up with a few tricks on his own to save
You remember?
time.
Whoa.
In 1-4,
Your Hannah
Guy was able to
Montana.
perform a
Whoa.
one-cycle fractal fight. By
Really
jumping
different
on
time, yeah.
Fractal's tail and landing on his head again, Mr. Guy saves up to a minute and a
Right.
half by skipping a 40-second cutscene that occurs when falling off Fractal. Then in 2-1, Guy uses a paragoomba to jump on an unreachable platform, which saves a decent amount of time since
I
it
think this is
skips a long
good.
cutscene.
Okay.
As Mr. Guy
Next
progressed throughout the
one.
run,
Let me
most
save
segments
this.
became pretty self-explanatory, since they all became very similar to completing the game casually. Guy did a great job planning out fast strats for early chapters, but then played through the rest of the run with very few noteworthy time saves. The main time save left in the run consisted of Mr. Guy using the Bowser-Thudley combination on many bosses, per Amazing Ampharos' recommendation. Both Bowser and Thudley have increased attack damage properties, so this would allow Guy to get through bosses much quicker.
bookmarks.
Finally, on July 14th, 2007, Mr.
Hey,
Guy
yo.
submitted his segmented
For
run
real?
to Speed Demos Archive, with a final time of 5 hours and 13
This
minutes
is
that spanned across 45
Nixie.
segments. The final time was recorded using the game's in-game file timer. While this run may not stand out nowadays, this was a really impressive feat at the time due to the fact that the game had released so recently. Thus, very little was known about the game overall. At this point, Mr.
Yeah,
Guy
we
is
are
still top,
31
Super Paper
away
Mario
from
World
420.
and many who followed him
Very
from the start said
exciting.
congratulations on his job well done.
If you
However, this
Aether.
wasn't the end for SPM Speedrun
You know,
in
guys,
2007.
we are
Mr. Guy was making
less than
posts
20
about
minutes
run,
away
there
from
was a user
from
silently
420.
who planned on doing the run Super
Where
Paper
I
Mario.
am.
For more
Imagine if we hit 420 at 420. How interesting.
On October 8th, 2007,
That'd be
user
really
named
funny.
Saru made a post on the same thread used for Mr. Guy's runs,
And a mini
announcing
heart
he was
attack.
to
Oh
be
god.
doing a
It'd be
segmented
based,
speedrun for
yeah.
Super Paper Mario.
What'd be funnier
Saru was able
is
to pick out
I mean we're
some
still
performance
technically
Mr.
in
Guy felt
my
could be improved.
my follow-a-thon thing
Saru
for
found
my
that he actually
anniversary.
text using both the 1
So
and 2
that means if we hit the
while Guy
420, that means we'd hit the final goal, which would be for me to make and rig a model in one day for all of our
Saru
stream
also found more
things.
platforming and route improvements in comparison to Guy's run.
One
In
day.
1-3, Saru carried a squig to the
Absolutely
end of a bridge,
based.
got it to shoot a coconut,
Okay.
and jumped
Gotta
off
find
that
someone else to
coconut
draw
to
now.
get over a wall, which skipped
Yeah.
another cutscene.
Yeah.
For 2-1, a user named
So I
Yoshi
think
Ford
I
gave Saru the suggestion
have
of
someone
jumping
saved
off
that I
the
did want to
head
draw.
to reach a set of doors quicker.
Let's see.
Another user named King CTTR laid out a faster
Hmm.
3-1 route for Saru, which was done by using Peach's parasol to
Oh
reach a
yes,
point
this
in midair.
person.
However,
I would
none of
remember.
these improvements came close to the
Yeah, by
biggest
this
change
person
that Saru
now.
contributed to the run: power leveling.
They're
In
so
1-1,
cute.
Saru got a squig
Oh
to
gosh.
continuously shoot coconuts, thus allowing him to constantly level up. After doing this for around 5 minutes,
Okay, look
Saru
at.
was able
I
to
got
get
a
his
new
level up
picture
above
in the picture.
400,000 points, meaning that for the rest of the run, he would be able to finish all bosses much quicker than Mr. Guy. For example, the O-Chunks fight in 1-3 took Mr. Guy 20 hits, while it only took Saru 3. With this principle applied to most of the other bosses, Saru
Look
was
how cute
easily
this
able
person
to beat
is.
time on Guy's run.
Look at them.
New segments for the run would
They're
continue
so
to be posted
cute.
early into
You gotta
2008,
draw them.
with Saru posting his
Okay.
4-3 segment on January 20th.
Let's get this started.
Unfortunately, this would be the very last post he'd ever make in regards
The
to
question
the
is,
run.
can I do
As
it
Saru became busy
in
with other projects, he had less time to work on his run. Thus,
like
the run was eventually shelved.
2
After
hours?
Saru's last
Less than
post,
2 hours.
little
Can I
or
do
little
it?
could be found about SPM speedrunning during 2008 to 2010.
Alright.
The game's hype had slowly died off since its first release, and other SDA users took off to work on
Yeah,
bigger
speedrun.
and
Yeah,
better
this is my own
projects.
speedrun, guys.
While the game remained awfully
I
quiet
want to have
during
this
its
done
2
by
year
the
span,
time the video
there were
ends.
some new users who were about to shed a whole new light on Super Paper Mario.
Let's see. Post
Some of
first.
whom
Post
would
first.
quickly break the game in ways that were never seen before.
It's a race. Yeah. It'll be a race when I'm done.
Shortly after a huge recession in SPM activity, the game would quickly shoot back into the spotlight as it was being picked apart by an unfamiliar name. On the Task Videos forum, the topic of tasks or tool-assisted
Let's
speedrun would
see.
pop up, and people would ask questions to see if
She
anyone was
finishes
working on
the
a
full
task
drawing
for
at the
certain
time I gave
games,
him the
or
shooting
had any intentions on making one. While it
Get
seemed like
ready,
no one had
Hollow.
enough
You're about to
interest
get
for SPM
destroyed.
tasks, a lot of questions arose, such as, were there any major skips? At
Yeah, I can make the video
no one knew
louder.
of anything large enough to be called a skip until a user by the name of the Wario would make their way onto Task Videos and post about some of the most important finds in the game's history. The Wario was playing through SPM when they found some of the biggest tricks to be known. Right off the bat, he showcased one of the more interesting yet infamous tricks in the game, Livestream Jump. LSJ is a frame-perfect double
Oh,
jump using
yeah,
the
guys, this live
death
stream
mechanic.
jump is
The
crazy.
Wario found that at the tail end of the revive animation, you could jump or dimension flip just one frame after the animation was over. Within that same post, the Wario posted about another glitch he found which allowed Mario to gain infinite height. When using the Pixel Thudley, it's possible to cancel a ground pound in mid-air. After doing this, there's one frame where the game detects that
You
Mario
have like 5
is
attacks
standing
to
on the ground,
revenge.
which the player can
Whoa.
press A and flip to the other dimension.
Bro,
The game will then give you the
I
option to
have
jump
not
and
gotten a
attempt the
single
trick
attack
again.
yet.
By doing this process repeatedly,
I've only
you
been
can technically gain
attacking.
an infinite amount of
I'm a
height
little
and
emo.
distance with this broken pixel.
Little
The
emo
Wario
over
initially
it.
called this find dimension hopping, but later down the line, the trick's name was changed to Thudley jumping. However, both of these tricks would prove to be very tedious in the long run, and became a struggle for any new runners after this point on. The main issue with both tricks is that each input could only be performed on one frame while running on a 60 FPS game. For Thudley jumping, it was possible to learn a rhythm to the trick since you could attempt it as many times as possible. But for Livestream Jump, there
The
was
way to
only a
go.
very tiny visual cue, and you only got one attempt at the trick. The best bet for runners would either be spending a long time studying the visual cue and learning the timing, or just mashing A after dying and hoping for the best. After these two game-breaking glitches were laid out, it was time to go over any potential uses for the two tricks. For more on that, let's hand it over to another one of our guest commentators, Gamer Squiddy.
Within the same post on taskvideos.org, the Wario provided new uses for Thudley jumps and livestream jumps in an RTA run. For Thudley jumping, here were some potential uses that the Wario theorized. In 5-1, you could skip having to input the very long passcode, and instead just Thudley jump over the final wall to get to the star block. This strategy saved about 16 seconds and was eventually implemented in runs, and was titled Block Puzzle Skip. In 7-3, you can skip waking up Peach, collecting 2 apples, and talking to Cyrus the Cloud by doing an insane amount of Thudley jumps up to the last stair in the level. This trick took a large amount of consecutive Thudley jumps, but would save about 2 minutes if done very well. This strategy was eventually implemented into runs and was named Peach Skip. In 7-4, you can skip collecting all 3 orbs.
That's because you already been doing it for 4 years, so your friends attack you. Oh god. That's a lot. Yeah, this is my first year doing it, so we out here.
Other tricks, it is easily the largest amount of time saved in the game up to this point, saving almost 7 minutes from completing the level normally. This
No
trick was
real?
immediately
Yeah.
implemented in runs, and was called Rainbow Bridge Skip. In 8-2, it was possible to skip Mimi's Switch Trap by doing 1 to 2 Thudley jumps up to the room above, which holds the key to progress through the level. This trick was implemented in runs and called Merlin's Switch Skip, and it saved about a minute. The Wario also provided 2 potential skips using livestream jumps as well. In 1-2, you could skip getting Thoreau and activating the green bridge by performing a livestream jump over the final gap to get to the start block. This strategy was estimated to save around 2 minutes and was called Green Bridge Skip, but the trick was often just referred to as livestream jump because it was the only key use of the livestream
cute horns.
In
And
2-1,
big ol'
it was possible to skip getting Boomer by performing a
eyes
livestream jump over
here.
to the blue switch that opened up the final door in the level. This strategy was almost never attempted in runs, since it was such a pain to go out of your way for another livestream and have to hit a second frame perfect trick in a run. The Wario would also make one final glitch discovery, an infinite jump with Bowser and Carrie called Bowser Bumps. These are pretty difficult to pull off, and there aren't any major uses for this glitch to this day. Overall, with just one post to taskvideos.org, the Wario absolutely annihilated this game, and opened a door of many opportunities to future runners.
After all of these newfound tricks, a few new runners would
I
enter
think
the
this
scene.
works.
Unbeknownst to any SBM
Eyes-wise.
runners in the West, a small community of Japanese runners formed from November 2010 to June 2012. While much proof or video doesn't exist anymore for these runs, we were able to find old leaderboard screenshots and other archived pages to give enough proof to say which runs were world records at a specific time. Unlike the runs prior to this point, all runs from here on out were done in a single segment, meaning they were done in one full recording from start to finish, instead of being done from save block to save block. According to a few forum posts, Rikuma or Rekvi held the world record with a time of 4 hours, 37 minutes, and 22 seconds on August 10th, 2011. We'd love to give an in-depth analysis on what improvements were made in this run. However, none of Rekvi's SBM runs can be found anywhere. The little bit of proof we have left was a picture
I
of
think
their
we
splits on
will
an ancient Google Doc that held some of the
Kai
older
paste this
run
eye onto
information.
this other side
A
later.
user named The Ticken would do runs around this time as well. While they never had the world record, this is some of the earliest footage that still exists of a single segment RTA run, so we figured it'd be nice to have it on this list.
I think I want
In
the eye to
early
go up too
2012,
also.
Rekvi would achieve another world record with a time of 4 hours, 36 minutes, and 38 seconds
Do
on
it over
January
half.
26th. But as mentioned, the video no longer exists today. Moving back to the old SDA forums around mid-2012, a runner by the name of doin began to take interest in Super Paper Mario speedrunning. While the old 2007 forums on SDA had gone completely silent, doin decided to make a new post in June 2012 under a thread about single-segment SPM runs. He announced that he planned on doing a single-segment speedrun for SPM and shared his route with users to try to retain feedback. A few of doin's route improvements include using a shell shock on both Bowser fights, picking up the Power Plus to save time on leveling, and picking up various items and catch cards to sell for coin routing. This would allow him to open up the blue pipe from flip side to flop side, which was an amazing optimization
Be
used
like
from
that?
previous runs. doin completed 3 runs in the span of 4 days and ended up with a time of 4 hours, 52 minutes, and 28 seconds. While doin never actually held the world record, these runs were pretty significant, as it's some of the earliest known recordings of the tricks like Dudley jumping, Rainbow Bridge skip, as well as a few other time saves found by the Wario. doin also helped in making numerous route improvements that runners would use for many years to come. The Wario and Matured Sinner also joined
don't
in
need
on this thread,
this in
and
here.
all 3 discussed time saves with one another. Some other notable finds from this time are Ice Chirple skip, which is a trick in 1-3 done by taking damage from an ice chirple so that its heightened position will be higher in the air, allowing Mario to jump on the chirple and reach the door, saving around 12 to 15
Yeah.
seconds.
Like
One
already
last
for
notable
line
find
art.
was a faster version of the 3-2 blooper fight, which could be done by flipping into 3D to lure the red tentacle out of the water, then flipping back into 2D to get a quick hit with Bowser.
Make it
After all of
20.
doin's runs and new discoveries,
One?
Rekvi would break the record for a third and final
The
time.
save? I
getting a
guess I
4
could
hour,
save.
32-minute and 35-second run on January 30th.
I've never saved a day in my
2013.
life.
As with all other Rekvi runs, the only thing that exists still to this day is a screenshot of the run splits and nothing more. Unfortunately, a
Mizuki.
lot of the information during this time is extremely dated, broken, and fuzzy. As we leave 2013, the game is in a very interesting state. Barely any active runners, a non-finalized route, and some reminiscences of unimplemented tricks, like the 1-2 livestream jump, which could be feasible, but very frustrating to deal with at a top level. Lucky for SPM, however, a band of new users are about to enter the scene to form the speed game's first generation of runners.
As 2014 rolled around, the SPM community found itself in yet another activity slump. Following Doisim's departure, the game had very few active runners, so there's very little information to be found during this time. While not much activity occurred on the speedrunning side of things, there was an early showing of a new sub-community that had yet to be seen in SPM up to this point: Glitch Hunters. Glitch Hunters are a subsection of a community that dedicate a majority of their time to finding bugs or glitches that may help improve a game's speedrun. These glitch hunters may also use an emulator to slow down game speed and create specific button inputs for every single frame. This is the same process used to create tool-assisted speedruns, or TAS for short. In late 2013, a well-known TASer named Malio began to TAS Super Paper Mario. Malio had worked on a TAS for Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door prior to this, so he took a keen interest in SPM due to both games being made on similar engines. While Malio never completed a TAS for this game, he did find a glitch that would prove to be totally game-breaking. On January 22nd, 2014, Malio made a post on tasvideos.org about a small out-of-bounds clip that he ran into during the tassing process. This find was deemed to be very specific, since Mario seemed to clip out of bounds purely based on awkward geometry. Since this particular out-of-bounds trick was discovered, barely anyone has been able to recreate it to this day. At the time, however, this led users to believe that there could potentially be more with this trick, or that it could possibly lead to a consistent out-of-bounds clip. With this information, Malio continued researching, but it wouldn't take long to make a new out-of-bounds discovery. Just 5 days later, on January 27th, Malio made another post about a new glitch: corner clipping. He had discovered a method to clip through blocks in 2D with the use of Mario. By duck jumping at a corner and pressing 2 at the height of your jump, you were able to clip past any corners of almost any block in the game. This trick broke open many new possible time saves in SPM, but most weren't found till a later point in time. For now, the community was left to only theorize potential uses of this trick. As time moved on in 2014, Malio became much more busy, meaning work on the SPM task came to a halt. Unfortunately, the SPM community would not see a full game task until many years after this point. However, more and more users began to gain interest in glitch hunting, which led to some more discoveries in 2014. One of these users was DSY. As DSY took notice of SPM and began glitch hunting, she would upload any interesting finds to YouTube and compile them all into a playlist. Some of these videos include thumbly jumps being used in specific levels, coin routing tests, or various oddities that can be found in SPM. However, there is one video in particular that would lead to one of the largest rabbit holes in all of Super Paper Mario history: the Peach intermission cutscene Sequence Break. For more on this, let's toss it over to one of our special guest commentators, Sacred Ghost.
The Peach intermission cutscene at Blex Castle is home to one of the most perplexing potential sequence breaks in all of speedrunning.
You wanna head out, Oz?
After
Okay,
beating
bye.
Chapter 1-4, there is a few short cutscenes that play before being
I
transported
will.
back to Flipside. One of these cutscenes gives us control of Peach for the first time, and we must navigate the halls of Blex Castle and attempt to escape. While it may not be apparent at this early stage of the game, we are actually traveling through the same corridors that are present in Chapter 8-1. In fact, it's due to the 8-1
No one be bad.
being loaded during the pre-Chapter 2 cutscene that makes this sequence
That's right,
break an
Oz.
actual possibility. In the very first room that you were spawned in, there is a tall ledge on the right side of the door that cannot normally be reached at this point. By using moon jump hacks with Peach to reach the top of the ledge, we will find that the pipe is still loaded from the 8-1 level. By entering, we are still taken to the same room that contains the key. By collecting this key and exiting out the same pipe, we will successfully trick the game into thinking that we are in 8-1, while we're actually only progressing just through Chapter 1. Once you gain control of Peach during the intermission, your sequence value is set at 55. When you pick up the key, the game doesn't care at what point of the game you are. Its only instruction is to give you the key and set your sequence value all the way up to 361. Big jumps in numbers like these are what are known as sequence breaks. While this is an incredible achievement in itself, there is still a lot more that needs to be worked out before we are able to beat the game in this state. For starters, there is currently no way to make it on top of the ledge with legitimate means. During the cutscene, the game locks us out of the menu, meaning we can't use items, pixels, or characters. If we figured out a way to make it on the sledge only using Peach, we would actually be able to regain our menu ability by traversing to the nearest save block, then resetting the file. But even so, from this point, we are stuck in an extremely awkward position. While we are currently playing as Peach, the only character we can switch to is Mario, since we technically haven't unlocked Peach yet, meaning we can't switch back to Peach once you switch to Mario. All previous locked doors are unlocked, however, all pixel chests are open, and all story-related events are set to complete, even though you've never interacted with them. In Chapter 8, the minimum required party members that we need are Bowser for the Fire Puzzle in 8-1, Fleep for the Dimencio Chase in 8-3, and Tippy to reveal a door in 8-4. Unfortunately, due to this restrictive game state, it is currently impossible to obtain any of these party members. One final interesting note is that there are actually 2 points in this state where we can perform a second sequence break, sequencing ourselves backwards in the game. The first is in 2-1 with a key in a chest, which is pretty much pointless because not only is it slower from the normal route, you won't even have Peach too. It is also possible to sequence back to 3-4 by defeating Francis, but it has not been done without the use of hacks yet. While this very interesting sequence break would need some major breakthroughs to be applied to any percent, just finding a way to jump on the ledge would prove to save time for other SPM categories. If we were able to find a way to beat the game with this sequence break, the speedrun would go from being 4 hours long to being around only an hour long.
SPM's glitch hunting community remained active throughout 2014, constantly working to discover new tricks and glitches that had yet to be found. On the other end of the spectrum, the speedrunning side was completely dormant at this time. Barely any runs were recorded in 2014, and no progress was made to the world record outside of another 432 achieved in late 2013. But as the year came to a close, there was a new runner on the rise who was about to quickly take the game by storm. On November 1st, 2014, a user named GameRob decided to run Super Paper Mario Any%. GameRob held the world record in the 1,000-year door at this time, and was intrigued by some of the interesting strats that SPM had to offer. In GameRob's first ever completed attempt, he got a 4:39.14, proving that he was capable of getting a great time. And sure enough, 6 days later, GameRob would improve the record to a 4:30.57. GameRob made improvements to the old record by refining his movement and improving the route, while also utilizing Thudley jumps to help save a significant amount of time in levels such as 3-3 and 7-4. In this record, GameRob also used a new level grind method in 5-2 to increase his HP and attack power significantly, which would help defeat late game bosses much quicker than before. As GameRob did runs all throughout the month of November, he continued to improve in every major aspect of the game. However, these runs were unable to convert into a new record. Wanting to push the time down, GameRob began to use SPM's most infamous trick in his runs, Livestream Jump. As previously mentioned in the video, livestream jumps were found in 2011, and along with this was the discovery of the 1-2 bridge skip. To recap the trick,
This
player must
fucking
first go
line.
to How's It Shop
Okay.
and buy a livestream.
We're keeping that line.
After this, flip into 3D and walk to the empty gap just before the star block. The player must have their health drained to 1 HP, and with a well-timed jump, die mid-air in the center of the gap. After this, they must successfully perform a livestream jump by pressing either A or 2 on the correct frame. If all is done correctly, they'll successfully complete Green Bridge Skip. In theory, this trick doesn't sound too bad since it occurs just 14 minutes into the run. However, Livestream Jump would prove to be the most reset-heavy point in Super Paper Mario's history. While the trick saved 2 minutes, it could only be attempted once. If you missed the one frame, there'd be no point to completing the level normally since you lost so much time buying the livestream. This meant the only option after failing the trick was to reset and start a new run. This quickly became a large deterrent for running the game. Many runners would be frustrated at having to play the first 14 minutes over and over again, just to likely miss a one-frame trick and repeat the process again. On the flip side of that, a 2-minute time save was huge for the run at this time, since the strats used were very limited and could only be pushed so far. Once GameRob implemented a livestream jump into his route, many runs would reset on the trick, causing streams to become a grind just to get at a 1-2. However, on November 12th, the grind would finally begin to pay off, after GameRob improved the record to a 4:26.42.
420.
Getting past Livestream Jump, GameRob carried the run into Chapter 7, and proceeded to save 2.5 minutes in 8 splits. This just went to show how much time save was still present in Chapters 7 and 8. In only 12 days of doing runs, GameRob was able to improve the world record by over 9
420,
minutes.
guys.
At this point, GameRob had far and away established himself
Oh shit, it's
as the
420 right
best
now.
SPM player to date. But of course, he wasn't done yet. Over the next month, GameRob would grind SPM on and off, in hopes of getting another run. While his record was fantastic during the final stretch, there was ample time saved during the first 6 chapters of the run. The hardest part, as per usual, was getting past 1-2. GameRob described this time being a constant grind fest, having to repeat prologue over and over again until hitting a 1-frame jump.
Fun.
Very tense, and
You
sometimes
scared
it was
me.
too much
Jump
to put up
scare.
with. But alas,
Thank
he
you,
continued
though.
attempts up to December 14th, 2014, when this happened.
We are ever closer now. We were at 390. Oh my gosh. So close to 420. Here you go, thank you. Yeah, go back to work. Go back to work. Let's see. They'll have the art battle, hopefully get attacked by mate. I don't know. Thank you, though. Let's give her big lashes.
This run wasn't perfect,
Mm.
but I am really, really happy with it. I want the 421 summer best, but I'm not going to get it. Because I'm probably not going to do any more runs this game. I think I'm done with this run. I might come back eventually, Blue, but this game is like, once you start doing Livestream Jump, it becomes a huge grind. At least that was my experience. I really didn't enjoy resetting on Livestream Jump a bunch. It made the run a lot less fun for me, so I'm really happy that I just got it over with.
With that final run, GameRob improved the record by a total of 11 minutes during his month-and-a-half tenure with the game. Staying true to his word in the recording, this would be the last SPM run that he did for a very long time.
Jade, thank you for the follow.
GameRob proved to have a lasting effect on SPM, as his final
We are out here right now. Hey yo, we're getting closer, guys. Closer and closer to hitting 420.
But unlike prior instances in the game's history, something was different this time around. GameRob was soon to have competition. Before that, a few notable things occurred in early 2015. Over in the glitch hunting community, DSY continued to post new SPM videos to her playlist, and made some new interesting finds. One of these was a mid-air 3D jump.
You just woke up so you have no idea how many people.
Jumping just before the 3D meter runs out, Mario will take damage in the
Oh my
air and
gosh.
quickly be able to jump off the enemy.
Well,
This
Jade,
trick
you've
was
been
used to skip
here
a few gaps or reach
for
out
maybe
places,
3
but the enemy
hours,
must
if
be
that
present in
helps.
the room for the trick to work. The last few videos showcase things like
Right now we are learning about Super Paper Mario speedrunning history in a video I've watched 4 times. And we're working on Artfight, which is an art thing. So yeah, we've already done one drawing, which is this one. We've done this already today. And we're on our second one.
The page was added sometime in 2014, but wasn't actively used until GameRob's runs. From this point on, speedrun.com/SPM will become the home of every runner's times, rather than runs being placed in a Google document. With the site's introduction to the community, it quickly became a spot for runners to talk with one another and share strategies to help newer runners that were interested in taking on any percent. And about halfway through 2015, 2 brand new challengers would appear.
Easy
On June
clip.
2nd, a new runner named I'm Dead would submit his first ever any
And
percent.
we got support fellow artists while crazy, yeah.
Similar to
Thank
GameRob,
you.
Dead was the 1,000-year door any percent world record holder at the time.
Let's
of
see, we're
joining
doing
SPM.
this.
Unlike GameRob,
Oof.
however, Dead would stick around in the SPM community for years to come.
Okay.
All throughout the month of
And
June,
I'll merge
Dead
it
would PB on
down.
4 separate occasions, finishing off the month with a
And
440.
then do.
Dead was improving at a steady rate and continued to do runs all throughout the summer. However, for the first time in this game's history, he wasn't the only person actively running
Actually, I
the
don't
game.
know if we should do this all the way
On July
around.
24th, another new runner named Mirror A would submit his first any percent run to speedrun.com at a time of 4:51.19. Mirror had played Mario Kart DS and Paper Mario 64 before this, but had practiced SPM for a while before submitting runs. Just like Dead, Mirror did consistent runs for about a month until improving his time to a 4:35 by the end
And
of August.
then we'll do what I
With summer
like to
coming
do.
a close, both Mirror and Dead would become very busy, and would only be able to stream attempts every now and then. However, something interesting was developing during this time. During the summer, a new app called Discord was released to the public. This app was designed as a new platform specifically for gamers to communicate with one another.
Whoa.
In August, a Discord server was created for all Paper Mario speed games, and some users began posting in the SPM channel. People who had previously taken interest in SPM came together to show their love and support for the forgotten Paper Mario game. While the feeling of community wasn't quite there yet, there was enough interest in the game and the right number of runners to classify this era as the first generation of SPM runners. With that being said, the story of the first generation doesn't end here, and the new year would bring many new changes to Super Paper Mario. As the new year of 2016 kicked off, new improvements were set to be made in SPM very soon. Dead and Mirror both got back to actively doing attempts during the month of January, and would consistently stream multiple nights a week. Dead was the first to PB, getting a 4:33:30 on January 14th, which improved his time by over 7 minutes. Shortly after this, Mirror would go on to get a 4:33:22 on January 31st. This would become a common pattern for Mirror and Dead, where both runners would PB in a similar time frame and have times that were very close to one another. As both continued to improve at the game, they would begin to form a friendly rivalry, since both were the only two active runners streaming SPM at this time. As a few months passed, Mirror PB'd on 3 separate occasions.
Okay, let's get to color in.
His time down to a 4:25 in late April. Dead would also improve his time again in May, achieving a 4:28:04. At this point, both runners were extremely close to passing Game Rob's old time, which had stood strong for around a year and a half now.
She is
No major skips were added to the
pale.
run. Rather,
Oh
both
my
Mirror
gosh.
and Dead made slight
Big girly
improvements
pop.
and refined their movement in each level to match Game Rob's skill. The summer of 2016 was rapidly approaching, and a large number of people would actively tune into I'm Dead's and Mirror's streams
Yeah, my
in
eyes.
hopes of being there
Fuck.
for the record. This wasn't a question of if they'd beat the record, but rather who would beat the record first. Luckily, viewers didn't have to wait long to find their answer.
Okay. Are these the same color?
I'm Dead would take the world record with a final time of 4:24:34.
Oh my gosh.
Just barely beating
It's the
Game
same
Rob by only
color.
6 seconds. The final 3 chapters of the run were
How
some
does she
of
do
Dead's
it?
best
Okay, we're
wins.
gonna have to
And of course,
really
he
stretch
ended off the
this.
run with an insane Super Dimentio fight. With that, Game Rob had finally been dethroned after holding the world record for 540 days. And Dead received
500 days.
congratulations from the entire Paper Mario Discord. While
my
all this was
gosh.
happening, Mirror continued to do attempts in hopes of beating Dead's new time. Dead's run wasn't perfect, as there's a decent amount of time saved all throughout the mid-game. Mirror continued runs throughout the summer, and over the next month would either have runs not get past LSJ or die in late game. But finally, on July 11th, Mirror would finally get the run he was looking for.
Alright.
Mirror would set his first ever SPM record at 4:24:18, beating out Dead's time by just 16 seconds. While Mirror had some very refined gameplay in this run, he actually wasn't too satisfied with it, and pointed out that there was still ample amount of time to save, especially in Chapter 8. Regardless, Mirror and Dead had both finally claimed records after a year of their hard work. Their viewers were very satisfied to see both runners be rewarded for their efforts after all this time. While Dead would enter a hiatus, Mirror continued to do attempts over the next 2 months. However, during these 2 months, Mirror would discover something that would change the game for the years to come. Sometime in early 2016, Nintendo announced new eShop titles coming to the Wii U, which would now include certain Wii games. It was eventually announced that one of these games happened to be Super Paper Mario. This was
Now
huge for
do
the
the
Switch,
hair.
since it meant you can now play a digital copy of the game rather than playing on a disc. Digital copies of games have been known to have faster loading times as compared to playing on disc, so Mirror took it upon himself to run tests with the new digital version.
Okay.
After making some
No.
calculations, Mirror found that the Wii U version could potentially save up to 1.5 minutes on loads versus playing on disc. It's important to keep in mind that the last 2 world records at this point were improvements by only a few seconds, so an entire 1.5 minutes would go a long way to saving time for the run. Right after this discovery, Mirror began doing runs with the Wii U
I think
PC
this is
copy.
good, and
It was
then we'll go
immediately
ahead and
apparent that
do
it saved time,
the back of the
since Mirror
hair.
yielded a vast number of splits all across his attempts. Just a few weeks into Wii U attempts, Mirror was able to improve the record to a 4:23:40. With the help of
back
Wii U
at the
loads,
hair.
Mirror could afford to lose time in certain areas since there was a huge advantage on the version that he was playing on. After Mirror's last run in September, the record would stand still going into 2017. These past
so
2.5 years of runs
is.
from Game Rob, Mirror, Dead, and many other runners were some of the first glimpses of competition in the game. And as 2016 came to a close, more and more runners began popping up to do their own any percent attempts. This trend would
Okay.
continue into the next year, where we'd witness these runners come
Man.
together and lay out the foundations.
Everything here's the same dang color. What the heck? Alert. Okay, thank you, Shimigami. Scroll to.
As we enter
Let's see.
2017, a mirage of new runners are about to enter
Do-
the scene. While Dead and Mirror went on an extended hiatus, Dead would
The
eventually return to runs, while
eye.
Mirror would not return to any percent at all.
I think.
Mirror and Dead's SPM streams in 2016 actually had a significant impact on the game's future runners. At this time, there were no any percent video tutorials available, so knowledge of running the game was either through the spread of
Yeah,
older
dude.
documents that were floating around, or by watching Mirror and Dead play the game. Due to this, certain viewers that frequented Mirror and Dead streams would actually go on to do runs of their own, leading to a significant increase in runs from 2016 to 2017.
Wrong color.
An interesting example is when a viewer named JCR caught wind of Dead and Mirror's streams and became interested in running Super Paper Mario. JCR was able to gather a few runners from the Luigi's Mansion speedrunning community to do a semi-blind any% race together. The runners included were JCR, Jared's Giants, HD Lax, Glitch PhD, and A2 Rhombus. While JCR was the only person
Looks
to
to
end
be
up
like this
completing their run,
color.
this was one of the earliest sightings of a community-organized race, and certainly wouldn't be the last. About halfway through 2017, Dead would eventually return to SPM. Fortunately, he was able to equip himself with a
And the
Wii U
rest of
version of
this is
Super
like,
Paper Mario to save time on loads, and was ready to
black.
start improving on Mirror's
Except
world
for the
record.
bows
After
and
getting back to attempts in the middle of July,
bells,
Dead
which
achieved
they
a
can
new
do
world
on
record
later.
of 4 hours, 23 minutes, and 31
Alright.
seconds, improving on Mirror's world record by 9 seconds. This was a decent run by Dead's standards with a very solid early game, but when it came to Thudley jumps, Dead would lose quite a bit of time. Similar to Mirror, he would get tons of new best splits due to the faster loads on Wii U. Dead felt the record could be improved by a lot, so much so that he felt he was inching closer and closer to the next big milestone, a sub 420. Over the next 3 days, Dead would continue attempts, and on July 28th, Dead would break through big time.
Alright. This should be good.
Finally gonna blaze it.
That is a nice little PV. This fight
Ah.
happened prior to Chapter 7, which was just mediocre. Some of it was worse than other parts of it, but
We also
I would
forgot the
say this one
horns.
was mediocre until Chapter
We
7.
forgot the horns.
While Dead wasn't super thrilled with his little
No, I
PB,
did the
he
horns on a different
demolished the
layer.
record by over 3 whole minutes, achieving a time of 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 27 seconds. This wasn't the sub 420 he had hoped for, but the run still had an amazing showcase of skill, highlighted by a really good peach skip in 7-3. After this run, the summer of 2017 would quickly come to a close, and Dead would enter another hiatus for the rest of the year. While not much happened in 2017, there was one major showcase that took place in April, which would put Super Paper Mario's potential on full display. For more on this, let's throw it over to another one of our guest commentators, HD Lax.
On April 8th, 2017, seemingly out of nowhere, a Super Paper Mario TAS was released by a Japanese TASer named Karage. Karage had previously attempted to make an SPM TAS in 2015, but the project was scrapped after runners found that many strats and optimizations were missing. To avoid this problem during the second TAS, Karage kept in active communication with Mirror, who followed the route to make sure it was as fast as possible. After the TAS's completion, the final time came in at an incredible 3:43:42.
Whoa.
Seeing SPM completed this fast was astonishing, since the TAS was over 40 minutes faster than the current world record. There's a lot to mention about this TAS. To start, it had a very helpful display that would show the viewers exactly what was going on during this run. Of course, movement was basically flawless and menu navigation was perfect. This run also would manipulate RNG,
Twitch,
or the random number
yeah.
generator,
You twitching like
to
Twitch
make it
chat?
give us whatever items were desired. There were also a lot of tricks that runners wouldn't attempt in their runs, whether they were just too difficult or too RNG heavy. Some of these tricks included things like ladder jumps, boomer skip, using the fast flower in 3-3,
Let's see.
carry skip, faster point grind in 5-4,
I believe 343, 42 is
water switch
crazy.
skip with a life shroom jump, longer peach skip,
Let's do this.
and Bowser bumps in 5-4 and 8-1. Alongside this, basically every boss fight in the game would be insanely optimized, which included the use
That
of
is
many
inconvenient to
arcade
judge.
style
No.
We could honestly spend a few
That's
hours
so
and talk
rough.
about how amazing this task was, especially
I'm
for
sorry
its
for your
time.
loss.
Runners to this day still look to the task for new routing tips and tricks. Even though it did miss a few tricks such as Merlin cutscene skip, this is still the most up-to-date task for any percent to this day.
Early into 2018, a new runner named NMFlash8 would complete his first run of the game with a time of 6 hours, 22 minutes, and 25 seconds. He would pause and play Mira's old world record and follow each section level by level. Flash enjoyed the run so much that he set up stream and started recording an official run the next day, and beat his old previous run by over an hour. Flash began streaming daily and would PB almost every other day for the first month until he ended up with a time of 4 hours, 34 minutes, and 53 seconds.
Alright, I
Flash
think...
quickly fell in love with speedrunning and would catch the attention of a
think
lot of
these
the
are-
active Paper Mario community members in his daily any percent attempts.
all good now?
Flash would soon find one of his new best friends in speedrunning, Slopdog. After watching Flash run the game for a while,
Okay,
Slop
we
would
gotta
try
do
running the game
the-
himself. The
the
two would put up a
bells.
friendly rivalry, seeing who could beat certain milestones first.
We'll do... That's a new
Flash
one. I'll
and Slop
color
would
them
soon
by
grow
hand.
restless when it came to any percent, but were excited about their newfound love for Super Paper Mario speedrunning. Slop would move on to Pit Percent, another shorter category, where you beat the flipside pit of 100 trials as fast as possible, while Flash would move on to 100%. Sure enough, Slop would quickly get the Pit Percent world record.
Yes! I think we got it. 135.20. Final time.
And Flash would get the 100% world record soon after.
Yes! World record!
During Flash's
Oh,
run,
shit.
he would stumble upon an exciting brand new time save.
What is that line there? Is that from this?
Somebody clip that! Oh my gosh, I just did it!
Flash accidentally found Water Switch Skip, which was done by clipping through the top of a ledge in 3D by taking damage. The trick was previously showcased in a task made the year before by using a life shroom jump, but with this new method it would prove to be viable in runs. This was really exciting for runners. It was the first time since 2011 where a glitch found could save time in an any percent run. The other runners quickly searched for other spots with water where this would be useful. However, it seemed like this would be the only application for this new tech that was found. Shortly after this discovery, runners would find a consistent setup that would save around 45 seconds. The only issue is if you did this trick to get to the door, you would have to do the trick a second time to get back. After all this excitement, Flash was hoping more people would start learning how to speedrun Super Paper Mario. The largest deterrent for new runners was the lack of a solidified tutorial. New runners would have to teach themselves
Danny.
from scratch, not really knowing why or how things work, blindly following what the world record holders were doing.
They're doing pretty
One night,
good.
Flash would record
Oz went
himself
off
doing
to
an 80%
go
run
do
and
something.
explain each step
Pixel's
and why it
here.
was done. This was super
And
useful
we're
for new
drawing.
runners and even old runners that had previously
And at the end of
completed
this
the world
video,
record.
I will be ending
With the
stream
video
because
guides
I'm getting
finally serving
hungry.
as a solidified public tutorial, some familiar faces would soon return
So
to
we
the
have
scene. One of
some
them
time
being
left.
JCR. After he saw the new video guides, he would seriously pick up the
It's
game.
a slow day today.
At this point, more than 6 people would run
But
the
that's
game at one
alright.
time, whereas before,
I'd
only
rather
the
have a
ones
slow
going
day
for
than a
the
no
world
day.
record would complete more
Chill
than one
vibes,
run
yeah.
at a time. This was
Chill
the first
day.
time in
Chill
Super Paper
stream.
Mario's history where the game would have its own
Yeah.
community. During this time, a lot of the
Yeah,
runners would
tomorrow we
come
return
together
to
and do weekly
screaming.
races. Every week, the same 4 runners, Slopdop, Dead, JCR,
Alright,
and
here we
Flash,
are.
would always show up to do a weekly any percent race. They would eventually bring in some new runners as well. During all this excitement, a
Alright.
brand new discovery was on the horizon. During mid-2018, runners found a new way to region-free their consoles, allowing them to use the Japanese
Alright,
Virtual
here we
Console
go.
on their Wii U.
Time to
This was
render.
really exciting to all of the runners due to the amount
Let's
of
go.
time save that the Japanese version was expected to save. Let's quickly talk about version differences.
Well,
at this point, most
yeah, I'll
of the
show
runners
y'all.
were running on their English Wii U Virtual Consoles, which was the fastest version due to the time save and loading
Picture's gonna
times.
be covering
However,
the whole
when playing on the
screen, just so y'all
Japanese
know.
version,
So
they could have
flashbang
faster
warning.
text and even faster loading zones. So in order, from slowest to fastest, we
Flashbang
have English disc,
warning.
Japanese disc,
Let's
which
see,
had
where is
faster
it?
text,
It's in my.
English Virtual
It's
Console,
somewhere
which had
in my
faster
set of
loading
things.
zones, and Japanese Virtual Console, which had faster load zones and faster text.
Here, I'm just gonna.
And featured a few glitches that were patched
Gonna do
in the
something
English
stupid. We're gonna go to the other screen so I can go get the thing.
This new version, they were excited due to the amount
One
of time save they would
second,
have while
guys. We're
running the
going
game
over
with no
here.
repercussions whatsoever.
And what the heck? Oh my god! Oh, that was a video.
Yeah.
Oh.
For some reason, the Japanese
That
Wii U
jump scared
Virtual
me.
Console has a small chance of crashing virtually after every load zone.
Where's the thing?
It's still widely unknown why, but it's
There it
currently
is.
assumed to be a pre-caching error. In other words, when you enter a room, the game
Where
will
is
load
the
the next
singular
rooms
thing?
as
Oh,
well.
here it is.
During this process, there's a slight chance that the game will crash for some
Okay.
reason. In
So-
other words, at this point, if you want to play the fastest version of the
This-
game, you'd also have to play the crash
which
lottery, where
is
even runs on world
so
record
because this
pace
week,
aren't
as y'all
saved
know,
until you've made it to the
is
credits.
our
While runs of
anniversary
Super Paper
follow-a-thon
Mario level became
/
scary,
just
Dead was ready to take on the
a lot of
challenge,
long
with a new
stram.
trick saving around 45 seconds and a new version saving a bit more
So
time.
currently
This
we
was
are
his chance to push his world record
on
time even
this.
further. However, he wasn't alone this time around.
I'll use Biff as
Mirror
my
was
pointer.
gone, but
And I'll
other
use the
new runners
monster
were
cam.
improving
Okay.
rapidly,
So
and
we've
coming to take Dead's
done
world
Jackbox,
with Flash,
text
Slop, and
speech.
JCR competing for his
Yeah,
top
so
time,
tomorrow
Dead
I
was ready
think
to
we'll be
start
doing
putting in runs.
competitive
Dead also
Overwatch,
had a few tricks up his
which
sleeve.
will
At
kill
this
me.
point, no one would dare attempt Boomer Skip because it
But
was
yeah,
already
so we'll
hard
be doing
enough getting a
competitive
run
Overwatch
past Life Stream
tomorrow.
Jump. So doing
And
2
then,
Life Stream Jumps in
if
one
we hit
run
our
would be
epic goal of
insanity. His
420
strategy was simple.
followers,
He
which
got
we
a
were
run
super
past Life Stream
close
Jump that he
to,
wasn't happy
I'll
with, he would
make
grab a
and rig a
second life
model
stream
in one
found in
day
1-4.
sometime soon.
Then when he got
So,
to 2-1,
you
he
know,
would
we
attempt
suffer
Boomer
out
Skip.
here.
Boomer Skip was estimated to save
Yeah.
around a minute,
That's where
according
we're
to a
at
time
right now.
comparison made by Flash.
So it's kind of wild then.
After grinding many attempts,
See?
this happened.
Yeah, or like 8 more subs, you know? I'd rather hit 420. I'd rather hit the 420, personally. I want the funny number really badly. I want funny goats.
For the first and last time in
See,
Super
the
Paper
thing
Mario
is, I know what it
history,
is. No
Life
one
Stream
wants
Jump
to
Boomer Skip
follow
was done
because
in a run.
everyone wants to be
Dead
the
went from
420th.
30 seconds behind
You know?
to 20 seconds ahead. But unfortunately, this run would end up crashing in pre-Chapter 3, and the
Biff?
video is long gone. Fortunately for us, though,
Biff,
we
you
do have the
okay?
clip to see his
You're not
amazing
saying your
reaction.
words.
As discouraging as this was, Dead couldn't be stopped. A few days later, Dead was on really good pace on a solid
Oh,
attempt, but then
oopsie.
this happened.
Biff, you wanna? I think he's been silent for so long. Here, I got you. I got this.
Dead accidentally reset his timer during
Where
the
is it?
Fractale fight due to global hotkeys. While this was a very stressful moment, as he had a
Thank
very
you all
solid
for
early game, this wasn't gonna stop
375
Dead from
goats.
finishing this run.
I can now exist
Fortunately,
and
with
do
his help
this.
from Twitch chat,
Mulum, lum, lum, lum,
he
mulum,
found a
mulum,
camera
lum,
that
lum.
directed him on how to get
Thank you all for
accurate timer back on the screen.
375
Biff.
goats. I can now exist and do this.
With his timer back
Mulum,
on
lum,
track,
lum,
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 Dead
mulum,
had
lum,
a
mulum,
lum,
much
lum.
faster pace than his previous Boomer Skip run.
I
This
fixed
was
him.
exactly what Dead was waiting for.
He sometimes forgets. He has no mouth and he must scream, you know? It's totally lovely that he does it twice every single time. Totally. Anyway. Rendering, guys. It's rendering time. Let's see.
With this run, Dead broke his record with a time of 4 hours, 19 minutes, and 25 seconds, getting the sub 420 he was waiting for. After this run, Dead officially stepped
My
away
phone
from Super Paper
froze. What the
Mario
heck?
after achieving one of the biggest goals
Here we
in the
go.
game's history, and the first 10-minute barrier break since 2014.
Okay.
Dead would pop up in the community every now and then, but this was his last ever any percent PB. Over the past 3
Rendering
years,
time.
Dead solidified himself as one of the best SPM runners of all time, and his departure marked the end
She
of
has
the
such a
first
simple color
generation of
palette. This will be
runners.
so
With
easy.
the first generation at its end, the newer band of runners were ready to take the Super Paper Mario community to new heights. With tons of achievements being made in 2018, the community was ready for more. While Super Paper Mario's community was small, it was still a community. Flash eventually stepped up to be a supermod on the speedrun.com webpage, and would lead the small group. He would keep doing daily runs, or routing streams, while promoting the game's speedrun wherever he could. The small community was growing, but still needed a little more room. As brought up before, Super Paper Mario was a part of a subsection in the Paper Mario speedrunning Discord. This was where the majority of the communication occurred between runners. While it was nice having help from the other Paper Mario runners, there wasn't much space to branch out into other topics related to SPM. The other communities, Paper Mario 64 and the Thousand Year Door, had already branched off to new Discord servers. Flash figured it might be a good time to give Super Paper Mario the chance to grow. On August 17th, 2018, Flash suggested the idea that Super Paper Mario should make its own Discord server as well. While there was a lot of mixed feelings toward this, everyone was generally okay with the new Discord. A lot of concern was brought up that Super Paper Mario wasn't active enough for its own Discord server, and if it did have its own server, there was a high chance that most of the other runners from the other Paper Mario games wouldn't join. It was a risk the group of runners were ready to take. The next day, Flash would release the new Super Paper Mario speedrunning server. With the help of his friend Hydro, the two of them set up an amazing new server with many more channels where the runners could post discoveries and chat about running the game and discuss new strats. With the
Man, that's
of
so
the new
precious of
Discord,
them.
all
They
of
were
the
worried
active
about
runners
having a
would
little
frequently join
server.
in calls and start glitch hunting sessions, which would become a major tradition for the community. During these sessions, glitch hunters found all kinds of new things. Towards the beginning, a lot of these tricks weren't exactly useful for runs, but were still amazing nonetheless. For example, Hydro found Flopside early. The trick wasn't exactly useful in any percent, since there wasn't anything you could do in Flopside, but it was still really cool to see. JCR also made an awesome find with, well, whatever you want to call this.
What? What? What's going on, dude? You gotta tell me. Keep me updated. Where is he going?
I'm done. I'm done with this game. I'm done with this game, dude. I'm done.
With all of these new changes, Super Paper Mario was stepping up, and the cherry on top would be the new final time. Previously, timing stopped when the D on the end stopped spinning. This was a little awkward, so it was soon changed to when May We Meet Again in Another Time and Place fades to black, right before the credits. The majority of the runners widely approved of this because then they would be able to enjoy the credits and see their final time at the same time. Depending on the region, this would take around 3 minutes and 31 seconds off of every run, making the current world record go from 4 hours, 17 minutes, and 1 second into a run of 4 hours, 13 minutes, and 26 seconds.
Nice.
Flash would need a lot of help with the task of retiming all of the leaderboard times. And
Like that in the videos he's so entertaining. Yeah.
Earlier that year, on January 17th,
Let's do this
2019,
highlight
Flash
here.
would get his first PB in 5 months.
Oh, damn.
JCR pointed out that he was 5
Yes.
seconds ahead of world record in pre-chapter 5. After this moment, Flash decided that he was ready to grind for world record. Over the past year, he had gotten the 100% world record and 2nd place in pit percent. He had made a ton of improvements on the route, such as cutting down on items and shopping, and studying boss fights to use faster and more consistent strategies. Flash was ready for the grind. Little did he know how long it was going to take him. After Flash's last PB, he immediately started pushing for world record. What he didn't anticipate was how long it was going to take him. There were multiple runs where Flash was on world record pace, but would end up crashing, or yes, even losing power. Some days, Flash wouldn't even be able to get a run past Livestream Jump and would spend up to 4 hours grinding Livestream Jump attempts, just hoping to get past 1-2.
Oh my gosh, this poor
After
man.
3 months of grinding runs, Flash would inch closer and closer to the record, getting a PB of 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 26 seconds, which put him just a minute behind the record.
Let's make the tongue purple.
Guys. G freaking G. 4:14:26. Oh my gosh. Oh. Finally. Oh my gosh, dude. Exactly 1 minute behind world record. I remember, Castle, when I first started running this game, like, I was so pumped about this game when I got my first PB. I walked up to my dad. I was like, I'm gonna take world record.
take. I don't know how hard it's gonna be, but I'm gonna have world record one day. That being said, he knew what he had signed up for, and he was ready to claim his world record. While this seemed like a very difficult time to run Super Paper Mario with a crash lottery, a frame-perfect entry trick, and double inputs ruining runs, that's exactly why people stuck around. Super Paper Mario was getting harder and harder to run, so seeing someone push for world record was exciting. And because Flash's community was growing, so did Super Paper Mario. Flash would constantly plug the Discord and encourage new runners to join the community. It was one of those exciting moments where at any point a new record could happen. The main question was, when were the stars going to align? At one point, Flash finished a 4-hour stream with 60 viewers, not once getting past 1-2. He promised them that later that night he would do more attempts, that he just needed a small break. Later that night, Flash was calm and ready. He finally got a run going, and was off to a good start. Once he got to Chapter 8, however, that's when everything changed. Oh no! 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 Oh my gosh! You are not gonna believe this. Oh good. Oh my gosh! After a brief scare, where he thought he would have to refight Francis by selecting the wrong menu, he would need what's called a one-cycle Mimi fight. The 8-2 Mimi fight has a spinning blade animation that takes up a lot of time. However, you could stun lock Mimi if you timed your hits perfectly. This would cancel the long animation and save around 45 seconds.
Do it like that. And then...
Let's go, guys! Oh my gosh! Let's freaking go! Dude, this could world record! Flash nailed the fight and golded by 45 seconds, being the first time he's been able to pull this off in a run. He was 30 seconds ahead of world record, but unfortunately he used his Mighty Tonic, a damage boosting item, earlier in the run due to double inputs, and ended up losing a bit of time in the 8-3 boss. This brought him down to only 8 seconds ahead of world record, entering the last segment before the final boss fights. Guys, this is it. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Oh my gosh. Did it, dude.
This guy's so excited.
Maybe we meet again another time in another place. World record! World record! With that, Flash was done with any percent. He finished the stream with over 150 viewers pumped for the brand new any percent world record. Thousands of new users would see his world record on Reddit and YouTube, and some decided to try out Super Paper Mario for themselves. Seeing Flash grind for this world record was one of the most exciting moments in Super Paper Mario history. With this new attention to the game, the community was about to see a boatload of new active users in the Discord. Flash had given the community the spark it needed and a home to grow in. He would stick around for a while, but soon pass the torch on to JCR to lead the group of new followers into a whole new chapter for Super Paper Mario. The next generation of Super Paper Mario runners were already starting to take form.
After Flash's record, Super Paper Mario saw a massive spike of activity. as many new users joined the Discord to learn the speedrun, help out with glitching, or just to stay updated with all the game had to offer. The recent activity from established runners, alongside Flash finally getting his first record, was enough to skyrocket SPM to a new height that had never been seen before. A very high number of new runners were introduced during this time period, many of whom would go on to make a significant impact in its game's permanent history. This was the launch of by far the most competitive, exciting, and chaotic time in SPM history. This is the next generation. Oh, and you're gonna want to buckle up for this one, because this game is about to get very, very fast.
Why are you running?
With higher activity counts than ever before, the SPM Discord was bound to see some new breakthroughs in the near future. At this point in time, there had been relatively no major time saves added to the run, with the last addition being water switch skip. Since so much time had passed since the last major find, some users began searching, and surprisingly, it wouldn't take long before a new, huge discovery was made. An SPM runner known as Mohawk began working on multiple different theories directly after Flash's record. One of these theories was boomer skip. Some of you may be thinking, hasn't boomer skip already been discovered? Correct, boomer skip's been around since 2011, since the Wario's early findings. However, this early method was almost never attempted in runs, since it required a second lifestream jump, and it specifically needed a jump for the trick to work, rather than a dimension flip. However, Mohawk began looking for any methods to potentially do boomer skip without using a lifestream. On May 3rd, Mohawk would post a video to the SPM Discord showcasing a new boomer skip method for the first time. This new method consisted of tossing a shell shock up on a ledge at a precise point
up here.
so that it's able to hit the
Do
switch
another.
above. Many community members
Let's
were
do one of
stunned by
these.
this achievement due to it being the first major skip found in a very long time. As runners began testing the trick for themselves, they found that the trick was surprisingly manageable for runs. I became the first person to perform the trick on console, verifying its use in future runs. Overall, the new trick saved around 1 minute and 15 seconds, which was huge for the run at this time. With this
No, I
skip,
like
the
it darker
community was
up there.
even closer to a goal that was previously thought to be a long shot, the sub 410. With Flash's record being a low 413, just a little over 3 minutes needed to be saved for a sub 410 time. The crazy part about this is that not even a full year had passed since Eindead broke the previous 10-minute barrier, and the community was already looking towards a potential sub 410 in the near future. Not only that, but some members went even further, wondering if an entire hour threshold could be broken, if a sub 4-hour run was possible. Since many new finds would need to occur for this to happen, a sub 4 was deemed to be impossible with the current strategies available, and the community chose to focus on breaking the next 10-minute barrier instead. During this, Mohawk continued his research on other possible theories for potential time saves. Since Mohawk had just discovered a method to do boomer skip without a lifestream, he began working on removing the final lifestream jump left in the run. If successful, this would remove the final grind spot of the run and make the speedrun even more accessible. However, this lifestream removal would prove to be the toughest of its kind. For more on this, let's toss it over to another community commentator, ZachLink99.
With many new runners trying to push for the sub 410 barrier, the 1-2 lifestream jump had become the most difficult and irritating part of grinding runs. Numerous individuals had ideas of skipping the green bridge using other methods, but none ended up working at the time. The first main idea of skipping the green bridge was looked into by Mohawk on April 17th by using a shell shock, in hopes of doing a shell jump over the entire green bridge.
Hey, are you
Unfortunately,
finishing
Mohawk
art
doesn't
fight
bounce
drawings,
off the shell
Slay?
shocks as high as people had hoped, and it seemed GBS was still only possible with a light
Finally.
jump. Only 10 days later, Mohawk had a new theory using the background of the room by clipping out of bounds from the inside of the shop. Mohawk figured out that you could clip out into the background that you used to get to Green's house, but there was still no way of getting to the star block. Just 2 weeks later, on May 7th, 2019, something big happened. Mohawk found that with an extremely precise Z coordinate, you can climb up a
If there's a
vertical
fishing mine, you
out
could
of
taste
bounds
it.
and jump over the entire
I guess I
green
gotta
bridge.
speed up then,
It
Hollow.
was unknown why this plane even existed. Now, it was possible to skip the green bridge without an LSJ for tool-assisted speedruns. The community was freaking out over the discovery, hoping that LSJ was no longer. Later that day, many tried it in RTA without a
Bro, go
setup,
take 'em
but
quick.
didn't even come close, and was quickly deemed not viable for RTA speedruns.
With Task GBS being the last of Mohawk's finds for now, the community shifted its focus back towards the run itself. With Boomer Skip implemented into runs, many runners started doing consistent attempts to push for a PB with the new trick. Flash was unable to do runs at this time, so other runners began to step in. During the month of May, new and old runners began doing attempts in hopes of improving their PBs. Some of these runners included ZachLink99, Castle, I'm Dead, and myself. Zach and Castle were newer runners who were looking to improve their times to get a sub 430. On the flip side, Dead and I were longer
Let's see what's
tenured
next
runners
on
looking
here.
to get a really good time, or in Dead's
Clothing,
case,
maybe?
potentially even get the record.
Maybe the
back.
ear?
While Dead's attempts never proved successful, I was able to get my
Probably
first
do
sub
those.
420 run on May 21st. With this PB, I secured 4th place on the leaderboard, and in doing so, created an interesting occurrence. All 4 runners that did weekly races together the year prior now held the top 4 spots, and all of them had a sub 420. This occurrence was a great showcase of the improvements made from all runners since the weekly races. With all the new activity in SPM, there is bound to be significant improvements made to the record very soon. The question simply came down to a matter of who and when. However, our answer came with a brand new runner who would go on to help change the way SPM was viewed in a larger spectrum. Around mid-April 2019, a new runner named Yoshizilla began learning Super Paper Mario Any %. Just like I'm Dead and Game Rob in the past, Yoshi was the 1,000-year door world record holder at the time of learning SPM.
Whoa.
Yoshi got the help of active runners such as Flash and Slopdop to aid in learning the game, and was quickly able to finish his first few runs. After starting out with a 5:09.33, Yoshi proved at an extremely rapid rate and got a 4:26.11 in his 3rd ever PB. Yoshi continued doing runs during the summer, and within no time was able to pick up on the finer bits of movement used by top runners. On May 28th, Yoshi got a 4:17.07, which was 3rd place on the leaderboard within a month of running the game. The grind never stopped over the next 2 months, and sure enough, Yoshi was once again able to improve his time to a 4:13.49 on June 19th.
These lines bother
just
me.
around 40 seconds behind Flash's record. The rapid improvement seen from Yoshi in this time span was something only rivaled by Game Rob's runs in 2014, so it's safe to say that many community
Let's
members
take it
were
time to
caught by
crack down
surprise to see
finishing
Yoshi
shading.
actively compete
Good
for the
luck.
record, when it hadn't even been 2 months since Flash's 4:13.03. Another highly important thing to mention here is that up to this point, Yoshi had yet to even attempt LSJ in a run. With the addition of Boomer Skip to the route, doing the no LSJ route had become slightly faster than before. This meant that newer runners technically didn't have to do LSJ yet, since Flash's record didn't include Boomer Skip. Keeping with this trend, Yoshi continued to do no LSJ attempts, and was very happy in doing so since it was extremely easy to get runs out of the first chapter. Many viewers constantly tuned into Yoshi's streams in hopes of seeing a new record, and sure enough, this happened.
So I don't do everything on the same layer.
Yoshi had achieved the first ever 412 in SPM, all within 2 months of running the game. Yoshi's record showcased a high skill level, and improved his movement in ways that hadn't been done before. A sub 410 was a real possibility now, and many community members were anxious to see if it would happen. That being said, Yoshi was content with his record and began to pursue other plans. Lucky for the SPM community, there were a large bundle of runners on the rise who were about to give SPM its most intense competition ever. After Yoshi's new record, a handful of runners began to make significant improvements to their times. Out of these new runners, 2 began to stand out from the rest, ZachLink99 and Castle SR. Both these runners have been running the game for a few months at this point, and both had improved their time significantly within the last few months. At the time of Yoshi's record, Zach had a 4:25.59 and Castle had a 4:23.16. On August 4th, Castle got a 4:17.22,
I don't want to do this next.
improving his time by nearly 6 minutes. Zach PB'd by just a minute on August 18th, then went on to get a 4:17 of his own on August 27th, which would miss Castle's time by 2 seconds. After this, Castle would grind attempts for the next 2 days and get 2 separate
So the
4:15s,
outfit, I guess.
ending off the month of August with a 4:15.09. With both runners setting a combined 5 personal bests in the month of August, they were quickly improving to a top level of play, as they were now in the top 6 spots on the leaderboard. Even with both runners continuously improving, nobody could have predicted what happened in September 2019. On just the first day into September, Castle got his first ever 412, and now held 2nd place on the leaderboard. This run had a strong chance to be the record, but unfortunately a missed 1 cycle on the A2 Mimi fight sealed those hopes away. Regardless, Castle was now closer than ever to getting his first ever record, but Castle's eyes were set on something much bigger, the first ever sub 410. This achievement had been nothing but a community dream just a few months back, and was now looking more and more like a potential reality. However, Castle wouldn't be the only runner looking to take part in this achievement. Zach also continued his attempts in the month of September and would further improve his PB by 3 minutes, getting a 4:14.25. Zach and Castle were now closer to the record than ever before. This all led up to September 15th, 2019, when the unthinkable occurred.
No. Oh, let me give this lime. Give me my lime. My line! Give me my line! Okay. Yeah.
Zach and Castle each got their first world records, both within an hour and a half of each other. This is still the fastest transition of any SPM any percent records to this day.
Whoa.
Starting off with Zach's record, this run had numerous amounts of time loss all throughout the middle of the run. What really brought this back was Zach saving 2 minutes on Peach Skip. From this point forward, Zach had a very solid Chapter 8 and just edged out a new record with a 4:12.10. Just as Zach got this record, Castle was on the run of his life. After being roughly even with his PB at Chapter 3, Castle proceeded to have a near flawless back half of the run. After getting an insanely good Peach Skip, it all came down to having good Black RNG to secure the sub 410. Sure enough, Black had extremely nice patterns, and Castle was able to make history, getting a 4:09.37. Within an extremely short amount of time, the standards for this game's speedrun had been completely rewritten, and another major time barrier had been broken. The best part about this story is that the action doesn't stop here. As Castle moved on to running all pixels, Zach continued to do daily any percent attempts. Just a day after his short-lived record, Zach improved his PB by around 25 seconds, getting a 4:11.45. Just 2 days after that, Zach made a major milestone of his own, getting the second ever sub 410 run. This run would be a 4:09.45, which just missed Castle's record by 8 seconds. With Zach's rapid improvement, it wouldn't be long before he broke through with a really good run. On September 19th, Zach achieved a 4:08.30, the first ever 4:08 run. Zach was able to have an extremely good early game this run, and carried that time save to a world record, even with some time loss in Chapter 8. After this new record, Castle began his any percent grind again, and was able to strike back just 3 days later, getting a 4:08.23. This run just edged by Zach's record by 7 seconds, and was overall a very solid time. This is where the record would stand moving into October, where the world record competition would continue to heat up.
And we'll do a blur yard
from Zach and Castle the past 2 months. Yoshi decided that it was time for him to try for a sub 410 of his own. Yoshi began streaming runs in early October and would improve his PB on October 9th, getting a 4:09.30. This was one of Yoshi's first attempts since his 412 record back in July, yet he had already got a sub 410. Over the next 4 days, Yoshi continued attempts to take back his record, and sure enough, on October 13th, Yoshi got a 4:07.09. This run was incredible at the time. and featured very minimal time loss throughout the run with the strats that were available at the time. With this time being set, many community members began to wonder how far the record could actually be pushed down with the current strategies. Luckily, these members didn't have to ponder long on this subject, as a large number of discoveries were about to take place. While the SPM record was being slaughtered multiple times by the top 3 runners, other members began looking for new time saves to aid in the run. For many months prior to this, the 1-4 key
Let's see, I'm gonna do
Flash. You were normally meant to enter a
little
separate room and hit a blue
Dios.
switch to reveal a hidden key in the previous room.
Hmm.
However, using a free cam in 1-4, it was found that the key is actually still loaded in before completing the puzzle. If
Where
there were a way
does
to click out
the-
of bounds and get behind these brown blocks,
Oh, here they
you'd
are,
be
okay.
able to pick up the key in 2D. Sure enough, I found a method to clip out of bounds in the quicksand with the use of Malio's old corner
I'll
clipping method.
do.
After this maneuver was shared with the rest of the VC, Flash began testing the trick to see if there was a way to maneuver out of bounds and collect the key. After clipping out of bounds, Flash hopped in quicksand over to the left edge of the screen and was able to jump on the ground floor above while still being inside the left wall. After flipping back into 2D, the game triggered Mario to be in a mid-air state since we're technically behind all the platforms in 3D. With this, we could pass through all blocks, but couldn't make it up to the key in one jump. Lucky for us, the game allows us to stand on the yellow question mark blocks for some reason, so by landing on one of these blocks and jumping again, we can collect the key that's still loaded in behind the brown blocks. This trick saved 15 seconds over the intended route, and the method was improved months later when it was found that you could jump to the key in 3D, meaning the trick now saves around 20 seconds. This find would prove tricky to use in runs at first, but Zach was the first up for the challenge. Just 3 days after Yoshi's record, Zach became the first person to do key early in his runs, and got a 4:07:34, a time just 25 seconds behind Yoshi's record. Flash would also return to any percent runs on October 15th, and achieved his first ever sub 410 with a 4:09:36.
So then we'll use this.
Many runners were looking forward to continuing their efforts in improving the record. However, as multiple SPM runners went back to grinding attempts, Mohawk hopped out of the woodworks to drop this bombshell on the entire SPM Discord.
And we'll get this color. Like this.
This trick skipped the entire inside portion of the 3-3 dotwood tree. With tree skip, we can now skip all of the vastly irritating things that 3-3 had once pained runners in the past. While this new trick completely shocked the entire community, there was a catch. To do the trick, we would have to buy another shell shock in 1-2. This meant collecting 8 more coins in early game, which translates into pure pain. Runners would now potentially have to rely on coin RNG to determine if they got runs past the 1-2 shop, not to mention getting past LSJ. Thankfully, this issue wouldn't last long, as Zach discovered a new tree skip method with the use of an enemy just a day later. All these new tricks would be added to the run and combine over an entire minute of potential time save. After a brief hiatus in the month of November, our top 3 runners returned to the game in December 2019, and were all fighting for a new record. The grind began on December 4th when Castle improved his time to a 4:07:54, meaning top 3 was now all 4:07 times. On December 5th, Zach would get a 4:06:45,
and
breaking
yeah,
Yoshi's record
got to the
and
eyes.
getting the first 4:06. This was also the first record with the use of tree skip and key early. Just 5 days after Zach's run, Castle stole back the record, getting the first ever 4:05. This run featured extremely solid gameplay, along with a very good peach skip. Zach would improve his PB to a 4:05:51, and Yoshi would improve his time to a 4:06:56 on December 11th. With that, this would bring 2019 to a close. During 2019, SPM saw its largest increase in views and doubled the amount of runs submitted in 2018. Alongside this, while there were only 2 records set in 2018, a total of 9 80% records were set in 2019. This was easily the most active year in SPM's history up to this point, and things were looking to heat up even further as we head into 2020. At the start of January, Zach remained as the only active top runner to continue pushing towards a new record. Zach would further improve his time to a 4:05:33 on January 3rd, leaving him just 20 seconds behind Castle's record. On February 2nd, Zach broke Castle's record.
Now for the eyes.
The run had gotten incredibly optimized at this point, and it was becoming more and more difficult to improve the time without help from new discoveries. Zach's new record also brought Yoshi back to do more runs, who would PB twice in February and bring his personal best to a 4:05:33. This would be the last SPM run from Yoshi for a long time, leaving the record competition between Zach and Castle for now. With Castle on hiatus from the game, Zach continued to do runs throughout February. Finally, on February 22nd, Zach would achieve the peak time that the game had to offer.
Yeah.
After getting the first ever 403, Zach stepped away from runs for a few months. This left a pretty significant hiatus on runs, with little to no activity being recorded in March 2020. This would all change in April, when Castle returned to the scene. Around the time that April rolled around, big things were happening in the SPM community. More members were active than ever before, and some big plans were being made this summer that included community races and the first ever Pit of 100 Trials tournament. Castle continued to run any percent consistently through the month of April, hoping to improve his PB. After 6 days of attempts, Castle would finally break through the barrier and PB by a minute and a half. Not only would this PB, but it would also be a new record, after just passing Zach's time by 10 seconds. This would be where the record would stand heading into the summer of 2020. It's actually astonishing.
We'll just copy paste this side onto the other side afterwards.
Last year. In April of 2019,
All
Flash
right.
set a record of 4:13:05.
She has
After this
gray
point, 5 or 6
eyes.
major discoveries were made, and 3 runners each combined to improve the record by a total of 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Almost an exact year from the date of Flash's record. The achievements up to this point had been nothing short of an insane community dream a year ago, but they were now a reality. As we head into the summer of 2020, just 3.5 minutes away from the 4-hour barrier, the community was ready to see even more progress made to this game's speedrun. After Castle's record, he decided to join the other runners in their hiatus from any percent. However, the game certainly didn't stay silent during this time, as the glitch hunting community was in the midst of taking on their biggest challenge yet. Scanner Skip is easily the most infamous trick in this game's history. In fact, Scanner Skip could probably have an entire hour-long video of its own with how much research has been put into the trick over the years. To get past the 5-4 scanner, you normally have to get a Fluoro Sprout by defeating O-Chunks. However, this Chunks fight can only be accessed by going through a lengthy process to get the Pixel Dottie, who was used to get the keycard. For top runners at the time, beating 5-4 took around 9 minutes on average. If we were able to skip the scanner and go straight into the Crocus fight, runners would then be able to complete 5-4 in around 4.5 minutes, cutting the level time in half. This would be the largest time save found in many years and would easily make sub 4 a reality. However, a task as great as this is easier said than done. The scanner room had a lot of systems in place to prevent the player from passing through without the Fluoro Sprout. Soon, though, a new user became active in the SPM Discord that would play a major role behind the research on Scanner Skip. John P55 is a tasser and glitch hunter that joined the SPM community around the summer of 2019. For almost an entire year, John led the charge in research for Scanner Skip. This led to an absolute plethora of information to be discovered about not just how the scanner worked, but how the game worked. Much information was being discovered regarding how cutscene triggers worked,
I got an attack?
respawn locations worked, along with many other mechanics-related information.
Furry moments.
As John
Slay.
and the glitch hunters were experimenting with
Okay,
some
hold on, I'll
advanced
look at it
tricks in the
later.
scanner room,
I'm
none
working.
of their ideas were
I'm
able to
almost
skip
done.
the scanner at this time. But
Let's
John
see.
had another idea.
I have to add
He
colors to the
tested out-of-bounds tricks
eyes.
in the key card room just before the chunks fight. You normally need to unlock Dottie to get the key card, but after trying
So
an
we'll
abridged
do,
version of Mohawk's old out-of-bounds setup, John was able to clip through the wall and Dottie
Is
skip.
it this color?
Dottie skip would have an immediate impact on runs, as the trick itself would save a minute and 45 seconds. However, this trick would change the route immensely, as there were 2 items required for the trick to work. For starters, another shell shock was needed to clip through the wall, meaning runners would now have to purchase another shell shock in 1-2 before doing LSJ. This brought back the very painful coin route that had been erased with the newest tree skip method, meaning the coin grind in early game was a genuine reset spot for some runners. Along with this, the trick also required the use of a gold bar. This also messed with the coin route, since the old route consisted of selling the gold bar in pre-chapter 5. Runners still began to use dotty skip and run since it still saved time overall, but runners were struggling to adjust to the new route, as the extra shell shock was really throwing a huge wrench in everyone's runs. This pattern stayed the same for around 3 weeks, until Flash accidentally did this on his stream.
What? Oh, okay.
Somehow, Flash was able to get into the tiny gap in the wall after switching to Mario. The community toyed around with this trick for a few days, until Roblox was able to find a somewhat consistent setup by pressing left for 1 frame with the use of a menu buffer. I say somewhat consistent because some runners would still get this second or third try, but it still saved time and stress over the old route, and proved to be the most consistent version of dotty skip for a very long time.
Let's see. What else can I add to
With
this
players
eye?
going back to runs with the new
I think
dotty
we
skip,
can.
John and the rest of the glitch hunting group decided to continue trying their luck with Skinner skip over the next month. Soon enough, we were about a week and a half into the month of July, and the constant culmination of work spanning back many months finally came to a turning point. On July 12th, 2020, John and Roblox were able to test this.
I also want to say, this music choice is so good here.
After almost a full year of work and research put into this trick, it was finally proven possible. This is one of the most complicated tricks in the game, which is why it remained task only at this
for
time.
real.
After this trick was found, John took a much-deserved break from research, while Roblox decided to continue searching for new finds. And the very next day, she found a major development to an important trick. Let's throw it back to Zach for more.
Many attempts at performing Green Bridge Skip in RTA were attempted.
Alright.
Mohawk himself, who discovered the task version of the
Yes.
trick, tried to make it RTA viable, but wasn't able to. On July 13th, there were discussions arising about how it could be possible with a good setup. And later that day, something big happened. Roblox, a fairly new glitch hunter, manually tested many combinations of frame-perfect movements and found a fairly doable method. The default respawn coordinates the game uses are in the room's origin on the nearest valid ground. Abusing this property by saving a file out of bounds and loading it easily lets us get to the area to perform GBS. This setup will require pushing up against a pipe, holding down left for 1 frame, and then pausing with the home menu, holding up for 4 frames, and then pausing with the home menu. Only 2 hours later, I was the first person to completely get this trick in RTA. As soon as this happened, we all had high hopes that it would put LSJ to rest. GBS allowed us to perform a 35k point grind in 1-1 that the LSJ route could not do because of the unwanted HP. GBS would also allow us to get an ice storm rather than a stopwatch, saving another 15 seconds, totaling nearly 40 seconds. The very next day, I got Green Bridge Skip in a run on the first attempt. This run was record pace in the 7th, but it had a bad peak skip. It still finished as a 405, which was a very solid run for the time. As time went on, we found much more consistent shot clip methods, a 100% consistent way to get the down-left input, which both made this trick much more viable.
I want to do funny stuff in the hair, then I think we're done with this picture.
Showing up in this time span, things were looking great for runners. As everyone began to get back to runs for the rest of the summer, one runner stood above the rest in the month of July: Zach. After many failed attempts and some time to adjust to a very different route,
he was able to put together a fascinating run on July 27th. Zach got a 4:03.24, improving the record by 21 seconds. This is the first record to utilize new green bridge skip and dotty skip, but still had significant room to improve since Zach was still adjusting from an extended hiatus of runs. Regardless, this PB moved the community even closer to the sub 4 dream. After 4 more days of attempts, Zach continued to improve in every split and was beginning to get back to form. All of his hard work culminated to one day, July 31st, 2020. This was the day that SPM's potential would be put on display.
The summoning salt music.
Zach softlocked. On the breakthrough run that the entire community had been waiting for, there was an unpredictable softlock. Nobody had ever seen this softlock before, but of course it happened at one of the worst times imaginable. This run was near perfect, and it had potential to be a very low 4-hour flat. This would have been the greatest achievement up to this point, but unfortunately it just wasn't meant to be. This lost run stung the entire community for the next few months, and many wondered what could have been and this run didn't softlock. With that being said, all the community could do was move on, which they did. Following this run, an SPM runner named PTL was testing routing ideas involving the HP Plus in Flipside Outskirts. There was a way to obtain the HP Plus early by clipping out of bounds through a wall. After some help from Zach, both runners were able to determine that it saved around 8 seconds to sell the HP Plus in any percent, as it cut out collecting an ample amount of items in certain levels and let runners keep the gold bar for dotty skip. With the new routing change, Zach and Castle continued to get good paces in August. On August 16th, Castle was able to break the record and achieve a 4:02.11, which improved the old record by over a minute. However, Zach would also stream runs in the same day in hopes of redeeming himself after his lost softlock run. Later on that very same day, Zach got a 4:01.40, beating Castle's run from earlier in the day by 30 seconds. After both of these records, the official push for sub 4 was put on hold. The top runners felt it was going to be an incredibly difficult task to get the sub 4, and would take some incredible grinding, so both runners decided to take a break until the time was right.
And I think the background.
As we leave this
should be
chapter
like
in the middle
this
of
color.
August 2020, the record had been improved
Just
in a
like
total of 8 minutes and
who
31
this?
seconds in just the last 7 months.
Hey, yeah, that looks
the
good.
community was now closer
That looks
than
sick.
ever to a sub 4, just a minute and 41
Hella.
seconds away.
Now
And
I'll
while
use the
many in
blue
community were
for
very
my
happy
signature.
with the record progression, it was hard to deny the sour taste left in
Let's
everyone's
see.
mouth after the lost 4-hour
I
flat.
almost forgot to do
Regardless, the community went quiet for a while.
the funny
leaving some to wonder
outlines.
if new potential competitors would join the scene.
Control C, Control V. This one. Why don't we this one? This one. Do that. I'll do
E.
E. Ah, only I'm streaming.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
There was a brand new runner learning
I
the game
stream.
who would play a key
I'm about to
role
literally
in the
end
push for
stream.
sub
So.
4.
I
A Japanese
stream.
runner named
Yeah,
Iko
bye
began
stream.
posting actively to the SPM Discord around mid-August. and eventually
hold
did their
on.
first run on August 24th.
Oh my
clocking in
god,
at
my pronouns in Discord make
4:36.25.
sense. Omen of the end times.
This was very impressive for a first run at the time.
Welcome
as
back to
most
the end
first runs
times.
tend to be over 5 hours long.
Uh,
Igurumi was different, however.
this is
as it seemed
good,
to
and
practice
then
a large amount of the difficult strats before doing a full
I'm gonna write my name on this,
Igurumi
then I'm gonna
continued to do
fucking
attempts
die.
into September and would go on to get
Only
a
I'm
second
gonna
PB
die.
of 4:18.32,
Good.
which again was
Yeah.
very impressive for just a
Put
second.
my name on
Another thing that set Igurumi apart from
over
other
here.
new runners was his keen interest in glitch hunting
Put it
and
on her
tassing
forehead.
As Igurumi would do
Nar.
initial attempts, he would also look for potential time saves all over the run. Some of his finds included improvements to water switch skip, better routing in 5.4, 4.2, and some better
Alright.
routing for the pit percent category.
Wait, I kind of want to do a little.
Igurumi kept improving at gameplay all throughout the month of September, and PB'd twice to get a 408.54 on September 27th.
Covering up Biff, I know.
Igurumi was quickly
Yeah,
improving.
you are
and becoming
covering
one
up
of the
Biff right
top
now.
runners in the game.
Get wrecked,
However, something huge was about to happen.
It's not too noticeable, but the little squiggles in the back add a little bit. Alright.
Was all leading up to just
It's been
one day.
done. I'll save
October
this bad
1st,
boy.
2020.
Save
As
as.
previously mentioned,
PNG.
the majority of the community had taken a large break from
Yay.
active runs of this game. However, this all changed when
Alright,
Pixl
nice.
announced on
Boop, boop,
October
doop, doop, doop.
1st
She's
that he was
dancing,
about to return to
dancing.
any percent runs
We've done
and
2
grind
photos
for sub
today.
4. After seeing this, Flash
Yay.
decided it was time to work on this very
Yay.
video, since sub 4 seemed closer than ever before. After
Alright.
chatting with
This video has like 20 minutes left, but I am so tired. So I guess if you want to know the end of this, I should come back tomorrow. Yeah, we'll do that. If y'all want to find the ending of this video, come back tomorrow, and then we'll also do competitive Overwatch, I guess. I'm so excited for competitive Overwatch. And then also, if y'all like, you know, are interested, yeah, I beat the art speedrun. You didn't finish. And then if y'all of course are intrigued, there's this epic number above my head where we are so incredibly close. 2, 4, 20. It would be so epic if we hit 420. That'd be so wild. Anyway, I will say normally streams are much louder. This is probably the most quietest stream I've ever had in my life. Isn't that right, Holdy?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'm
say
like...
I've been at work for the past like bit, so I didn't know what was happening.
Yeah. Okay, let's go raid someone. Let's see who's streaming. Who's streaming right now? Let's see. No, I don't see anyone I know that's streaming. Anyway, Pokemon Emerald. What is this? Pokemon Emerald stuff, maybe? Or endurance stream. Whoa, she's been streaming for, is this 22 hours? We're going to her. We're going to this girl. She's been streaming for, we're going to Akuma. She's been streaming for 22 hours. Oh my gosh. Okay, every pony. I gotta say hi to this girly pop. There's a girly pop right now. Let's see, so /R. This is oh, what's this? She went to a different stream. I'm so confused. Oh. Komaniko 18? Is that correct? Alright. We're gonna go say hi to her, every pony. Yep. I don't know what to say. We're just gonna kind of go for it. So,
Yeah, bye.
Yo, bye. Bye.